Chapter 24, Alex groped for the ringing telephone. She answered it on the fifth ring and said groggily, "Hello, Miss Gaither? I didn't wake you, did I? If so, I'm terribly sorry." Alex shoved hair out of her eyes, licked her dry lips, blinked puffy eyes into focus, and struggled into a sitting position. "No, I was just, doing some, stuff." The nightstand clock said 10 o'clock. She'd had no idea she was sleeping that late, but then it had been almost dawn before she'd gone to bed. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Sarah Jo Minton. She couldn't hold back her exclamation of surprise. She could name at least 100 people who might call her before Sarah Jo Minton would. Is everything all right? I'm feeling well, but terribly ashamed for the horrible things I said to you last night. The confession, spoken so contritely, shocked Alex. You were understandably upset. Would you care to have tea with me this afternoon? Maybe she was still asleep after all, and this was a dream. Nowadays, people said, "Let's do lunch," or "How about a beer," or "Let's get together for a drink." No one ever said, "Would you care to have tea?" That sounds nice. Good. 3 o'clock. Where? Why? Here at the ranch. Of course. I'll look forward to seeing you then, Miss Gaither. Goodbye. Alex stared at the receiver for several seconds before slowly hanging it up. What in the world had prompted Sarah Jo Minton to invite her to tea? Dr. Ely Collins's office was probably the most cluttered room Alex had ever been in. It was clean but disorganized, and as unpretentious as the veterinarian. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, Dr. Collins. No trouble. I was free this afternoon. Come on in. Sit down." He removed a stack of trade journals from the seat of the straight wooden chair, making it available for Alex. He sat behind a desk cluttered with mountains of paperwork. "I wasn't all that surprised to hear from you," he remarked candidly. "Why? Pat Chastain called and said you'd probably get around to asking me some questions. I thought he was out of town. This was a couple of weeks ago, right after you got here. I see Alex had decided to utilize the hours before her appointment with Sarah Jo by questioning the veterinarian. When she'd phoned, he had readily agreed to see her. Familiar with the murder of Selena Gaither? She began intentionally playing down her personal involvement. "Sure am. She was a sweet girl. Everybody was sick about it. Thank you. It was your father who attended the foaling at the Minton Ranch earlier that day, wasn't it?" "That's right. I took over his practice after he died. I'd like some background information. Do you work exclusively for the Mintons?" "No, I'm not a resident vet. I have a practice. However, I must be honest and tell you that the Mintons give me so much business I could almost work for them exclusively. I'm out there nearly every day." "It was the same with your father?" "Yes. But if you're suggesting that I wouldn't rat on the Mintons at the risk of cutting off my meal ticket, you're wrong. I didn't mean to imply that. This is horse and cattle country. I have to turn down more business than I can accept. I'm an honest man. So is my daddy." Alex apologized to him a second time, although it had crossed her mind that he might be reluctant to divulge information that would tend to incriminate his well-paying clients. "Did your father talk to you about Selena's murder?" He cried like a baby when he heard that she'd been killed with one of his instruments. Dr. Collins positively identified the murder weapon as his scalpel. There was never any question. Mama had given him that set of sterling silver instruments for their 25th wedding anniversary. They had his initials engraved on the handles. That scalpel was his. All right, what he couldn't get over is that he'd been careless enough to lose it. Alex scooted to the edge of her chair. It would be unlike him to be careless with that scalpel if it was an engraved gift from his wife, wouldn't it? He scratched his cheek. Daddy treasured those things, kept them in a velvet-lined box. "I never could figure out how that scalpel fell out of his bag, except that the mayor had everyone's attention that day. In all the commotion, I guess it just got jostled out. You were there? I figured you already knew that. I'd gone along to observe and assist if Daddy needed me. Of course, Reed was there too. He had helped in other births. Reed was there all day. Did your father ever leave him alone with his black bag?" Ely Collins gnawed the inside of his cheek. She could tell he didn't want to answer. Daddy could have and wouldn't have given it a second thought, he said finally. But don't get the notion I'm accusing Reed. No, of course not. Who else was in the stable that day? Well, now, let's see. He tugged on his lower lip while he thought back. Just about everybody at one time or another, Angus Jr., Reed, all the stable hands and Gallup boys, Pasty Hickam. Sure, everybody at the ranch was pulling for that mare. Even Stacy Wallace stopped by, as I recall. She'd just gotten back from a trip to the coast. Everything inside Alex went still. She worked hard at keeping her expression impassive. Did she stay long? Who, Stacy? No, said she had to go home and unpack. What about Goonie Bud? Was he around? He meandered everywhere. I don't remember seeing him, but that doesn't mean he wasn't there. If you didn't see him, weren't you surprised when he turned up with the scalpel covered with Selena's blood? Not really. Daddy hadn't noticed it was missing until they found it on Goonie Bud. We believed what they said, that it had fallen out of Daddy's bag, that Goonie Bud had seen it, picked it up, and killed your mother with it. But it's conceivable that someone, in the midst of all the confusion and concern for the mare and her foal, sneaked it out of your father's bag. Conceivable, sure. He admitted it with reluctance because it implicated the men he worked for. Alex remembered how concerned he'd been the night before over Reed's racehorse. Ely Collins was a friend to all three suspects. Alex had forced him to divide his loyalties between his own integrity and the men who made hand-tooled Lucchese boots affordable. The task was unpalatable but necessary. She stood up to leave and extended the doctor her hand. He shook it and she said goodbye. Oh, one more thing, Dr. Collins? Would you mind if I looked at the scalpel? He was taken aback. I wouldn't mind at all if I had it. You don't? No. Your mother? She never got it back. Even after Goonie Bud was incarcerated, she and Daddy didn't press too hard to get it back because of what had happened with it. You mean it's still floating around somewhere? I don't know what happened to it. The Minton Ranch was a beehive of activity. Cleanup crews were sorting through debris and hauling it away. Fire inspectors were picking through the charred lumber and insulation, searching for clues into the origin of the fire. Around the house, a sandblasting crew was erasing the apocalyptic messages spray-painted on the stone walls. The window openings were being measured for replacement glass. Reed was in the thick of it, serving in several capacities at once. He was unshaven and unclean. He looked like he'd personally sifted through soot and ash searching for clues. His shirt tail was out and unbuttoned. The sleeves had been rolled up. He was hatless, but was wearing leather work gloves. He spotted Alex as she alighted from her car, but before he could speak, he was summoned by a fire inspector. You might want to take a look at this, Sheriff. Reed made an about face and walked toward barn number 2. Alex followed him. A rock? What the hell does a rock have to do with the fire? Reed was asking when she approached. The fireman scratched his head through his Houston Astros baseball cap. Looks to me like the fire was an accident. What I mean is, whoever done all this was using something like a slingshot to knock out the windows and such. Like David going up against Goliath, Alex murmured. Reed's lips narrowed as he nodded in agreement. The fireman said, my guess is that this here rock went flying, landed in one of the vents on the roof of the stable, and shorted out some of the wiring. That's what caused your fire. You don't think it was deliberately set? The investigator frowned. Nah, I can't rightly say it looks that way. If I was going to start a fire, I'd have pitched a Molotov cocktail or shot a flaming arrow. His frown reversed itself into a silly grin. I wouldn't have throwed no rock. Reed bounced the heavy rock in his palm. Thanks. After the fireman ambled away, Reed said to Alex, so much for holding Plummet on an arson charge. Because the day was unseasonably warm, Reed smelled salty and sweaty, but it wasn't an offensive odor. In fact, she liked it. His dense chest hair fanned out over the upper part of his torso and funneled to a narrow line that disappeared into his belt. Up close, she could see that perspiration had made it damp and curly. It whorled over the muscles and around his nipples, which the cooling breeze had drawn erect. Noticing that made her warm inside. She raised her eyes to his face. A bead of sweat trickled from beneath his loose, wind-blown hair and ran into his eyebrow. She curbed the temptation to catch it on her fingertip. His day-old beard went well with the grime and sweat on his face. It was an effort for her to keep her mind on business. "Have you arrested Plummet?" "We tried," he said. "He's vanished. His family, they're all at home looking guilty as hell, but playing dumb about the preacher's whereabouts. I'm not worried about it. He won't go far. We'll run down the roster of his congregation. Somebody's hiding him. He'll surface sooner or later. When he does, I'd like to be there when you question him." He tossed the rock to the ground. "What are you doing here?" "I came to have tea with Sarah Jo." In response to his incredulous expression, she said, "Her idea, not mine." "Well, have fun," he said sardonically. He turned his back on her and sauntered toward the barn. Angus was standing on the porch of the house, feet widespread, overseeing the activity. As she approached, she tried not to let her apprehension show. She wasn't certain how she would be received. "You're right on time," he said, so he knew she was expected. "Hello, Angus?" "Punctuality is a virtue. So's having guts. You've got 'em, little lady." He nodded his approval. "It took guts for you to show your face around here today." He appraised her through squinted eyes. "In that respect, you're a lot like your mama." She was no shrinking violet, no, he chuckled. "I saw her hold her own with those two hellions, Reed and Junior, many a time." His chuckles faded into silent smiles of fond remembrance as he contemplated the horizon. If she'd lived, she'd have become quite a woman. His eyes came back to Alex. "She'd have been like you, I guess. If I'd ever had a daughter, I'd have wanted her to be like you." Discomfited by the unexpected statement, she said, "I apologize for being even remotely connected to this, Angus." She made a sweeping gesture that encompassed all the damage. "I hope Reed finds whoever did it. I hope they're prosecuted and convicted. Yeah, so do I. Most of it I can overlook." He glanced down at the broken window glass on the porch. "But that was a terrible waste of good horseflesh. I hate like hell that Reed lost him. He took pride in saving up enough to buy him." "He seemed extremely upset," Alex said, turning to watch as Reed went to his truck and spoke into the radio transmitter. "More like enraged. He's as jealous as a mama bear when it comes to anything that belongs to him. It's understandable, I guess, considering how he grew up. Didn't have a pot to piss in, not even anybody to look out for him. Lived on hand-me-downs and handouts. Once you've been a scavenger in order to survive, I reckon it's a tough habit to break. He's mean and testy because at times his life depended on it." Junior breezed through the front door then, beaming his famous smile. He was in an inappropriately jovial mood. Unlike Reed and Angus, his clothes were spotless. If he'd ever broken a sweat, one couldn't tell it by looking at him now. After greeting Alex warmly, he said, "Y'all wouldn't believe the telephone conversation I just had. One of the owners called to check on her mare that's in foal. Bad news travels fast in racehorse circles," he informed Alex. "Anyway, she had this high falsetto voice and was saying, 'My poor baby must have been scared out of her wits.' I reassured her that the mare was in another barn, but she kept me on the phone for half an hour, making me swear that her baby and her baby's baby were okay." He had imitated the woman's warbling soprano voice. Angus and Alex were laughing. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, Alex caught Reed watching them. He was standing perfectly still, and though it was too far away to tell, she was certain he didn't like what he saw. His resentment seemed to ride the airwaves until they struck her with near palpable force. "I'd better go inside or I'll be late for tea," she told the men. Junior laid a hand on her shoulder. "Mother wants to make amends for her outburst last night. She was tickled pink when you accepted her invitation. She's looking forward to seeing you." Chapter 25. Loopy took her coat and led her upstairs. The maid paused outside a door and gave it a soft tap. "Come in." Loopy swung the door open but didn't go in, taking that as her cue. Alex stepped across the threshold into a room that could have been a movie set. Her remark was spontaneous and genuine. "What a beautiful room. Thank you. I like it." Sarah Jo looked beyond Alex's shoulder. Close the door, please, Loopy. You know, I can't stand that draft, and the racket those workers are making is deplorable. Bring up the tea tray right away. Yes, ma'am. The housekeeper withdrew, leaving them alone. Alex stood near the door, feeling self-conscious in her low-heeled suede boots and long wool skirt. There was nothing wrong with her totally black ensemble, but it seemed glaringly modern and out of place in this ultra-feminine Victorian room, which smelled like a perfumery. Hostess looked as right in the setting as a whirling ballerina in a musical jewelry box. The ruffles along the neckline of her white blouse were duplicated around her slender wrists. She was wearing a soft beige skirt that fanned out around her where she sat on a robin's egg blue damask divan near the window. The afternoon sunlight created a halo around her hair. Come in and sit down. She motioned toward a dainty chair near her. Usually poised, Alex felt gauche as she crossed the carpeted floor. Thank you for inviting me. This was a very good idea. It was mandatory that I apologize as soon as possible for what I said to you last night. Never mind, it's forgotten. Junior and Angus seemed to have forgiven her for the unwitting role she had played in the act of vandalism. In return, she could be forgiving towards Sarah Jo. Curious, she took in her surroundings. This truly is a lovely room. Did you decorate it yourself? Sarah Jo offered a laugh as frail as the hand she raised to her throat to fiddle with the ruffles. My, yes, I wouldn't let one of those dreadful decorators inside my house. Actually, I copied my room back home item by item as closely as I could. Angus says it's too fussy. Alex searched discreetly for something masculine, a shred of evidence that a man had been inside the room. There was none. As though reading her mind, Sarah Jo said, he keeps his things in another room, through there. Alex followed the direction of her gaze to a closed door. Come in, Loopy. Sarah Jo said at the housekeeper's soft knock. Here's our tea. While Loopy was arranging the silver service on the tea table, Alex asked conversationally, You mentioned home? Mrs. Minton? Kentucky, right? Yes, horse country, hunt country. I loved it so. Her wistful gaze drifted toward the window. The panorama didn't offer much to please the eyes, just miles of dun-colored earth, until it blurred into the horizon. They watched a tumbleweed roll across the stone patio and land in the swimming pool. The landscaping around it was as dead and brown as a cotton field after harvest. It's so barren here, I miss the green. Of course, we have acres of irrigated pasture for the horses, but somehow it's not the same. Her head came back around slowly, and she thanked the maid with a nod. Loopy withdrew. How do you take your tea? Lemon and sugar, please. 1 lump. Sarah Jo practiced a ritual that Alex thought had died 2 generations ago. She did it meticulously. Her pale, translucent hands moved fluidly. Alex realized then why the custom had died in contemporary America. No one would have the time. Sandwich, cucumber, and cream cheese. Then, by all means, Alex replied with a smile. Sarah Jo also added 2 tea cakes to the small plate before passing it to Alex, who had spread a lacy napkin over her lap. Thank you. She sipped her tea and pronounced it perfect. The sandwich was only a sliver of crust-trimmed bread, but the filling was cool and creamy. She hoped her stomach wouldn't make a rude noise when it greedily devoured the inadequate portion. She had slept through breakfast. It had seemed superfluous to eat lunch so soon before tea time. Starting on one of the tea cakes, she asked, Have you returned to Kentucky often for visits? Her hostess prepared her own tea and stirred it idly. Only twice for my parents' funerals. I didn't mean to bring up a sad topic. I have no family left, except for Angus and Junior. Anybody with character learns to live with losses. She replaced her cup and saucer on the table so carefully that the china didn't even clink. Keeping her head lowered, she looked up at Alex from beneath her brows. Only you haven't, have you? Alex returned the uneaten half of the sugar cookie to her plate, knowing intuitively that they had reached the reason behind this invitation to tea. Haven't what? You haven't learned that it's best to let the dead remain dead. The lines of battle had been drawn. Alex returned all the tea implements to the silver tray, even the spiderwebby napkin from her lap. Are you referring to my mother? Precisely. This investigation of yours has upset my entire household, Miss Gaither. I apologize for the inconvenience. The circumstances make it unavoidable. Thugs vandalized my property, threatening the health and life of every horse we own or board, thereby our livelihood. That was an unfortunate incident. I can't tell you how truly sorry I am for it, Alex said, appealing to the woman to understand. I had nothing to do with it. You must believe that. Sarah Jo drew a deep breath. The ruffles around her neck quivered with suppressed indignation and dislike. Her hostility was so palpable that Alex wondered again what possible reason she had had for inviting her here. The need to apologize had been a ruse. Apparently, Sarah Jo wanted to vent a long-harbored grudge. How much do you know about your mother and her relationships with Junior and Reed Lambert? Only what my grandmother told me, coupled with what I've gathered since talking to people here in Purcell. They were like a unit, she said, lapsing into a faint, reflective voice, and Alex realized that she had slipped into her own private world. A little club unto themselves. You rarely saw one without seeing the other too. I've noticed that in candid shots in their high school yearbooks, there are lots of pictures of the three of them. Alex had pored over the photographs on those glossy pages, looking for clues, anything that might benefit her investigation. I didn't want Junior to get so deeply involved with them, Sarah Jo was saying. Reed was a hoodlum, the son of the town drunk, of all things. And your mother, well, there were many reasons why I didn't want him to become attached to her. Name one, mainly because of how it was between her and Reed. I knew Junior would always be her second choice. It galled me that she could even exercise a choice. She wasn't worthy of the right to choose, she said bitterly. But Junior adored her, no matter what I said. Just as I feared, he fell in love with her. Suddenly, her eyes focused sharply on her guest. And I have a sick feeling that he'll fall in love with you too. You're wrong. Oh, I'm sure you'll see to it that he does. Reed too, probably. That would round out the triangle again, wouldn't it? Don't you want to pit them against each other like she did? No. Sarah Jo's eyes narrowed with malice. Your mother was a tramp. Up to this point, Alex had carefully controlled her tongue. But since her hostess was maligning her late mother, she dismissed her manners. I take exception to that slanderous remark, Mrs. Minton. Sarah Jo gave a negligent wave of her hand. No matter. It's the truth. I knew she was common and coarse the first time I met her. Oh, she was pretty, in a lush, flamboyant way, much like you. Her eyes moved over Alex critically. Alex was tempted to get up and walk out. The only thing that kept her sitting in that spindly chair was the hope that Sarah Jo would inadvertently impart some scrap of valuable information. Your mother laughed too loud, played too hard, loved too well. Emotions were to her what a bottle of liquor is to a drunkard. She overindulged and had no control over exhibiting her feelings. She sounds very honest, Alex said with pride. The world might be better off if people openly expressed what they were feeling. Her words fell on deaf ears. Whatever a man needed or wanted her to be at the moment, Sarah Jo continued, she was. Selena was an unconscionable flirt. Every man she met fell in love with her. She made certain of it. She would do anything to guarantee it. Enough was enough. I won't let you disparage a woman who's not around to defend herself. It's ugly and cruel of you, Mrs. Minton. The room, which had been as fresh as a greenhouse when she had come in, now seemed suffocating. She had to get out. I'm leaving. Not yet. Sarah Jo stood up when Alex did. Selena loved Reed as much as she was capable of loving anyone except herself. What concern was that of yours? Because she wanted Junior too, and she let him know it. Your grandmother, that stupid woman, was giddy over the idea of a match between our children. As if I'd let Junior marry Selena, she sneered. Merle Graham even called me once and suggested that we as future in-laws get together and become better acquainted. God, I would have sooner died. She was a telephone operator, she said, laughing scornfully. There was never any chance of Selena Graham becoming my daughter-in-law. I made that quite clear to your grandmother and to Junior. He moped and whined over that girl until I wanted to scream. She raised her small fists as though she still might do so. Why couldn't he see her for what she was? A selfish, manipulative little bitch. And now you. She stepped around the small tea table to confront Alex. Alex was taller, but Sarah Jo had years of cultivated anger to make her strong. Her delicate body was trembling with wrath. Lately, all he can talk about is you, just like it used to be with Selena. I have not led Junior on Mrs. Minton. There could never be a romantic entanglement between us. We could be friends, maybe, once this investigation is resolved. Don't you see, Sarah? Joe cried. That's exactly how it was with her. She abused his friendship because he was clinging to the vain hope that it would develop into something deeper. All he is to you is a suspect in a murder case. You'll use him, just like your mother did. That simply isn't true. Sarah Jo swayed as though about to swoon. Why did you have to come here? I want to know why my mother was murdered. You're the reason, she said, pointing a finger straight at Alex's heart. Selena's illegitimate baby. Alex fell back a step, sucking in a sharp, painful breath. What did you say? She gasped. Sarah Jo composed herself. The suffusion of color in her face receded, and it returned to its normal porcelain hue. You were illegitimate. That's a lie, Alex denied breathlessly. My mother was married to Al Gaither. I've seen the marriage license. Grandma Graham saved it. They were married, but not until after she came back from El Paso and discovered she was pregnant. You're a liar. Alex gripped the back of the chair. Why are you lying to me? It's not a lie. The reason I'm telling you should be clear. I'm trying to protect my family from your vengeful destruction. Being the richest woman in this horrid, ugly little town is the only thing that makes it tolerable. I like being married to the most influential man in the county. I won't let you destroy everything Angus has created for me. I won't let you cause dissent in my family. Selena did this time. I won't allow it. Ladies, Junior came into the room laughing indulgently. What is all the shouting about? See a spider? His manner changed drastically when he sensed the seething animosity between them. It was sulfuric, as real as the ozone in the air after lightning has struck nearby. Mother, Alex, what's wrong? Alex stared at Sarah Jo, whose face was as serene and complacent as a cameo. Alex spun toward the door, sending the small chair toppling over. She rushed from the room and clambered down the stairs. Junior gave his mother a searching look. She turned her back on him and returned to the divan, picked up her teacup and took a sip. Junior raced down the stairs after Alex and caught up with her at the front door, where she was unsuccessfully trying to work her arms into the sleeves of her coat. He grabbed her upper arms. What the hell is going on? Alex averted her head so he wouldn't see her tears. She tried to disengage his hands. Nothing. You hardly look like you've been to a tea party. Tea-ha, Alex said, tossing back her head. She didn't invite me out here to drink tea. She sniffed and batted her eyes in an effort to keep the tears from falling. I guess I should thank her for telling me. Telling you what? That I was a biological accident. Junior's face went blank with shock. It's true then, isn't it? Junior's hands fell away from her arms and he tried to turn away, reversing their positions. Alex gripped his arm and forced him back around. Isn't it? Her tears finally overflowed her eyelids. Say something, Junior. He looked uncomfortable with admitting the truth. It was Alex who verbally pieced together the scenario. Selena came back from El Paso. She'd had her fling with a soldier and was ready to reconcile with Reed. They probably would have too if it hadn't been for me, right? She covered her face with her hands. Oh God, no wonder he hates me so much. Junior pulled her hands away from her face and looked at her with sincere blue eyes. Reed doesn't hate you, Alex. None of us did then, or do now. She laughed shortly, bitterly. I'll bet Albert Gaither hated the very thought of me. He was forced to get married. Her eyes went round, and she spoke in a rapid, short-winded, staccato voice. This explains so much why Grandma Graham was strict about my dating, who I went with, what time I got home, where I'd been. I resented her for being so inflexible because I'd never given her any reason to mistrust me. I guess her overprotectiveness was justified, wasn't it? Her voice rose to a near hysterical pitch. Her daughter got knocked up, and 25 years ago, that was still a definite sin. Alex, stop this. That explains why Grandma never really loved me. I ruined Selena's life, and she never forgave me for it. Selena couldn't have Reed, couldn't have you, couldn't have a future, and all because of me. Oh God, the curse or prayer was cried in a wailing voice. Alex turned away from him and yanked the door open. She ran across the porch and down the steps toward her car. Alex, he started after her. What the hell's going on? Angus demanded as Alex rushed past him toward her car. Leave her alone, you two. Sarah Jo was standing at the top of the stairs where she had watched and overheard everything. Junior spun around. Mother, how could you? How could you hurt Alex that way? I didn't tell her to hurt her. What'd you tell her? Angus asked. He filled up the open doorway, baffled and impatient because no one was answering his questions. Of course it hurt her, Junior said. You knew it would. Why tell her at all? Because she needed to know. The only one who can hurt Alex is Alex herself. She's chasing an illusion. The mother she's looking for didn't exist in Selena Gaither. Merle filled her head with a lot of nonsense about how wonderful Selena was. She forgot to tell the girl how devious her mother was. It was time Alex found out. Shit. Angus cursed. Will somebody please tell me what the hell is going on? Chapter 26. Angus quietly closed the bedroom door behind him as he came in. Sarah Jo, propped against the pillows on their bed, laid her book aside and peered at him over the rims of the glasses that were perched on the tip of her nose. Coming to bed so early? She looked about as harmful as a butterfly, but Angus knew that her frail appearance camouflaged an iron will. If she ever gave ground, it was out of indifference, not defeat. I want to talk to you. About what? About what happened this afternoon. She pressed her fingers to her temples. It gave me quite a headache. That's why I didn't come down to dinner. Taken anything? Yes. It's better now. They had repeated this same exchange regarding her headaches nearly every day of their marriage. Don't sit on the bedspread, she scolded as he lowered himself to the edge of the bed. He waited until she had folded back the quilted satin spread, then sat down close to her hip. My, you look so downcast tonight, Angus, she said with concern. What's the matter? Not more maniacs on our property, I hope. No. Thank God the only horse that was injured belonged to Reed. Angus let that pass without comment. Sarah Jo resented Reed, and Angus knew why. Her feelings toward him would never change, so berating her for the uncharitable remark would serve no purpose. What he had come to discuss was a delicate subject. He took a moment to choose his words carefully. Sarah Jo, about this afternoon, I was quite upset by it, she said, drawing her lips into a pretty frown. You were upset? Angus forcibly tamped down his impatience. He needed to hear her side of the story before jumping to conclusions. What about Alex's feelings? She was upset too, naturally. Wouldn't you be if you'd found out you were a bastard? No, he said with a gruff, humorless laugh. Wouldn't surprise me if I was. I never checked to see if my parents had a marriage license, and it wouldn't have mattered to me if they didn't. His brows drew together. But I'm an ornery old cuss, and Alex is a sensitive young woman. I felt that she was strong enough to take it. Obviously, she wasn't. She ran past me without even seeing me. She was practically in hysterics when she left. Sarah Jo's smile crumpled. Are you blaming me for telling her? Do you think it was wrong? When she looked up at him with that apprehensive little lost girl look, his heart melted. It always had. Angus took her hand. He could have crushed it like a flower between his rough palms, but he had learned over the years not to exert too much pressure when he caressed her. I'm not blaming you for telling her, honey. I'm just questioning the wisdom of it. I wish you had discussed it with Junior and me before you did. It was something she could have gone throughout her life not knowing. I disagree, Sarah Jo argued petulantly. What difference does it make now if her mama and daddy weren't married until after she was in the oven? Hell, that's so commonplace now, it's not even considered a sin anymore. It makes a difference in the way she views Selena. Up until now, she's had her on a pedestal. So what? Selena hardly deserves a pedestal. Sarah Jo snapped. I thought it was time everybody stopped pussyfooting around with Alex and set her straight about her mother. Why? Why? Because she's trying to ruin us. That's why I decided to stop catering to her and to fight back. I used the only ammunition I had, as usual, during scenes like this. Sarah Jo became overwrought. I was only trying to protect you and Junior. Actually, Angus thought it had taken a tremendous amount of courage for Sarah Jo to confront a self-assured woman like Alex. He still thought Sarah Jo could have refrained from telling Alex about her folks, but her motive had been unselfish. She'd been protecting her family. Her valiant effort deserved better than his criticism. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. I appreciate your fighting spirit, but none of us needs your protection, honey. He laughed at the thought. How could a little thing like you protect one of us big, strapping boys? I've got plenty of money and plenty of know-how to handle any little problem that crops up. A redhead that only stands 5 feet 6 inches tall is hardly worth a second's worry. If you could resurrect that odious pasty hickam, I'm sure he would disagree, she said. Look what happened to him. Unlike you and Junior, and obviously every other man, I'm immune to the girl's charms. Her voice developed an edge of desperation. Angus, can't you see it? Junior is falling in love with her. I fail to see why that's so god-awful, he said with a beaming smile. It would be a disaster, Sarah Jo cried softly. Her mother broke his heart. Don't you care about that? Frowning, Angus reminded her that was a long time ago, and Alex isn't like her mother. I'm not so sure. Sarah Jo stared into space. Alex isn't fickle and flighty like Selena was, he said. She's a tad too bossy, but maybe Junior needs that. He walked all over his other wives, and they laid down and let him do it. Maybe he needs a wife who'll tell him what's what. Where is he, by the way? Is he still angry with me? She asked anxiously. He was upset, but he'll get over it like he always does. He said he was going out to get drunk. They laughed together. Sarah Jo was the first to turn serious again. I hope he'll drive safely. He will probably be spending the night out. Oh, wouldn't surprise me, Angus said. Alex needs some time to sort herself out. Junior might be carrying a torch, but he's not dead from the waist down. He'll find a woman who'll give him the comfort he needs tonight. His gaze lowered to his wife's décolletage, which was smooth and luminescent with the body powder she had used after her bath. He's got a man's appetites, just like his daddy. Oh, Angus, she sighed wearily, as his hand waded through layers of lace in search of her breast. I could use some comforting myself. You men, is that all you ever think about? You make me horny. Don't use that kind of language. It's crude, and I don't want to do this tonight. My headache's coming back. His kiss cut off any further objections. She submitted, as he knew she would. She always put up token resistance, but she never refused him. From the cradle, she had been coached to accept her marital duties, just as she had to properly serve tea. That she responded to him out of a sense of obligation rather than passion didn't stop him from wanting her. It might even have enhanced his desire. Angus enjoyed a challenge. He undressed quickly and lowered himself on top of her. He fumbled with the buttons on her gown and finally managed, with no assistance from her, to get it open. Her breasts were as pert and shapely as they had been on their wedding night, when he had first beheld and touched them. He kissed them now with polite restraint. Her nipples were small. His stroking tongue was rarely successful in coaxing them erect. He doubted she knew they were supposed to get erect, unless some of those novels she read were more sexually explicit than he suspected. She winced slightly when he entered her. He pretended not to see her grimace. He tried not to sweat or make a sound or do anything that she would consider nasty and unpleasant. He saved all his raunchiness for the widow lady he supported in the neighboring county. She didn't mind his crude language. In fact, she hooted with laughter over some of his more colorful expressions. She was as lusty a lover as he. She had large, dark, milky-tasting nipples that she would let him diddle with for hours if he wanted to. She even went down on him and let him go down on her. Each time he mounted her, her round thighs gripped his ass like a vice. She was a noisy comber and the only woman he'd ever met who could laugh in downright joy while she was screwing. They'd been together for over 20 years. She never asked for more of a commitment. She didn't expect one. They had a damn good time together. And he didn't know what he would do without her in his life. But he didn't love her. He loved Sarah Jo. Or at least he loved what she was, dainty and pure and refined and beautiful. He loved her as an art collector would love a sculpture or priceless alabaster that was to be touched only on special occasions, and then with the utmost care. Because she demanded it, he always wore a condom. And when he was done, he removed it carefully so her silk sheets wouldn't get soiled. While he was doing so tonight, he watched Sarah Jo fold down the hem of her nightgown, rebutton the buttons, and straighten the covers. Angus got back in bed, kissed her cheek, and put his arms around her. He loved holding her tiny body against his, loved touching her smooth, fragrant skin. He wanted to cherish her. To his disappointment, she removed his arm and said, "Go on to sleep now, Angus. I want to finish this chapter." She reopened her novel, which was no doubt as dry and lifeless as her lovemaking. Angus was ashamed of the disloyal thought as he rolled to his other side away from the light of her reading lamp. It never occurred to him to be ashamed of making the 30-mile trip to his mistress's house, which he planned to do tomorrow night. Stacy dropped the ceramic mug. It crashed and broke on the tile kitchen floor. "Good Lord," she breathed, clutching together the lapels of her velour robe. "Stacy, it's me!" The first knock on the back door had startled her so badly the mug had slipped from her hand. The voice speaking her name did nothing to restore her heart to its proper beat. For several moments she stood staring at the door, then rushed across the kitchen and pushed back the stiff, starched curtain. "Junior?" She didn't have sufficient air to say his name aloud. Her lips formed it soundlessly. Fumbling with the lock, she hastily unlatched the door and pulled it open, as though afraid he would vanish before she could do it. "Hi." His smile was uncomplicated and open, as if he knocked on her back door every night about this time. Did I hear something break? She reached up to touch his face and reassure herself he was really there, then shyly dropped her hand. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you." She glanced past him, searching her backyard for a plausible reason for her ex-husband to be standing on the steps. He laughed. "I've come alone. I just didn't want to ring the bell in case the judge had already gone to bed." "He has." Come in, remembering her manners. She moved aside. Junior stepped in. They stood facing each other in the harsh kitchen light, which wasn't very flattering to Stacy, who had already cleaned her face and prepared for bed. She had fantasized about him coming to her one night, but now that it had happened, she was immobilized and rendered mute by disbelief. Myriad professions of love and devotion rushed through her mind, but she knew he wouldn't welcome hearing them. She resorted to safe subjects. Dad went to bed early. His stomach was upset. I made him some warm milk. I decided to make cocoa out of what I had left over. Unable to take her eyes off him, she gestured nervously toward the stove where the milk was about to scorch in the pan. Junior went to the range and turned off the burner. "Cocoa, huh? Your cocoa. There's none better. Got enough for 2 cups? Of course. You mean you're staying?" "For a while, if you'll have me." "Yes," she said with a rush of air. "Yes. Usually adept in the kitchen." Stacy clumsily prepared 2 cups of cocoa. She couldn't imagine why he'd chosen tonight to come see her. She didn't care. It was enough that he was here. When she handed him his cocoa, he smiled disarmingly and asked, "Do you have any spirits in the house?" He followed her into the living room, where several bottles of liquor were stored in a cabinet, to be taken out only on the most special occasions. "This isn't your first drink of the night, is it?" she asked, as she tilted the spout of the brandy bottle against his mug of chocolate. "No, it isn't." Lowering his voice, he whispered, "I smoked a joint, too." Her lips pursed with stern disapproval. "You know how I feel about dope, Junior? Marijuana isn't dope. It is so— Stacy," he whined, bending down to kiss her ear. "An ex-wife has no right to scold." The touch of his lips made her insides flutter. Her censure melted as quickly as ice cream in August. "I didn't mean to scold. I just wondered why, after all this time, you came to me tonight. I wanted to." She knew that to Junior's mind that was reason enough. He sprawled on the sofa and pulled her down beside him. "No, leave the lamp off," he told her when she reached for the switch. "Let's just sit here and drink our cocoa together. I heard about the trouble out at the ranch," she said after a quiet moment. "It's all cleaned up now. Can't tell it ever happened. It could have been a lot worse." She touched him hesitantly. "You could have been hurt." He set his empty cup on the coffee table and sighed. "You're still concerned for my safety. Always. No one's ever been as sweet to me as you, Stacy. I've missed you." He reached for her hand and pressed it between his. "You look worn out and troubled." "I am. Over the vandalism?" "No." He slumped deeper into the cushions of the couch and rested his head on the back of it. "This mess we're in about Selena's murder. It's depressing as hell." He tilted his head until it was lying on her shoulder. You smell good. It's a smell I've missed. So clean." He nuzzled her neck. "What bothers you so much about this investigation?" "Nothing specific." "It's Alex. She and Mother had a row today. Mother let it slip that Selena got knocked up and had to get married to her soldier. It wasn't a pretty scene." His arm slid around her waist. Automatically, Stacy lifted her hands to cradle his cheek and pressed his head against her breasts. "I lied to her," she confessed in a small voice. "A lie of omission," Junior mumbled with disinterest. "I never told her I was in the barn the day Selena was killed." "How come you did that?" "I didn't want her hounding me with questions. I hate her for causing you trouble again, Junior." "Alex can't help it. It's not her fault." It was a familiar refrain, one that set Stacy's teeth on edge. Junior had often said the same thing about Selena. No matter how shabbily she treated him, he had never spoken a harsh, critical word against her. "I hate this girl of Selena's as much as I did her," Stacy whispered. The alcohol and strong Mexican grass had dulled Junior's thinking. "Never mind all that now. This feels good, doesn't it?" he murmured, as his lips followed his hand inside her robe to her breast. His damp tongue glanced her nipple. "You always liked for me to do that?" "I still do, really. And this. Do you still like this?" he asked, sucking her nipple into his mouth and pushing his hand into the furry, damp warmth between her thighs. She groaned his name. "I'll understand if you don't want me to." He pulled away slightly. "No," she said quickly, guiding his head back down and clenching her thighs closed around his hand. "I do want you to, please. Stacy, Stacy, your tender, loving care is just what I need tonight. I could always count on you to make me feel better." He raised his head from her breast and gave her mouth a long, slow, thorough kiss. "Remember what always made me feel better than anything?" he asked, his lips resting on hers. "Yes." She looked up at him solemnly. He smiled as beatifically as an angel. When he looked at her that way, she couldn't deny him anything. Not when they were teenagers, not when they were married, not now, not ever. Stacy Wallace Minton, the judge's proper straight-laced daughter, immediately dropped to her knees in front of him, hastily opened his fly, and took him into her hungry mouth. "Ms. Gaither, ma'am? Ms. Gaither, you in there!" Alex had been dozing, roused by the knocking on her door, which had been repaired. She woke up to find that she was sprawled on top of the bedspread, stiff and cold. Her eyes were swollen from crying. "What do you want?" Her voice amounted to little more than a croak. "Go away. Is your phone off the hook, ma'am?" "Damn." She swung her feet to the side of the bed. Her clothes were wrinkled and bunched around her. She shook them back into place as she walked to the window and pulled aside the drape. The motel's night clerk was standing at the door. "I took the phone off the hook so I wouldn't be disturbed," she told him through the window. He peered in at her, obviously, glad to see that she was still alive. "Sorry to bother you then, ma'am, but there's this guy trying to get in touch with you. He's been arguing with me saying you couldn't be talking on your phone for this long." "What guy?" "Happer or Harris or something," he mumbled, consulting the slip of paper he'd brought with him. He held it closer to the light over her door. "Can't quite make out my writing here, spelling ain't so good." "Harper? Greg Harper? I reckon that's it. Yes, ma'am." Alex dropped the drape back into place, slid the chain lock free, and opened the door. Did he say what he wanted? Sure did. Said for me to tell you that you was to be in Austin tomorrow morning for a 10 o'clock meeting. Alex stared at the clerk, stupefied. You must have gotten the message wrong. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? That's what he said, and I didn't get it wrong because I wrote it down right here. He showed her the slip of paper with the message scrawled in pencil. The man's been calling you all afternoon and was pawed because he couldn't get you. Finally, he said he was going out for the evening and for me to come to your room and hand-deliver the message, which I done, so good night. Wait. Look, I'm supposed to be tending the switchboard. Did he say what kind of meeting this was? Why it was so urgent? Nah, only that you're supposed to be there. He stood there expectantly. With mumbled thanks, she pressed a dollar bill into his hand, and he loped off in the direction of the lobby. Thoughtfully, Alex closed her door and reread the message. It made no sense. It wasn't like Greg to be so cryptic. It wasn't like him to call meetings that were virtually impossible to make either. When the bafflement began to wear off, the enormity of her dilemma set in. She had to be in Austin by 10 o'clock in the morning. It was already dark. If she left now, she would have to drive most of the night and would arrive in Austin in the wee hours. If she waited until morning, she would have to leave dreadfully early and then be on a deadline to get there in time. Either choice was wretched, and she wasn't mentally or emotionally fit to make a decision. Then an idea occurred to her before she could talk herself out of it. She placed a telephone call, Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Lambert, please. He's not here. Can anybody else help? No, thank you. I need to speak with him personally. Excuse me, ma'am, but is this Miss Gaither? Yes, it is. Where are you? In my motel room. Why? That's where Reed's headed. He should be there by now. Then he paused and asked, Say, are you all right? Of course I'm all right. I think I hear the sheriff pulling up now. Thank you. Alex hung up and moved to the window in time to see Reed get out of his truck and rush toward her door. She flung it open. He drew up abruptly, almost losing his balance. Please don't kick it in again. Don't be cute with me, he said, glowering darkly. What the hell is going on? Nothing. Like hell. He gestured toward the bedside telephone. Its innocence seemed to provoke him further. He pointed toward it accusingly. I've been calling for hours, and all I got is a busy signal. I took it off the hook. What was so important? I heard what happened this afternoon between you and Sarah Jo. Her shoulders dropped dejectedly, and she released a long breath. She had almost forgotten about that in her perplexity over Greg's summons. She had never checked the date on her parents' marriage license. It wouldn't necessarily be conclusive anyway. As an attorney, she knew that dates, even on so-called legal documents, could be falsified. The way everyone had reacted to Sarah Jo's revelation, she knew it was true. She had been conceived illegitimately. You should have been there, Sheriff. I made a spectacle of myself. You would have been thoroughly entertained. Her flippancy didn't improve his mood. Why'd you take your phone off the hook? To get some rest. What did you think, that I took an overdose of sleeping pills or gave my wrists a close shave? He gave the sarcastic question credence. Maybe. Then you don't know me very well, she told him angrily. I don't give in that easily, and I'm not ashamed that my parents had to get married. I didn't say you were or that you should be. That was their mistake. It has nothing to do with me as a person, okay? Okay, so stop thinking, oh hell, I don't care what you're thinking, she said, rubbing her temples. She was more annoyed with herself than with him. Lashing out was only an indication of how upset she really was. I need your help, Reed. What kind of help? Can you fly me to Austin? The request took him by surprise. He pulled himself upright from where he had complacently slouched against the framework of the recently repaired doorway. Fly you to Austin? Why? Business with Greg Harper. I need to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning for a meeting. Chapter 27. They were in the air less than an hour later, on a southeasterly course toward the state capitol. Alex had used a quarter of that hour to get herself looking human again. She had washed her face in cold water, applied fresh makeup, brushed her hair, and changed into a pair of wool slacks and a sweater. Whatever she wore to the meeting in the morning could come out of her closet at home. On the way to Purcell's municipal airfield, Reed stopped at a hamburger joint and picked up the order he'd phoned ahead for. There was a single-engine Cessna waiting for them on the tarmac when they arrived at the landing strip. The sheriff knew how to pull strings. Purcell was no more than a patch of glittering light on the black carpet beneath them before she thought to ask, "Does this plane belong to you?" "Minton Enterprises. Angus gave me permission to use it. Pass me one of those cheeseburgers." She devoured almost half of hers. Sarah Joe's cucumber sandwich hadn't gone far before she came up for air. "When did you learn to fly?" Reed munched a French fry. "I was about 8. 8. I had salvaged an old beat-up bike from a junkyard and repaired it well enough to get around on. I pedaled out to the airfield every chance I got. It must be 3 miles from town," she exclaimed. I didn't care. I'd have gone twice that far. The planes intrigued me. The old guy who ran the place was as testy as a rattlesnake, a real loner, but he kept a strawberry soda pop waiting for me in his ancient icebox. I guess I pestered the snot out of him, but he didn't seem to mind all my questions. One day, he looked over at me and said, "I gotta check out this plane. Want to go along for the ride?" I nearly peed my pants. Reed probably didn't realize that he was smiling over the happy memory. Alex remained silent so he wouldn't be reminded that she was there. She enjoyed his smile. It attractively emphasized the fine lines at the outer corners of his eyes and those around his mouth. "God, it was great," he said, as though he could feel the surge of pleasure again. I hadn't discovered sex yet, so flying was the best thing that had happened to me. From up there, everything looked so peaceful, so clean. An escape from the awful realities of his childhood, Alex thought compassionately. She wanted to touch him but didn't dare. She was about to venture down a rocky, hazardous path. One wrong word or turn of phrase would spell doom, so she felt her way carefully. Quietly, she asked, "Reed, why didn't you tell me that my mother was pregnant when she came back from El Paso?" "Because it doesn't make any difference, not now, but it did 25 years ago. She didn't want to marry my father. She had to. Now that you know, what has it changed? Not a goddamn thing." "Perhaps," she replied uncertainly. After another brief silence, she said, "I was the quarrel, wasn't I?" He looked at her sharply. "What?" Letting her head fall back on the headrest, she sighed. "I wondered why the two of you didn't kiss and make up when she got back that summer. Knowing how much and how long you had cared for each other, I wondered what could possibly keep you apart after a silly lover spat. Now I know. It wasn't silly. It was more than a spat. It was me. I kept you apart. I was the quarrel. It wasn't you. It was." Grandma Graham had said it was her fault that Selena had been killed. Everything Alex uncovered was bearing that out. Had Selena, by having another man's child, driven her passionate, jealous, possessive lover to kill her? "Reed, did you murder my mother because of me?" "Damn," he swore viciously. "I could strangle Sarah Joe for telling you about that. My quarrel with Selena wasn't over you, not originally anyway." "Then what? Sex?" Swiveling his head around, he glared at her. "Okay, sex? Yeah, sex. You were pressuring her too, and she wouldn't." His jaw tensed. "It was the other way around, counselor." "What?" Alex exclaimed. "You expect me to believe? I don't give a rat's ass what you believe. It's the truth. Selena wanted to get a head start on our future, and I wouldn't. Next, you're going to tell me that you had an unselfish, noble reason," Alex said, tongue-in-cheek. "Right? My own parents?" he said without inflection. "My old man got my mother pregnant when she was barely 15. They had to get married. Look how great that turned out. I wouldn't take a chance on the same thing happening to Selena and me." Alex's heart was thudding with gladness, disbelief, and emotions that were too complex to examine. "You mean that you never?" "No, we never." She believed him. There was no mendacity in his expression, only bitterness, and perhaps a trace of regret. "Hadn't you heard of birth control? I used rubbers with other girls, but—" "So there were others?" "I'm not a monk, for Chris' sake." "The Gale sisters," he said with a shrug. "Lots of others. There were always willing girls available, especially to you." He shot her a hard look. "Why weren't you concerned that you'd impregnate one of them? They all slept around. I would be one of many. But Selena would have slept only with you." "That's right." Until she went to El Paso and met Al Gaither. Alex mused out loud. He was just a means to make you jealous, wasn't he? On a humorless laugh, she added, she overshot her mark and manufactured me. They lapsed into silence. Alex didn't even notice. She was lost in her turbulent thoughts about her mother, Reed, and their unconsummated love affair. It's really beautiful up here at night, isn't it? She said dreamily, unaware that almost half an hour had passed since they had last spoken. I thought you'd fallen asleep. No. She watched a bank of clouds drift between them and the moon. Did you ever take my mother flying? A few times, at night, he hesitated. Once. Did she like it? She was scared, as I recall. They gave her hell, didn't they? Who? Everybody. When word got out that Selena Graham was pregnant, I'll bet the gossip spread like wildfire. You know how it is in a small town? I kept her from graduating high school. Look, Alex, you didn't keep her from doing anything, he argued angrily. All right, she made a mistake. She got too hot with a soldier boy, or he took advantage of her. However the hell it happened. With the edge of his hand, he chopped the air between them in a gesture of finality. You didn't have anything to do with the act or the consequences of it. You said so yourself just a few hours ago, remember? I'm not condemning my mother or stigmatizing myself, Reed. I feel sorry for her. She couldn't attend school even though she was legally married. Alex wrapped her arms around her sides, giving herself a huge hug. I think she was a very special lady. She could have given me up for adoption, but she didn't. Even after my father was killed, she kept me with her. She loved me and was willing to make tremendous sacrifices for me. She had the courage to carry me in a town where everybody was talking about her. Don't bother denying it. I know they did. She was popular. She fell from grace. Anyone harboring malice toward her was delighted. That's human nature. If they were, they didn't dare show it. Because you were still her knight, weren't you? Junior and me, you closed ranks around her. I guess you could put it like that. Your friendship probably meant more to her then than at any other time. He gave a non-committal lift of his shoulders. She studied his profile for a moment. The rocky path had led her to the cliff, and she was about to take the plunge. Reed, if Selena hadn't died, would you have gotten married? No, he answered without a second's hesitation. Alex was surprised. She didn't quite believe him. Why not? Lots of reasons, but essentially because of Junior. She hadn't expected that. What about him? While Selena was pregnant, they became very close. He just about had her talked into marrying him when she died. Do you think she would have, eventually? I don't know. He slid Alex a sardonic glance. Junior's quite a ladies' man. He can be very persuasive. Look, Reed, I told Sarah Jo. Now I'm telling you that, shh, they're passing us off to Austin Radar. He spoke into the headset. When the formalities had been dispensed with, he coaxed someone in the airport tower to arrange a rental car for him. By the time he had gone through that procedure, they were approaching the lighted runway. Buckled up? Yes. He executed a flawless landing. Alex thought later that she must have been in a daze because she barely remembered getting from the plane to the rented car without having to concentrate. She gave Reed directions to her condo. It was located in a fashionable yuppie neighborhood where Evian was the drink of preference, every kitchen had a walk, and membership in a health club was as mandatory as a driver's license. A line of thunderstorms hadn't hampered their flight, but had moved in over the city by the time they reached her street. Raindrops began to splatter the windshield. Thunder rumbled. The one with all the newspapers scattered in the yard, Alex told him. You're a public prosecutor. Don't you know better than to advertise to thieves that you're out of town? Or is that your way of drumming up business? I forgot to stop delivery. He pulled to the curb, but he didn't turn off the motor. Several days ago, Alex would have been jubilant at the thought of returning home just for a temporary respite from the Westerner motel. But as she looked at the front door now, she felt no enthusiasm for going inside. The tears that clouded her vision weren't tears of joy. I've been gone for almost 3 weeks. Then I'd better walk up with you. He turned off the ignition and got out, impervious to the rain. He walked with her up the sidewalk, picking up the outdated newspapers as he went. He tossed them into a corner of her covered porch as she unlocked the door. "Don't forget to throw those papers away tomorrow," he said. "No, I won't." She reached inside and cut off her alarm system, which had begun to hum the moment she opened the door. "I guess that means it's safe inside. Do you want to meet at the airport tomorrow, or what?" She couldn't think beyond him driving away, leaving her alone in her condo. "I hadn't thought about it. I'll drop by the DA office around noon and ask for you." "How's that?" "Fine, I should be finished by then." "Okay, see ya." He turned to leave. Read. Instinctively, she reached for him. But when he turned, she pulled her hand back. "Would you like some coffee before you go?" "No, thanks. Where are you going now?" "I won't know till I get there. What did you have in mind, messing around?" "Oh, well, you'd better get inside. I haven't paid you yet." "For what? The plane? Your time? No charge." "I insist," he cursed. "The one thing I'm not going to argue with you about is money. Got that? Now. Good night." He turned and took 2 long strides before she called his name again. When he came back around, his eyes bore into hers. "I don't want to be alone tonight," she admitted in a rush. Even with all the crying she'd done that afternoon, her supply of tears hadn't been exhausted. They began to roll down her cheeks as steadily as the rainfall. "Please don't go, Reed. Stay with me." He moved back beneath the overhang, but his hair and shoulders were already damp. Placing his hands on his hips, he demanded, "Why? I just told you why. You've got to have a better reason than that, or you wouldn't have asked." "All right," she shouted at him. "I feel like crap. Is that reason enough?" "No, I'm hurting for what my mother must have suffered for my sake," she said, making a swipe at her leaking eyes. "I'm no doctor. I need to be held. Sorry, I've got other plans." "Don't you care that I'm appealing to you for help? Not really." She hated him for making her beg. Nevertheless, she threw down the last vestiges of her pride and said, "My grandma Graham died resenting me for ruining Selena's life. She wanted her to marry Junior and blamed my untimely birth when that didn't happen. Now, damn it," she said, "I need to know that you don't despise me too. Can you imagine how terrible I feel, knowing that I'm the reason my mother married another man when she loved you? If it hadn't been for me, you could have married her, had children, loved each other for the rest of your lives. Reed, please stay with me tonight." He closed the distance between them, backed her into the wall, and gave her a hard shake. "You want me to hold you and tell you that everything is okay, and that the sun will come out tomorrow and things will look better? Yes. Well, for your information, counselor, I don't do bedtime stories. When I spend the night with a woman, it's not because I want to comfort her if she's hurting or cheer her up if she's sad." He took a step closer. His eyes narrowed until they were mere slits. "And it's for damn sure not because I want to play daddy." Chapter 28. Gregory Harper, District Attorney of Travis County, Texas, was clearly furious. He was on his 3rd cigarette in 5 minutes. His anger was directed toward his assistant, who was seated on the other side of his desk looking like she'd been socked hard in both eyes. "Who've you been sleeping with, Dracula?" "You look like you've been sucked dry," Greg remarked with characteristic abrasiveness. "Could we stick to one crushing blow at a time, please? Don't confuse the issue." "Crushing blow? Oh, you mean the part where I told you that your investigation is over and done with, and you're going to return to Austin pronto, post-haste, lickety-split, do not pass go, do not collect $200, haul ass? Yes, that crushing blow." Alex flattened her hands on the edge of his desk. "Greg, you can't ask me to drop it now. I'm not asking, I'm telling." He left his swivel chair and moved to the window. "What the fuck have you been doing out there, Alex?" "The governor called me yesterday, and he was pissed. I mean, Pissed. He's always pissed at you." "That's beside the point." "Hardly, Greg. Everything you do is politically motivated. Don't pretend it isn't. I don't blame you for it. But don't play Mr. Clean with me just because your hand got slapped. The governor thinks his racing commission can do no wrong. To admit that the commission made a mistake in selecting Minton Enterprises for a license is tantamount to the governor admitting that he made an error in judgment too." Minton Enterprises is above reproach as far as the horse racing business goes. Oh, I see. The only hitch is that you suspect one of the Mintons is a murderer, or if not them, a peace officer. Gee, for a minute there, I thought we had a problem. You don't have to get sarcastic, he rubbed the back of his neck. To hear the governor yesterday, Angus Minton is a cross between the Tooth Fairy and Buffalo Bill Cody. Alex smiled at the analogy, which was uncannily accurate. That's a fair assessment, but that doesn't mean he's incapable of killing someone. What happened to his barn the other night? How'd you know about that? Just tell me what happened. Reluctantly, she told him about Fergus Plummet and the vandalism done to the Minton Ranch. When she was finished, Greg ran a hand down his face. You've upset a real big apple cart full of shiny, bright apples. He selected another cigarette and spoke around it. It bobbed up and down with each word, making lighting it difficult. I didn't like this case to start with. You loved it. Alex's nerves were already frayed, so it annoyed her even more that he was shifting all the blame to her. You thought it might embarrass the governor, and you relished that thought. He braced his arms on his desk and leaned over it. You said you were going out there to reopen your mother's murder case. I didn't know you were going to get a loony preacher whipped into a frenzy. A man's barn nearly burned down, a valuable racehorse shot in the head, and offend a respected judge who has a reputation as spotless as God's. Wallace? Wallace. Apparently, he called our esteemed governor and complained about your unprofessional conduct, your handling of the case, and your unfounded accusations. He sucked smoke into his lungs and blew it out in a gust. Shall I go on? Please, she said wearily, knowing he would anyway. Okay, Chastain's scared shitless of Wallace. Chastain's scared shitless of his own shadow. He won't even return my calls. He's disclaimed. You washed his hands cleaner of you than ivory soap could have done. He says you've been seen partying with your suspects. Partying? I've seen them on a few social occasions. Dangerous business, Alex. We've got 3 gentlemen suspects and 1 lady prosecutor whose association with each goes way back. It's all as murky as filet gumbo. She tried not to squirm under his incisive stare, new tack standing. She circled her chair. This is an unsolved murder case. The investigation is viable no matter who conducts it. Okay, he said complacently, folding his hands behind his head and leaning his chair back. I'll play. What have you got? No body to dig up, no murder weapon. No, it was lifted out of the vet's bag. What? The murder weapon? She told him what Dr. Ely Collins had told her. The scalpel was never returned to the elder Dr. Collins. I've been meaning to check the evidence room on the outside chance that it's still there, but I doubt that it is. So do I. The bottom line is that you've still got no weapon. Has an eyewitness come forward? She sighed. During this telephone call, did the governor mention a ranch hand named Pasty Hickam? So it's true. It's true. And please don't insult me by trying to trap me like that again. I was going to tell you, when were you going to slip it into the conversation that a representative of this office got involved with a cowboy who turned up dead? Care to hear my side of it? She told him about Pasty. He was frowning more than ever when she finished. If you're right, not only is it stupid and politically imprudent to continue this investigation, it's dangerous. I don't suppose anyone's confessed. She made a face at him. No, but one of them killed Selena, and probably Hickam. Cursing, he mashed out his cigarette. Let's stick to one murder at a time. If you had to arrest one of them tomorrow for killing your mother, who would it be? I'm not sure. Why would the old man have iced her? Angus is cantankerous and shrewd. He wields a lot of power and definitely enjoys being the boss. You're smiling. He's extremely likable, I'll admit. She kept Angus's comment about having a daughter like her to herself. He's inordinately rough on Junior, but a slasher? She asked rhetorically, shaking her head. I don't think so. It's not his style. Besides, Angus didn't have a motive. What about Junior? There's a possibility there. He's glib and very charming. I'm sure that everything he tells me is the truth. He just doesn't tell me everything. I know he loves Selena. He wanted to marry her after my father was killed. Maybe she said no one too many times. Conjecture and more conjecture, so that leaves Lambert. What about him? Alex lowered her head and stared at her bloodless fingers. He's the most likely suspect, I believe. Greg's chair sprang forward. What makes you say that? Motive and opportunity. He might have felt his best friend was displacing him and killed her to prevent it. Pretty viable motive. What about opportunity? He was at the ranch that night, but he left. Are you sure? Has he got an alibi? He says he was with a woman. Do you believe him? She gave a short, bitter laugh. Oh, yes, I can believe that. Neither he nor Junior has a problem with women. Except your mother. Yes, she conceded quietly. What has Lambert's alibi got to say? Nothing. He won't tell me her name. If she exists, she's probably still around. Otherwise, what difference would it make? I'll work on tracking her down when I get back. Who says you're going back? Up till now, Alex had been pacing. Returning to her chair, she appealed to him. I've got to go back, Greg. I can't leave it up in the air like this. I don't care if the murderer is the governor himself. I've got to see it through to the finish. He nodded toward the telephone on his desk. He's going to call me this afternoon and ask me if you're off the case. He expects me to say yes, even if that would mean leaving a murder unsolved. Judge Wallace convinced him that you've got a bee up your ass and that this is a personal vendetta. Well, he's wrong. I don't think so. Her heart stopped beating. You think that too? Yep, I do. He spoke softly, more like a friend than a boss. Call it quits, Alex, while we're all still speaking to each other, and before I get my tail in a real crack with the governor, you gave me 30 days, which I can rescind. I've got just a little more than a week left. You can do a lot of damage in that amount of time. I could also get to the truth. He looked skeptical. That's a long shot. I've got cases here that need your expert touch. I'll pay my own expenses, she said. Consider this my vacation. In that case, I couldn't sanction anything you did out there. You'd no longer have the protection of this office. Okay, fine. He shook his head stubbornly. I wouldn't let you do that any more than I'd let my teenage daughter go on a date without a rubber in her purse. Greg, please. Jesus, you're a stubborn broad. He withdrew a cigarette from the pack but didn't light it. You know the one thing that intrigues me about this case? The judge. If he turned out to be as crooked as a dog's hind leg, it'd really get our governor's goat. You're mixing metaphors. What have you got on him? Nothing more solid than dislike. He's a persnickety little man, nervous and shifty-eyed, she thought a moment. There's something that struck me as odd, though. Well? He asked, sitting forward. Stacy, his daughter, married Junior Minton weeks after Selena's death. Unless they're brother and sister, that wasn't illegal. She shot him a sharp look. Stacy's not Junior's type, you know. She still loves him. She recounted the incident in the powder room at the Horse and Gun Club. Junior's very attractive. Stacy isn't the kind of woman he would marry. Maybe she's got a golden pussy. I'll admit I never thought of that, Alex said dryly. He didn't have to marry her to sleep with her. So why did he? Unless there was a very good reason. In addition to that, Stacy lied to me. She said she was home unpacking after a trip to Galveston, but failed to mention she'd been in the stable that day. Greg gnawed on his lower lip, then poked the cigarette in his mouth and flicked the lighter at it. It's still too weak, Alex, he exhaled. I've got to go with my gut instincts and call you off. They stared at each other a moment. Then she calmly opened her handbag and withdrew 2 plain white envelopes. She pushed them toward him. What's this? My letter of resignation and a letter of intent to file a civil suit against the Mintons and Reed Lambert. He almost swallowed his cigarette. What? You can't. I can. I will. There's enough evidence to bring a civil suit against them for the murder of my mother. I'll sue them for so much money and damages that opening a racetrack will be out of the question. Reed Lambert's career will be shot to hell, too. They won't go to jail, but they'll be ruined if you win. It won't matter if I do or not. In a civil suit, they can't plead the Fifth to avoid incrimination. No matter what they say, everyone will presume they're lying. The Racing Commission would have no choice but to reverse its decision and revoke the gambling license. So what this all boils down to is money, he cried. Is that what you've been after all along? Her pale cheeks sprouted dots of color. It's beneath even you to say something like that to me. I demand your apology. Greg muttered a string of oaths. Okay, I'm sorry, but you mean this, don't you? Yes, I do. He deliberated for a full minute longer before grumbling. I ought to have my head examined. Pointing a stern finger at her, he said, Stay the hell out of trouble. Make sure you've loaded both barrels before you go after somebody, particularly Wallace. If you screw up and I get my ass chewed on, I'll claim you were a naughty girl and that I had nothing to do with your actions. And your original deadline sticks. Got that? Got it? She said, coming to her feet. You'll be hearing from me as soon as I know something. Alex, she was already at the door. When she looked back at him, he asked, What's going on with you? What do you mean? Any reason in particular why you look like the ghost of Christmas dead and buried? I'm just tired. He didn't believe her, but he let it go after she'd left. He reached for the 2 envelopes she'd shoved across his desk. He ripped open the first, then, more hastily, the second. Greg Harper practically hurdled his desk and lunged for the door of his office. Alex, you bitch! He roared down the empty corridor. She just left, his startled secretary informed him, with a man. Who? A cowboy in a fur-trimmed leather jacket. Greg returned to his desk, wadded the 2 empty envelopes into balls, and shot them at the wastebasket. It was close to sundown when Reed wheeled his Blazer into the parking lot of the Westerner Motel. Just drop me at the lobby, please, Alex told him. I need to check for messages. Reed did as she asked without comment. They'd had very little to say to each other since their awkward reunion outside the DA's office. The flight home had been uneventful. Alex had dozed most of the way. Reed had passed the time watching Alex doze no less than 1,000 times during the night. He'd almost gone back to her condo, looking at the crescent-shaped circles beneath her eyes while she slept. He didn't know how he could have walked away from her. She had needed someone with her last night. He'd been the only one available, but no one had ever presented him a prize for being a good Boy Scout. If he had stayed, he couldn't have kept his hands or his mouth or his cock away from her. That's why he had left. Their needs hadn't been compatible. Now she was hesitating, half in, half out of the truck. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Are you sure you won't let me pay you? He didn't honor that with an answer. Instead, he asked a question of his own. What was the big powwow about? A case I was working on before I left. The other prosecutor needed some facts cleared up, and they couldn't be cleared up over the phone. It was complicated. He knew she was lying, but saw no reason to pursue it. So long. She stepped to the ground and, pulling the strap of her heavy bag onto her shoulder, went into the motel lobby, where the clerk greeted her and handed her a stack of messages. Reed backed up and turned the truck around. He was about to pull out when he noticed that Alex had slowed down to read one of the messages. Her face had grown even paler than it already was. He shoved the transmission into park and got out. What's that? She squinted up at him, then hastily refolded the letter and stuffed it back into the envelope. My mail? Let me see it. You want to see my mail? He snapped his fingers rapidly 3 times and opened his palm. Her exasperation was plain when she slapped the envelope into his hand. It didn't take him long to read the letter. It was short and to the point. Tawny brows merged over the bridge of his nose as he frowned. An abomination unto God? That's what he's calling me. Moked out mine if I keep this? No, Alex said shakily. I've memorized it. Be sure to keep your door locked. You're not taking his threat seriously, are you? He wanted to shake her hard. She was either stupid or naive, and either one could get her hurt. Damn right I am, he said, and so should you. If he makes any attempt to contact you, call me. Understand? She looked ready to argue, but eventually nodded her head. Her exhaustion was evident. She seemed on the verge of collapsing in the parking lot. Reed knew he could take partial credit for that, but instead of making him feel smug, it made him feel terrible. Closing his mind to it, he returned to his truck. He didn't drive away from the motel, however, until Alex was locked safely inside her room. Chapter 29. Reed turned his head when the corrugated tin door of the hangar crashed open. The sinking sun was behind her, so Alex's face was in shadow, but he didn't need to see her expression to know that she was furious. She looked as tense as a pulled hamstring. The vivid light shining through her hair made it appear to crackle like flame. He calmly finished washing his hands at the industrial metal sink, rinsed them, and reached for a paper towel from the wall dispenser. "To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" he asked pleasantly. "You're a liar, probably a cheat, possibly a murderer. That's been your opinion of me from the beginning. Tell me something I don't already know." He dropped down onto a stool and hooked the heels of his boots on the lowest rung. Mindlessly, his hands slid up and down the tops of his thighs. He'd never wanted to touch a woman so badly in his life. She advanced on him militantly, a package of quivering energy. She looked soft, but so goddamn alive and vibrant that he could almost feel her skin against his palms. He wanted to clutch her hair while crushing her smart mouth with nonstop kisses. She was wearing the fur coat that never failed to elicit an erotic curl deep in his groin. Her tight jeans-gloved thighs that he could think of better uses for than supporting a woman, obviously on the brink of exploding with rage when they were but inches apart. She shook a paper in his face. He recognized the letter she'd received from the concerned citizen soon after her arrival in Purcell. The shit was about to hit the fan, all right. He'd been waiting for it. This showdown had been due to happen the minute she figured it out. "I knew something didn't jive with this," she said through clenched teeth. "But today, as I was poring over the material I have, looking for clues, I finally realized what was out of sync." Pretending that he didn't smell her tantalizing fragrance, which made him crazy. He folded his arms over his middle. "Well, there's one more business cited in the letter than there are signatures at the bottom. Mo Blakely Airfield," she said, stabbing her finger repeatedly at the typed paragraph. But Mo Blakely didn't sign it. That would have been tough to do, since he died about 7 years ago. Mo Blakely was the old man you told me about, wasn't he? The one who taught you to fly and treated you to strawberry soda pops. You're batting 1,000 so far. You own this airfield, Mr. Lambert, right down to the tumbleweeds and tarantulas. Mo willed it to me. Surprised? Flabbergasted. Most folks around here were pissed off, some of them too, the ones who would have liked to get their hands on the property. That was when they were poking holes in the ground, drilling for oil under every rock. We discussed this letter at length. She grated. You said you'd already seen it, but you failed to mention that your business was listed. The people who drafted the letter didn't consult me first. If they had, I would have told them to leave me out of it. Why? Your sentiments match theirs perfectly. That's right, they do, but I don't make veiled threats. I told you to your face to get your ass back to Austin. Besides, I'm not a joiner, never have been. Group projects aren't my thing. That still doesn't explain why you didn't tell me that the airfield was yours when you've had so many opportunities to do so. I didn't because I knew you'd blow it all out of proportion. She drew herself up. "I am not blowing it out of proportion. You own this airfield free and clear, and you've got big plans for expansion and improvement." He came off the stool slowly and loomed above her, no longer amused. His eyes were icy. "How do you know about that?" "I did my homework this afternoon, representing myself as your secretary. I called 3 commuter airlines and asked about the status of our application for service. If they had never heard of you, I would have known my hunch was wrong." She gave a dry laugh. "They'd heard of you. All right, they were very anxious to extend their congratulations to you for me being guaranteed the racing license. All 3 are excited about your charter service ideas and are currently preparing proposals. They'll be in touch as soon as their market research is completed. By the way, you owe me $10 in long-distance charges." He grabbed her arm. "You had no right to meddle into my business affairs. This hasn't got a goddamn thing to do with your murder case. I have every right to conduct this investigation as I see fit. Just because I own an airfield that will prosper if that racetrack is built doesn't mean that I took a scalpel to Selena." "It might mean that you're protecting whoever did," she shouted. "Who? Angus Jr. That's crap, and you know it." She wrested her arm out of his grip. You've hampered this investigation every step of the way. You've got a badge, so that's supposed to make you an officer of the law. Ha! Now that's crap! You don't want me to discover the killer, whoever he is, because any indictment would mean bye-bye racetrack and the end of your money-making schemes. No wonder your loyalty to the Mintons is so steadfast, she said scornfully. It has nothing to do with friendship or compensation for past favors. You're selfishly protecting your financial interests. Her breast quivered beneath her sweater when she pulled in an uneven breath and added, I might just as well tell you, I think you're it. What, the murderer? His voice was sharp and sinister. He backed her against the fuselage of the airplane he'd been tinkering with before she had arrived. Yes, I think you killed her. I think I know why. I'm all ears. You loved Selena to distraction, but she betrayed your love. I was a constant reminder of her betrayal, even before I was born. You couldn't forgive and forget, but Junior could. He welcomed the chance to take your place. He began to court her, and his efforts were effective. When you noticed that she was falling in love with him, you just couldn't stand losing her to your best friend and chief competitor, so you killed her. If you couldn't have her, then, by God, nobody, especially Junior, was going to... He let one eyelid sink into a slow, congratulatory wink. Very good, counselor. But you got a big, fat problem with that pile of tripe. He took a step closer and lowered his face nearer hers. You can't prove it, not a friggin' bit of it. It's all conjecture. You've got nothing on me, nothing on anybody, so why don't you just make life easier on all of us and give it up? Because I can't. He heard the desperation behind her words and knew that he was more than halfway to breaking her. Why can't you? He taunted. Because I want to punish whoever killed her. He said, shaking his head. You're not doing this for Selena. You're doing it for yourself. I am not. Your granny built Selena up to be larger than life in your eyes, and you can't forgive yourself for coming along at the wrong time in her life and messing it up. Now, who's talking psychological bullshit? She asked angrily. I know enough about you to know that you're selfish, Reed Lambert. The idea of another man touching what you considered your personal property would be intolerable to you. Her expression was triumphant and challenging. What did you find the hardest to forgive, Reed? That Selena went to bed with another man? Or couldn't you forgive yourself for not taking her when you had the chance? Why are you so hung up on who I did or didn't take? He nudged her body with his, then inclined forward until they were touching middle to middle. I warned you once to keep your curiosity at bay, he whispered. Isn't that what you've been doing with Junior, satisfying your curiosity about why your mama found him so appealing? He took perverse pleasure in watching the color drain from her face. No, she denied hoarsely. I think it is. You're sick. Not me, baby. His breath trailed across her lips. You're the one who's curious. He bent his head and kissed her. She stubbornly resisted the pressure of his mouth, but he finally succeeded in maneuvering her lips apart. His tongue raked her teeth and the inner linings of her lips. She opened to him. He felt the breath leave her body on a ragged sigh. It was moist and warm and sweet inside his mouth. His erection stretched, pushing painfully against his fly, against hers. He reached inside her coat and covered her breast with his hand. Beneath his revolving thumb, her nipple hardened, and when he swept it lightly, a low moan rose out of her throat. He raised his head and looked down into her face. Her head was resting against the body of the airplane, her throat arched and exposed. She was breathing hard. Her chest rose and fell swiftly. He could feel her heart, like a small, wild, frightened creature that had become trapped in his palm. Her lips were slightly parted, wet and glistening. Her eyes were closed. Slowly they came open. They looked at each other with wariness and confusion. Oh, Jesus, was Reed's last coherent thought. His mouth lowered to hers again, hungrier, but much more temperate. He pressed his tongue into her mouth, giving, not taking. He fondled her breast with more finesse. Eventually losing patience with her clothing, he dropped his hand to her waist. Her sweater was pushed up, the cup of her bra was pushed down, and her warm, soft flesh filled his hand. Reflexively, she arched her back, plumping her breast against his calloused fingers and palm. He needed it and continued to agitate its tight, feverish center with the pad of his thumb, kissing her as though this was his first kiss ever, or the last one he would ever be granted. He worked her legs apart with his knee and angled his hips toward her cleft. From the edge of his mind, it registered that she made a helpless little sound and lifted her arms to encircle his neck, but he could focus on nothing except her mouth, his invasion of it, and how damn much he wanted to be buried snugly inside her. His free hand slid over her butt, down the back of her thigh, and caught her behind the knee. He lifted it, propped it on his hip, and made a grinding motion against her. He fit his rigid body into the notch of her thighs and stroked her there until the tempo escalated to a breathless pace. She spoke his name on a sudden, catchy little breath that fanned his passions hotter. Several seconds later, he heard his name again, coming to him dimly and from afar. Vaguely, he wondered how she had managed to speak when her tongue was so actively engaged with his. He heard his name called again and realized that it wasn't Alex's voice. "Reed? Where are you, boy?" His head snapped up. Alex blinked her eyes back into focus. He hastily withdrew his hand from inside her sweater. She yanked her coat closed. "In here?" His voice sounded like he'd recently gargled nails. Angus stepped through the door Alex had left open. Reed noticed that the sun had set. Chapter 30. To her credit, Alex recovered remarkably well, Angus thought, except for the dazed expression in her eyes and her slightly swollen lips. She seemed perfectly composed. "Hello, Angus," she said. "Hi, Alex. Get things straightened out in Austin." "Yes. Thank you for lending me your airplane." "Don't mention it. I was just on my way out." To Reed, she said, "I'll get back to you about this later." She left in a hurry. Reed picked up a wrench and stuck his head into the exposed engine of the small aircraft. "What's she up to now?" Angus asked, as he lowered himself onto the stool. Reed had occupied earlier. She discovered that I own this place. I never kept it a secret, but I never advertised it either. She figures I'd have a lot to lose if she takes this case to a grand jury, whether I'm the killer or not. "She's right," the older man observed. Reed merely shrugged, tossed the wrench on a work table, and closed the motor casing. Ely told me she came to his office asking questions about his daddy's scalpel and the day of the murder. "The scalpel, huh? Yeah, know anything about that?" "Hell no, do you?" "Hell no." Reed went to a cabinet where he kept a supply of liquor and beer. He poured himself a hefty shot of Jack Daniels and tossed it down. He tilted the bottle toward Angus. "Want one? Sure, thanks." As he sipped the whiskey, he watched Reed slam back another one. Catching Angus's curious stare, he said, "It's been that kind of day, Alex." Reed ran his hands through his hair like a man plagued by demons. "Yeah, damn, she's tenacious. There's no telling what kind of crap Merle Graham filled her head with. No wonder she's vengeful." He blew out a breath of extreme agitation. "If me doesn't get that racetrack, all my future plans will be affected. It's that important to you, huh? What did you think, that I want to be a fucking sheriff for the rest of my life?" "You worry too much, boy," Angus said heartily. "We'll get it, and your future looks nothing but sunny. That's what I came out here to talk about." Reed regarded him curiously. "My future?" Angus finished his whiskey in one hefty swallow and crushed the paper cup in his fist. He pushed his cowboy hat back further on his head and looked up at Reed, smiling devilishly. "I want you to come back and be an active part of Minton Enterprises again." For a moment, Reed was rendered speechless by shock. He fell back a step, laughed, and said, "Are you shitting me?" "Nope." Angus raised a calloused hand. "Before you say anything, hear me out." He had already outlined in his mind what he was going to say. After receiving disturbing calls from two worried members of the Racing Commission who had read about Alex's investigation in the Austin newspaper, he'd decided he'd better get more aggressive about putting a stop to it. This thing wasn't going to blow over like he'd originally hoped. The long-distance conversations had ended on an optimistic note. He'd pooh-poohed Alex's allegations, told them a few dirty jokes, and had them laughing by the time they hung up. He wasn't gravely concerned yet, but he definitely saw the need for me to present a solid front. Having Reed as an integral part of the corporation again would be a positive step in that direction. Now, his rehearsed words flowed smoothly, almost as much as I do about racehorses and more than Junior ever took the time or effort to learn. You'd come back into the company as an executive. I'd divide responsibilities equally between you and Junior, though you'd have different functions. I know how much this airfield means to you. You've got a sentimental attachment to it, but you also see its money-making potential. So do I. I'd incorporate it into ME. The corporation could afford to finance the rebuilding and expansion you want to do. We'd also have a lot more clout with the airlines. His smile broadened. Shit, I'd even throw in a few shares of ME stock as incentive. You can't pass up a deal like that, boy. He was disappointed in Reed's reaction, which he had hoped would be astonishment tinged with pleasure. Instead, it appeared to be astonishment tinged with suspicion. What brought this on? A picture of equanimity, Angus said. You belong with us, always have. I'm in a position to get things moving for you. You'd be foolish not to take advantage of my offer. I'm not a boy who still needs your charity, Angus. I never considered you a charity case. I know that, Reed said evenly. But no matter how we dress it up with fancy words, that's what I was. He peered deeply into the older man's eyes. Don't think I'm not grateful for everything you've done for me. I never asked you for gratitude. You always did an honest day's work for anything I sent your way. I wouldn't have had any advantages at all if it hadn't been for you. He paused before going on, but I paid you back several times over, I think. When I left your company, I did it because I needed independence. I still do, Angus. Angus was perturbed and made no secret of it. You want to be begged? Is that it? Okay. He took a deep breath. I'm getting close to retirement age. Some would consider me past it. The business needs your leadership qualities to survive. He spread his hands wide. There? Does that satisfy your confounded ego? I don't need to be stroked, Angus, and you damn well know it. I'm thinking about somebody else's ego. Juniors, have you told him about this? No. I didn't see any reason to until there was nothing he could do about it. Angus's silence was as good as an admission. Reed began to pace. Junior is your heir, Angus, not me. He's the one you should be grooming to take over. He needs to be ready when the time comes. Angus paced, too, while he collected his thoughts. You're afraid Junior won't get ready as long as you're around to do everything for him and cover his tracks when he messes up. Angus, I don't mean... It's all right, he said, raising his hand to ward off Reed's objections. I'm his daddy. You're his best friend. We should be able to discuss him freely without wading through bullshit. Junior isn't as strong as you. Reed looked away. Hearing the truth warmed him inside. He knew how difficult it was for Angus to say it. I always wanted Junior to be more like you, aggressive, assertive, ambitious. But, Angus gave an eloquent shrug. He needs you, Reed. Hell, so do I. I didn't bust my balls all these years to see everything I've built up fall down around me. I've got my pride, but I'm a practical businessman. I face facts, bad as they sometimes are. One of those facts is that you're competent, and Junior isn't. That's my point, Angus. He can force his hand, delegate him more responsibility. And when he fucks up, you know what'll happen. I'll lose my temper, start yelling at him. He'll sulk and run to his mama, who'll mollycoddle him. Maybe at first, but not for long. Junior will start yelling back one of these days. He'll figure out that the only way to deal with you is to give you tit for tat. I did. Is that what you're doing now? Getting back at me for some slight I'm not even aware of? Hell no, Reed answered crossly. Since when have I ever been afraid to tell you all or anybody else if something wasn't to my liking? All right, I'll tell you since when. Angus snapped. Since Selena was killed. That changed everything, didn't it? He moved closer to Reed. I don't think any of us has had an honest conversation with the others since that morning. The thing I always feared most was that she'd come between you and Junior. He laughed with rancor. She did anyway. Even dead, she put a blight on the friendship. Selena has nothing to do with my decision to say no. I want to feel that what's mine is mine completely, not a part of your conglomerate. So it's strictly economics? That's right. The wheels of Angus's brain were whirring with fresh arguments. What if I decided to build an airfield of my own? Then we'd be competitors, Reed replied, unruffled. But there's not enough business to support two, and both of us would lose. But I can afford to. You can't. You wouldn't get any satisfaction from bankrupting me. Angus relented and snorted a laugh. You're right. Hell, boy, you're like family. Like family, but not Junior is your son, not me. You're turning down this opportunity on account of him, aren't you? It was a shrewd guess, and he saw by Reed's reaction a correct one. Reed gave his wristwatch a needless glance. Look, I've got to run, Reed, Angus said, grabbing his arm. You reckon Junior will ever realize just how good a friend you are to him? Reed tried to sound jocular. Let's not tell him. He's conceited enough as it is. Angus smelled defeat, and it was obnoxious to him. I can't let you do it, boy. You've got no choice. I won't let you say no. I'll keep after you, he promised, his crafty blue eyes gleaming. You're not shook up because you'll miss me. You're shook up because you aren't getting your way. Not this time, Reed. I need you. Junior needs you. So does me. Why now, after all these years, why does me's future rely on me coming back? Reed's features sharpened with realization. You're scared? Scared? Angus repeated with affected surprise. Of what? Of whom? Of Alex. You're scared that she might pluck the candy apple right out of your hand? You're trying to pack all the power you can behind you. Wouldn't we all be stronger against her if we stood together? We are standing together, are we? Angus fired. You've got my loyalty, Angus, just like I've got yours. Angus stepped closer to Reed. I damn sure hope so, but I recall the look on your face when I walked through that door a while ago, he whispered. You looked like you'd been walloped in the nuts, boy, and she looked all rosy and wet around the mouth. Reed said nothing. Angus hadn't expected him to. He would have considered a babbling denial or an apology a weakness. Reed's strength was one reason he'd always admired him. Angus relaxed his tension. I like the girl, myself. She's saucy and cute as a button, but she's too smart for her own good. He pointed a stern finger at Reed. See that you don't get your cock up so high you can't look around it at what she's trying to do. She wants to bring us to our knees, make us atone for Selena's murder. Can you afford to lose everything you've worked for? I can't. Furthermore, I won't. Ending the discussion on that grim promise, he stamped out of the hangar. Where's my boy? He stormily demanded of the bartender almost an hour after leaving Reed. During that time, he'd been making the rounds of Junior's haunts. In the back, the bartender answered, indicating the closed door at the back of the tavern. It was a shabby watering hole, but it had the largest poker pot in town. At any time of day or night, a game was in progress in the back room. Angus shoved open the door, nearly knocking over a cocktail waitress carrying a tray of empty long necks on her shoulder. He plowed through the cloud of tobacco smoke toward the overhead beam that spotlighted the round poker table. I need to talk to Junior, he bellowed. Junior, a cigar anchored in one corner of his mouth, smiled up at his father. Can't it wait till we finish this hand? I've got 500 riding on it and I'm feeling lucky. Your ass is riding on what I've got to tell you. And your luck just ran out. The other players, most of whom worked for Angus in one capacity or another, quickly swept up their stakes and scuttled out. As soon as the last one cleared the door, Angus banged it shut. What the hell's going on? Junior asked. I'll tell you what's going on. Your friend Reed is about to get the best of you again while you're here in the back room of this dump pissing your life away. Junior meekly extinguished his cigar. I don't know what you're talking about, 'cause you've got your head up your ass instead of on your business, where it belongs by an act of will. Angus calmed himself. If he hollered, Junior would only pout. Yelling never got him anywhere, but it was tough to keep his disappointment and anger from showing. Alex was at the airfield this afternoon with Reed, So if I'd gotten there 10 seconds later, I'd have caught them screwing against the side of an airplane, he roared, forgetting his resolution to restrain his temper. Junior bolted from his chair. The hell you say? I know when animals are in heat, boy. I make part of my living breeding them, remember? I can smell when they want each other, he declared, touching the end of his nose. He was doing what you should have been, instead of gambling away money you didn't even earn. Junior flinched. Defensively, he said, "Last I heard, Alex was out of town. Well, she's back. All right, I'll call her tonight. Do better than that. Make a date, see her, okay." "I mean it," I said. "Okay," Junior shouted. "And something else, just so you'll hear it from me first. I've asked Reed to rejoin me." "Huh? You heard me. What'd he say?" "He said no, but I'm not taking that as final." Angus walked toward his son until they were nose to nose. "I'll tell you something else. I haven't decided who'll be working for whom if he takes the job." Junior's eyes reflected his pain and anger. Angus poked him in the chest. "You'd better get busy and do what I told you to do, or one of two things could happen. Either Reed'll be sitting at your desk assigning you jobs like cleaning out the stables, or all of us will be making license plates in the Huntsville prison. Either way, you won't have afternoons to while away playing poker." Angus stepped back and gave the edge of the table a vicious kick with the pointed toe of his lizard boot. It toppled over, sending cards, poker chips, ashtrays, and bottles of beer crashing to the floor. Then he marched out, leaving Junior to clean up the mess. Chapter 31, the waitress set down 2 chicken salads served in fresh, hollowed-out pineapples and garnished with sprigs of mint. She asked Junior Minton if he and his guest needed refills on iced tea. "We're fine for now, thanks," he said. Flashing her his 100-watt smile, the country club's dining room offered a view of the golf course. It was one of the few rooms in Purcell County that didn't reek of Texana. The soothing pastel decor would have fit in anywhere. Junior and Alex were among a small number of luncheon diners. She applied her fork to an almond sliver. "This is almost too pretty to eat. It beats the B&B Cafe's blue plate special all to heck," she told him as she munched on the nut. "I'm sure if I ever saw the inside of the kitchen, I'd never eat there. It's probably crawling with roaches." "No, they chicken fry them and serve them as appetizers," Junior smiled. "Do you eat there often?" "Often enough. I've had gravy, which comes on everything, and chili up to here. Then, since you refused to go out with me last night, I'm glad I insisted on lunch today. I've frequently had to rescue ladies who work downtown from the high-calorie clutches of the B&B. The menu is hazardous to their waistlines." "Not that this is much more slenderizing," she said, tasting the rich, creamy salad dressing. "You don't need to worry about that. You're as slender as your mother." Alex rested her fork on the edge of her plate. "Even after having me?" Junior's blonde head was bent over his plate. He raised it, noticed her earnest curiosity, and blotted his mouth on the stiff linen napkin before answering. "From the back you'd be taken for twins, except that your hair is darker and has more red in it?" "That's what Reed said." "Really? When?" His smile faltered. The question had been posed a little too casually to be taken that way. A telltale crease formed between his brows. "Soon after we met." "Ah." The furrow between his brows smoothed out. Alex didn't want to think about Reed. When she was with him, the practical, methodical, professional detachment she prided herself on disappeared. Pragmatism gave way to emotionalism. One minute she was accusing him of first-degree murder, the next, kissing him madly and wishing for more. He was dangerous, not only from her viewpoint as a prosecutor, but as a woman. Both facets of her, one as vulnerable as the other, suffered under his assault. "Junior," she said, after they'd finished eating, "why couldn't Reed forgive Selena for having me? Was his pride that badly damaged?" He was staring out the window at the golf greens when he felt her eyes on him. He looked at her sadly. "I'm disappointed about what?" "I hoped that you accepted my invitation to lunch because you wanted to see me." He let out a discouraged breath. "But you just want to talk about Reed." "Not Reed, Selina, my mother." He reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "It's okay. I'm used to it. Selena used to call me and talk about Reed all the time." "What did she say when she called and talked about him?" Junior propped his shoulder against the window and began to play with his necktie, idly pulling it through his fingers. "I usually heard how wonderful he was, you know. Read this, read that." After your father got killed in the war and she was available again, she was afraid that she'd never get Reed back. She didn't know. Surely she didn't expect him to be glad about Al Gaither and me. No, she knew better than that. Neither of us had wanted her to go away for the summer, but there wasn't much we could do about it once she'd made her mind up, Junior replied. She went. She was there. We were here, 300 plus miles away. One night, Reed decided to borrow a plane and fly us there to bring her back. That son of a bitch had convinced me that he could get us there and back safely before anybody realized the plane was missing. The only person who would notice would be Mo Blakely. And in his book, Reed could do no wrong. My God, you didn't do it? No, not then. One of the stable hands, Pasty Hickam, in fact, overheard us plotting it and told Dad. He gave us hell and threatened us within an inch of our lives not to ever try something that crazy. He knew all about Selena trying to make Reed jealous and advised us to let her have her fun. He assured us that she would eventually tire of it and come home, and everything would be just like it had been before. But Angus was wrong. When Mother came back to Purcell, she was pregnant with me. Nothing was ever the same. She toyed with her iced teaspoon for a long, silent while. How much do you know about my father, Junior? Not much. How about you? She raised her shoulders in a small shrug. Only that his name was Albert Gaither, that he was from a coal mining town in West Virginia, that he was sent to Vietnam within weeks of his marriage to my mother, and that he stepped on a landmine and died months before I was born. I didn't even know where he came from. Junior told her regretfully. When I got old enough, I thought about going to West Virginia and looking up his family, but I decided against it. They never made any attempt to contact me, so I felt it best to leave it alone. His remains were shipped to them and interred there. I'm not even certain if my mother attended his funeral. She didn't. She wanted to, but Mrs. Graham refused to give her the money to make the trip. Dad offered to pay her way, but Mrs. Graham wouldn't hear of that either. She let Angus pay for Mother's funeral. I guess she thought that was different somehow. Al Gaither wasn't any more to blame for the hasty marriage than Mother. Maybe he was, Junior argued. A soldier going off to war, that kind of thing. Selena was a pretty girl out to prove her allure because Reed wouldn't sleep with her. He told you about that, huh? Alex nodded. Yeah, well, some of the girls he did sleep with flaunted it in Selena's face. She was out to prove she was woman enough to snare a man. Gaither, no doubt, took advantage of that. To your grandma, his name was a dirty word. Because of him, your mother missed her senior year of high school. That didn't go down too well with your grandma either. No, she had a real axe to grind with Mr. Gaither. I wish she had at least saved a picture of him. She had thousands of pictures of Selena, but not a single one of my father. To Mrs. Graham, he probably represented evil. You know, the thing that changed Selena's life forever and for the worse? Yes, she said, thinking that Junior's words could apply to how her grandmother felt about her, too. I don't even have a face to associate with the name. Nothing. Jesus, Alex, that must be rough. Sometimes I think I just sprang up out of the ground. In an effort to lighten the mood, she said, maybe I was the first Cabbage Patch Kid. No, Junior said, reaching for her hand again. You had a mother and she was beautiful. Was she? Ask anybody. Was she beautiful inside as well as out? His brows drew together slightly, as much as anyone is. She was human. She had faults as well as virtues. Did she love me, Junior? Love you? Hell yes. She thought you were the most terrific baby ever conceived. Basking in the glow of his words, Alex left the country club with him. As he held open the passenger door of his Jag, he stepped close to her and laid his hand along her cheek. Do you have to go back to that stuffy old courthouse this afternoon? I'm afraid so. I have work to do. It's a gorgeous day, she pointed at the sky. You liar. It looks like it's about to rain or snow. He bent his head and kissed her quickly. Leaving his lips in place, he whispered, then an even more pleasurable way of passing time indoors comes immediately to mind. He kissed her more firmly and expertly parted her lips. But when his tongue touched hers, she recoiled. No, Junior. She was angered by the impropriety of his kiss and shocked by its failure to stir her sensually. His kiss didn't cause her veins to expand and her blood to pump through them with a new, feverish beat. It didn't cause her womb to contract with a craving so severe she didn't think it could ever be appeased. It didn't make her think that, God, if he didn't become a part of her, she was going to die. About all Junior's kiss did was alert her to the fact that he had misinterpreted her friendship unless she stopped it now. Some dangerous groundwork, disturbingly reminiscent of the past, would be laid. She eased her head back. I need to work, Junior, and I'm sure you've got work to do too. He mumbled profanely, but conceded with good humor. It was as he stepped back so she could get into the car that they saw the Blazer. It had crept up on them and was now only a few yards beyond the hood ornament of the Jag. The driver, whom they could see through the windshield, had his hands folded over the steering wheel and was watching them from behind opaque aviator glasses. He was sitting dangerously still and unsmiling. Reed pushed open the door and stepped to the ground. I've been looking for you, Alex. Somebody told me you'd left the courthouse with Junior, so I played a hunch and came here. What for? Junior asked touchily, laying his arm across Alex's shoulders. We've located Fergus Plummet. One of the deputies is bringing him in now, and that gives you the right to interfere with our date. I don't give a shit about your date, Reed said, his lips barely moving. She said she wanted to be there when I questioned Plummet. Will both of you please stop talking about me as though I'm not here? The tension that had arisen between the two of them because of her was untenable. It resembled the triangle between them and her mother too well. She shrugged off Junior's arm. He's right, Junior. I want to hear what Plummet has to say for himself. Now, he whined. I'm sorry. I'll come with you, he said brightly. This is official. Duty calls and I'm on the state payroll. Thank you for lunch. You're welcome. He gave her a soft peck on the cheek and said, loud enough for Reed to hear, I'll call you later. Bye. She rushed toward the Blazer and climbed in. Though her high heels and slender skirt posed some problems, Reed pretended to be impervious to her difficulties. He sat behind the steering wheel, glowering at Junior, while Junior glowered right back. The second her bottom landed in the seat, Reed floored the accelerator. When they reached the highway, he swung onto the macadam with enough impetus to plaster Alex against the passenger door. She gritted her teeth and hung on until he straightened out his turn and they were speeding along the center stripe. Have a nice lunch? Very, she answered crisply. Good. Are you upset because you saw Junior kissing me? Hell no. Why should I be? Exactly. Secretly, she was glad he had arrived when he had. The interruption had relieved her of having to turn Junior down flat, feeling a trifle guilty over that, and trying to set things back on a professional track with Reed, she asked, where did they find Plummet? Right where I suspected? He was hiding inside one of his deacon's houses. He came up for air and one of my deputies nabbed him. Did he come peaceably? He's no idiot. He's only being questioned. We really can't make a formal arrest yet. They should beat us to the courthouse by just a few minutes. As moods went, Junior was in the black hole of Calcutta. There was no peace to be found anywhere, though his Jag streaked through the streets of town at an indiscriminate speed in pursuit of it. Angus was on his back. His mother was on his back because Angus was last night she had sternly commissioned him to get off his ass, not in those terms exactly, and do something that would make his father proud. Sarah Jo found the idea of having Reed Lambert back at Emmy untenable and using a harsher tone than she had ever used with him before, told her son that it simply must never happen. Angus wants you, not Reed. Then why did he offer him a job? To wake you up, darling. He's only using Reed as a subtle threat. Junior promised her he'd do his best. But when he had called Alex and asked her to have dinner with him, she'd turned him down, saying she had a headache. She did agree to meet him for lunch today, and then when everything had been going great, Reed had showed up and snatched her out of his grasp again. Business, my ass, he muttered as he pulled into the wide circular driveway of the judge's home and brought the car to a jarring halt. He jumped the flower bed and landed a hard blow on the front door with his fist. Stacy didn't get to the door quite fast enough to suit him. He was practically frothing at the mouth by the time she answered. Junior, she exclaimed gladly when she saw him. This is a sir. Shut up. Just shut up. He slammed the door behind him, rattling every piece of china and glassware in the house. Taking Stacy by both arms, he backed her into the wall of the foyer and covered her stunned, gaping mouth with his. He kissed her roughly while his hands attacked the buttons on her blouse. They scattered like BBs across the marble floor when he got too impatient to work them out of their holes and rip them open. "Junior," she gasped. "What?" "I gotta have you, Stacy," he mumbled, plunging his face between her breasts. "Please, don't give me a hard time about it. Everybody gives me a hard time about everything. Just shut up and let me fuck you." He flipped up her skirt and slip, worked down her pantyhose, and then opened his trousers. He rammed into her dryly, and she cried out he was causing her pain. While he knew it and hated himself for hurting her when she didn't deserve it, he was glad in a dark part of his soul that somebody else besides himself was suffering. Why should he be the only person in the whole freaking world to be miserable? Everybody picked on him. It was time he got to pick on somebody. Stacy was available and he knew he could get away with it. Her dismay, her debasement made him feel powerful. His release came from subjugating her, not from the sex itself. When it was over, he collapsed against the wall, sandwiching her between himself and the floral wallpaper. He regained his breath and his reason gradually. He eased away from her and stroked her cheek. "Stacy?" Slowly, she opened her eyes. He gave her a disarming smile and a soft kiss. Realizing that she was dressed up, he asked, "Did I keep you from going somewhere?" "A meeting at church." The dimple in his cheek grew deeper as his smile widened. Playfully, he tweaked an exposed breast. "You don't look much like going to a church meeting now." As he knew she would, she responded to his caresses, which got bolder. "Junior," she whimpered breathlessly when he pushed her blouse off her shoulders, yanked down her brassiere, and fastened his mouth to her raised nipple. She chanted his name, interspersing it with avowals of love. He moved his head down her body, pushing aside clothing as he went. "Junior?" she asked timorously when he dropped to his knees. He smiled up at her beguilingly as he slipped his thumbs between the lips of her sex and spread them apart. "Junior, don't! No, I can't. You can't." "Yes, I can, honey. What's more, you're just dying for me to." He licked her lightly, enjoying the taste of himself on her, the musky smell of aroused female, her uneasiness. "Still want to go to church?" he whispered, nuzzling her with his mouth. "Huh, Stacy?" When her orgasmic sobs echoed off the walls of the empty house, he pulled her down to straddle him as he lay on his back on the cold marble floor. He emptied himself into her again. Afterward, when she was curled against him like a rag doll, he felt better than he had in weeks. When he moved to sit up, Stacy clung to him. "Don't go, hey, Stacy," he said teasingly. "Look what a mess I've made of you." "You'll have to spruce up, or the judge will know the mischief you've been into while he was at work today." He stood, readjusted his clothing, smoothed back his hair. "Besides, I've got work to do myself. If I stay a minute longer, I'll cart you off to bed and waste the entire afternoon there. Not that it would be a waste, mind you. Are you coming back?" she asked plaintively as she trailed him to the door, covering her nakedness as best she could. "Of course, when." He frowned, but concealed it from her by turning to open the front door. "I'm not sure, but after the other night and today, you don't think I could stay away, do you?" "Oh, Junior, I love you so much." He cupped her face and kissed her lips. "I love you too." Stacy closed the door behind him. Mechanically, she headed upstairs, where she bathed her aching body in warm water and scented bubble bath. Tomorrow, she'd likely be black and blue. She would cherish each bruise. Junior loved her. He had said so. Maybe after all this time he was finally growing up. Maybe he had come to his senses and realized what was good for him. Maybe, at long last, he had expunged Selina from his heart. But then Stacy remembered Alex and the calf eyes Junior had had for her at the Horse and Gun Club. She recalled how closely he'd held her while they twirled around the dance floor, laughing together. Stacy's insides turned rancid with jealousy. Just like her mother, Alex was what stood between her and total happiness with the man she loved. Chapter 32. As soon as Reed and Alex arrived at the courthouse, they went into the interrogation room, followed by a court reporter. Fergus Plummet was seated at a square, wooden table. His head was bowed in prayer over an open Bible, his hands clasped tightly together. Mrs. Plummet was there, too. Her head was also bowed, but when they came in, she jumped and looked up at them like a startled deer. As before, her face was void of makeup and her hair was drawn back into a severe knot on the back of her head. The clothes she wore were drab and shapeless. "Hello, Mrs. Plummet," Reed said politely. "Hello, Sheriff." If Alex hadn't seen her lips moving, she wouldn't have been certain the woman had spoken. She appeared to be scared out of her wits. Her fingers were knotted together in her lap. She was squeezing them so tightly, they had turned bluish white. "Are you okay?" Reed asked her in that same kind tone. She bobbed her head and glanced fearfully toward her husband, who was still fervently praying. "You're entitled to have a lawyer present when I and Miss Gaither question you?" Before Mrs. Plummet could offer a reply, Fergus concluded his prayer on a resounding "Amen" and raised his head. He fixed a fanatical stare on Reed. "We've got the best lawyer on our side. I will get my counsel from the Lord God now and through eternity." "Fine," Reed said drawly, "but I'm putting it on the record that you waived the right to have an attorney present during questioning." Plummett's eyes snapped to Alex. "What is the harlot doing here? I'll not have her in the presence of my sainted wife." "Neither you nor your sainted wife have anything to say about it. Sit down, Alex." At Reed's directive, she lowered herself into the nearest chair. She was grateful for the chance to sit down. Fergus Plummet was a prejudiced, ill-informed fanatic. He should have cut a comic figure, but he gave her the creeps. Reed straddled a chair backward and stared at the preacher across the table. He opened a file one of his deputies had prepared. "What were you doing last Wednesday night?" Plummet closed his eyes and tilted his head to one side as though he were listening to a secret voice. "I can answer that," he told them when he opened his eyes seconds later. "I was conducting Wednesday night services at my church. We prayed for the deliverance of this town, for the souls of those who would be corrupted, and for those individuals who, heedless of the Lord's will, would corrupt the innocent." Reed affected nonchalance. "Please keep your answers simple. I don't want this to take all afternoon. What time is prayer meeting?" Plummet went through the listening act again. Not relevant. "Sure it is," Reed drawled. "I might want to attend sometime." That elicited a giggle from Mrs. Plummet. None of them was more surprised than she by her spontaneous outburst. Mortified, she looked at her husband, who glared at her in reproof. "What time was prayer meeting over?" Reed repeated in a voice that said he'd tired of the game and wasn't going to be a good sport any longer. Plummet continued to give his wife a condemning stare. She lowered her head in shame. Reed reached across the table and yanked Plummet's chin around. "Stop looking at her like she's a turd floating in a punch bowl. Answer me, and don't give me any more bullshit either." Plummet closed his eyes, shuddering slightly, greatly put upon. "God, close my ears to the foul language of your adversary and deliver me from the presence of these wicked ones. He'd better send a whole flock of angels down to save you fast, brother. Unless you start answering my questions, I'm going to slam your ass in jail." That broke through Plummet's sanctimonious veneer. His eyes popped open on what charge the feds would like to start with arson. Alex looked quickly at Reed. He was bluffing. Racehorses were considered interstate commerce and therefore would come under the Treasury Department's jurisdiction. But government agents didn't usually get involved in an arson case unless damage amounted to more than $50,000. Plummet didn't fall for the bluff either. That's ridiculous. Arson? The only fire I've started is in the hearts of my believers. If that's so, then account for your time from last Wednesday night until today, when Deputy Capel spotted you slinking out the back door of that house. Where'd you go after prayer meeting let out? Plummet laid a finger against his cheek, feigning hard concentration. "I believe that was the night I visited one of our sick brothers." "He can vouch for you?" "Unfortunately, no. Let me guess, he died." Plummet frowned at the sheriff's sarcasm. "No, but while I was in attendance, the poor soul was delirious with fever. He won't remember a thing." He made a tisking sound. He was very ill. His family, of course, could attest to my presence at his bedside. We prayed for him through the night. Reed's incisive eyes sliced toward Wanda Plummet. She guiltily averted her head. Reed then swiveled around and looked at Alex. His expression said that he was getting about as far as he had expected to. When he turned back around, he asked abruptly, "Do you know where the Minton Ranch is?" "Of course. Did you go there last Wednesday night?" "No." "Did you send someone out there last Wednesday night?" "No." "Members of your congregation?" "The believers whose hearts you had stoked a fire in during prayer meeting?" "Certainly not." "Didn't you go out there and vandalize the place? Paint on the walls, shovel shit into the drinking troughs, break windows?" "My counselor says I don't have to answer any more questions." He folded his arms across his chest. "Because you might incriminate yourself?" "No. You're lying, Plummet. God is on my side." He worked his eyes like the focusing lens of a camera, making them wide, pulling them narrow. "If God is on our side," he quoted theatrically, "then who can be against us?" "He won't be on your side for long," Reed whispered threateningly. Leaving his chair, he circled the table and bent over Plummet. "God doesn't favor liars. Our Father who art in heaven, come clean, Plummet. Hallowed be thy name." "Thy? Who'd you send out there to trash the Minton Ranch?" "Kingdom come. Thy, you did send members of your congregation, though, didn't you?" "You're too much of a gutless coward to go yourself." The praying ceased abruptly. The preacher's breathing became choppy and light. Reed had struck a chord. Knowing that, he pressed on. "Did you lead your ratty little army out there, or did you just furnish the spray paint?" Reed had told Alex earlier that he'd made the rounds of variety and hardware stores, checking out places where spray paint was sold. So far, none of the merchants recalled a significant demand for it on a single day. Plummet was probably too clever to have bought it all in one store. Perhaps he'd gone out of town. Reed couldn't hold him indefinitely because he had no evidence, but Plummet might be fooled into thinking he'd left behind an incriminating clue. For the second time, however, he called Reed's bluff. Having composed himself, he stared straight ahead and said, "I can't imagine what you're talking about, Sheriff Lambert." "Let's try this again," Reed said with a heavy sigh. "Look, Plummet, we miss Gaither, and I know you're guilty as hell. You all but told her to get tough with the sinners, or else wasn't the vandalism out at the Minton Ranch the or else?" Plummet said nothing. Reed took another tack. "Isn't confession supposed to be good for the soul? Give your soul a break, Plummet. Confess. Your wife can go home to your kids, and I'll be able to take off early today." The preacher remained silent. Reed began at the top and methodically worked down his list of questions again, hoping to trap Plummet in a lie. Several times Reed asked Alex if she wanted to question him, but she declined. She had no more to link him to the crime than Reed had. He got nowhere. The preacher's story never changed. Reed didn't even trip him up. At the conclusion of another exhaustive round of questions, Plummet grinned up at him guilelessly and said, "It's getting close to supper time. May we be excused now?" Reed, frustrated, ran his hand through his hair. "I know you did it, you pious son of a bitch. Even if you weren't actually there, you planned it. You killed my horse." Plummet reacted visibly. "Killed your horse? That's untrue. You killed it yourself. I read about it in the newspaper." Reed made a snarling sound and lunged across the room at him. "You're responsible." He leaned down close to Plummet again, forcing him backward in his chair. "Reading about that probably gave you a real thrill, didn't it, you little prick? You're going to pay for that animal. If I have to wring a confession from your scrawny neck so it went for at least another hour." Alex's bottom grew tired and sore from sitting in the uncomfortable chair. Once she stood up and paced the length of the room just to restore circulation. Plummet's fanatical eyes tracked her, making her feel so ill at ease that she returned to her seat. "Mrs. Plummet?" The preacher's wife flinched when the sheriff suddenly spoke her name. Her shoulders had been sagging forward with fatigue. Her head had been kept slightly bowed. Both came erect, and she looked up at Reed with awe and respect. "Yes, sir. Do you go along with everything he's told me?" She shot Plummet a quick, sidelong glance, swallowed hard, and wet her lips nervously. Then she lowered her eyes and bobbed her head up and down. "Yes." Plummett's face remained impassive, though his lips were twitching with a smug smile longing to be full-blown. Next, Reed looked down at Alex. She gave him an almost imperceptible shrug. He stared at the floor for ponderous seconds before barking out a deputy's name. The officer materialized in the doorway as though he'd been expecting his chief's restrained but furious summons. "Let him go." Plummett closed his Bible with a resounding clap and stood up. He marched toward the door like a crusader dressed in full battle armor. He ignored his wife, who meekly trailed in his righteous wake. The deprecations Reed muttered were vile and scathing. "Have somebody keep an eye on the house," he told the deputy. "Let me know if anything he does looks suspicious or even slightly fishy. Damn, I hate to let that bastard walk out of here." "Don't blame yourself," Alex said sympathetically. "You conducted a thorough interrogation, Reed. You knew going in you didn't have any real evidence." He whirled on her, his eyes stormy. "Well, that sure as hell hasn't ever stopped you, has it?" He stamped out, leaving her speechless with indignation. Alex returned to her cubicle, fumbled for the key in the bottom of her handbag, and bent to unlock the door. She felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck that warned her a heartbeat before the sinister whisper reached her ears. "You've been corrupted by the ungodly. You're consorting with Satan, showing no more shame than a whore who sells herself." She spun around. Plummett's eyes had regained their zealous glint. Spittle had collected to form white foam in the corners of his mouth. His breathing was labored. "You betrayed my trust." "I didn't ask for your trust," Alex countered, her voice husky with alarm. "Your heart and mind have been polluted by the ungodly. Your body has been tarnished by the stroke of the devil himself. He was caught from behind and slammed against the wall. Plummet, I warned you." Reed's face was fierce. "Get out of my sight or you're going to be spending some time in jail." "On what charge?" the preacher squealed. "You've got nothing to hold me on," accosting Miss Gaither. "I'm God's messenger. If God has anything to say to Miss Gaither, he'll tell her himself. Understand? Understand?" He shook Plummet again, then released him. He rounded on Mrs. Plummet, who had flattened herself against the wall in horrified silence. "Wanda, I'm warning you. Take him home now," the sheriff bellowed. Demonstrating more courage than Alex would have expected from her, she grabbed her husband's arm and virtually dragged him toward the staircase. Together they stumbled up the steps and disappeared around the corner at the landing. Alex didn't realize how shaken she was until Reed's eyes moved to the hand she had pressed against her pounding heart. "Did he touch you, hurt you?" "No." Then shaking her head, she repeated, "No, don't bullshit me this time. Did he make any threats? Say anything I could use to nail his skinny ass?" "No. Just garbage about me selling out to the unrighteous. He considers me the traitor in the camp." "Get your things. You're going home. You don't have to ask me twice." He took her coat off the rack near the door. He didn't hold it for her. In fact, he almost threw it at her. But Alex was touched by his evident concern for her safety. He pulled on his leather, fur-trimmed jacket and cowboy hat as they went upstairs and out the front door. The Plummets must have taken his advice and left. They were nowhere around. Darkness had fallen. Most of the square was deserted. Even the B&B Cafe had closed for the night. It catered to the breakfast and lunch crowd. Her car was cold when she slid beneath the steering wheel. "Start your motor to warm it up, but don't leave till I come around in my truck. I'll follow you to the motel." "That's not necessary, Reed. As you said, he's probably a coward. People who make threats rarely carry them out." "Yeah, rarely," he said, stressing the word. "I can take care of myself. You don't have to worry about me." "I'm not. It's me I'm worried about. You asked for trouble when you came here, and you're getting it. But no female assistant DA is going to get raped, maimed, or killed in my county. Got that?" He slammed her car door. Alex watched him disappear down the dark sidewalk, wishing she'd never heard of him or his infernal county. She commissioned him to the fiery hell Plummet frequently expounded upon. When she saw the headlights of the Blazer approaching, she backed her car into the street and aimed it in the direction of the motel that had been home for far too long. She resented being escorted home. She let herself into her room and locked the door behind her, without even waving her thanks to Reed. Dinner was a tasteless meal ordered off the room service menu. She thumbed through the yearbooks again, but was so familiar with them by now that the pictures hardly registered. She was tired, but too keyed up to go to sleep. Junior's kiss haunted her thoughts, not because it had sparked her sensual imagination, but because it hadn't. Reed's kisses haunted her, because he had so effortlessly accomplished what Junior had wanted too. Angus hadn't needed a script to know the kind of scene he'd walk into when he had entered the hangar and found her with Reed. His expression had been a mix of surprise, disapproval, and something she couldn't quite put a name to: resignation. She tossed and turned out of fatigue, frustration, and yes, fear. No matter how many times she denied it, Plummet disturbed her. He was a wacko, but his words held a ring of truth. She had come to care what each of her suspects thought of her. Winning their approval had become almost as important as winning her grandmother's. It was a bizarre fact, one she had difficulty admitting to herself. She didn't trust Reed, but she desired him and wanted him to reciprocate that desire for all his laziness. She liked Junior and felt a twinge of pity for him. Angus fulfilled her childhood fantasies of a stern but loving parent. The closer she came to uncovering the truth about their connection to her mother's death, the less she wanted to know it. Then there was the cloud of the Pacey Hickam murder lurking on the horizon. Reed's suspect, Lyle Turner, was still at large until she was convinced that he had killed the Mintons' former ranch hand. She would go on believing that Pacey had been eliminated as an eyewitness to Selena's murder. His killer considered her a threat, too. So, in the middle of the night, when she heard a car slowly drive past her door, when she saw its headlights arc across her bed, her heart leaped in fright. Throwing off the covers, she crept to the window and peeped through the crack between it and the heavy drape. Her whole body went limp with relief, and she uttered a small, glad sound. The sheriff's blazer executed a wide turn in the parking lot and passed her room once more before driving away. Reed thought about turning around and going to where he knew he could find potent liquor, a welcoming smile, and a warm woman, but he kept the hood of his truck pointed toward home. He was sick with an unknown disease. He couldn't shake it no matter how hard he tried. He itched from the inside out, and his gut was in a state of constant turmoil. His house, which he had always liked for the solitude it provided, seemed merely lonely when he opened the squeaky screen door. When was he ever going to remember to oil those hinges? The light he switched on did little to enhance the living room. It only illuminated the fact that there was nobody to welcome him home. Not even a dog came forward to lick his hand, wagging its tail because it was glad to see him. He didn't have a goldfish, a parakeet, a cat, nothing that could die on him and leave another vacuum in his life. Horses were different. They were business investments. But every once in a while, one would become special, like double time that had hurt. He tried not to think about it. Refugee camps in famine-ravaged countries were better stocked with provisions than his kitchen. He seldom ate at home. When he did, like now, he made do with a beer and a few saltines spread with peanut butter. On his way down the hall, he adjusted the furnace thermostat so he wouldn't be frozen stiff by morning. His bed was unmade. He didn't remember what had gotten him out of it so suddenly the last time he'd been in it. He shed his clothes, dropping them in the hamper in the bathroom, which Lupe's niece would empty the next time she came. He probably owned more underwear and socks than any man he knew. It wasn't an extravagance. It just kept him from having to do laundry frequently. His wardrobe consisted of jeans and shirts, mostly. Having several of each done up at the dry cleaners every week kept him decently clothed. While he brushed his teeth at the bathroom sink, he surveyed his image in the mirror. He needed a haircut, he usually did. There were a few more gray hairs in his sideburns than the last time he'd looked. When had those cropped up? He suddenly realized how lined his face had become. Anchoring the toothbrush in the corner of his mouth, he leaned across the sink and peered at his reflection at close range. His face was full of cracks and crevices. In plain English, he looked old. Too old? For what? More to the point, too old for whom? The name that sprang to mind greatly disturbed him. He spat and rinsed out his mouth, but avoided looking at himself again before he turned out the cruelly revealing overhead light. There was no need to set an alarm. He was always up by sunrise. He never overslept. The sheets were frigid. He pulled the covers to his chin and waited for heat to find his naked body. It was at moments like this, when the night was the darkest and coldest and most solitary, that he wished Selena hadn't ruined him for other relationships. At any other time, he was glad he wasn't a sucker for emotions. At times like this, he secretly wished that he'd married. Even sleeping next to the warm body of a woman you didn't particularly love, or who'd gone to fat months after the wedding, or who had let you down, or who harped about the shortage of money and the long hours you worked, would be better than sleeping alone. Then again, maybe not. Who the hell knew? He would never know because of Selena. He hadn't loved her when she died, not in the way he'd loved her most of his life up until then. He had begun to wonder if their love could outlast their youth, if it was real and substantial or merely the best substitute they had for other deficiencies in their lives. He would always have loved her as a friend, but he had doubted that their mutual dependence was a healthy foundation for a life together. Perhaps Selena had sensed his reservations, and that had been one of the reasons she'd felt the need to leave for a while. They had never discussed it. He would never know, but he suspected it. Months before she left for El Paso that summer, he had been questioning the durability of their childhood romance. If his feelings for her changed with maturity, how the hell was he going to handle the breakup? He had still been in a muddle about it when she had died, and it had left him wary of forming any future relationships. He would never let himself get that entwined with another human being. It was deadly having that kind of focus on another person, especially a woman. Years ago, he'd sworn to take what women could expediently give him, chiefly sex, but never to cultivate tenderness toward one again. He would certainly never come close to loving one. But the short-term affairs had become too complicated. Invariably, the woman developed an emotional attachment that he couldn't reciprocate. That's when he'd started relying on Nora Gale for physical gratification. Now, that had soured. Sex with her was routine and meaningless, and lately he was having a hard time keeping his boredom from showing. Dealing with a woman on any level demanded a much higher price than he was willing to pay. Still, even as he lay there mentally reciting his creed of eternal detachment, he found himself thinking about her. At this advanced stage of his life, he'd started daydreaming like a sap. She occupied more of his thoughts than he would have ever thought possible. At the edges of these thoughts was an emotion very akin to tenderness, nudging its way into his consciousness. Nipping at the heels of it, however, was always pain. The pain of knowing who she was and how irrevocably her conception had altered his life, of knowing how decrepit he must appear to a woman her age, of seeing her kiss Junior. Damn it! He groaned into the darkness and covered his eyes with his forearms as his mind tricked him into witnessing it again. It had produced such an attack of jealousy. It had frightened him. His fury had been volcanic. It was a wonder he hadn't erupted from the roof of the Blazer. How the hell had it happened? Why had he let her get to him when absolutely nothing could come of it, except to widen the gulf between him and Junior that had been created by her mother? Relationship, the word alone made him shudder. Between him and Alex was out of the question. So why did it bother him to know that to a smart, savvy career woman like Alex, he must look like a hick and an old one? At that, he and Selena had had everything in common, but she'd been unattainable. So how the hell did he imagine there was common ground on which he and Alex could meet? One other small point, he thought wryly. Selena's murder, Alex would never understand about that. None of that sound reasoning, however, kept him from wanting her. An influx of heat surged through his body now, and with it, desire. He wanted to smell her. He wanted to feel her hair against his cheek, his chest, his belly. Imagining her lips and tongue against his skin cost him precious breath, but the lack of sufficient air was worth the image. He wanted to taste her again and tug on her nipple with his mouth. He whispered her name in the darkness and focused on that instant when he had slipped his hand into the cup of her bra and caressed forbidden flesh. He was consumed by the fire of his imagination. It burned brightly and fiercely. Eventually it dimmed. When it did, he was left feeling empty and alone in the cold, dark, lonely house. Chapter 33. Good morning, Wanda Gale. Fergus Plummett's wife fell back a step. What'd you call me? Wanda Gale, Alex repeated with a gentle smile. That's your name, isn't it? You're one of the Burton triplets, informally known as the Gale sisters. Mrs. Plummett had answered her door with a dish rag in her hands. Shocked by Alex's knowledge of her past, she took a quick little breath. Her eyes darted about the yard as though looking for artillery backing Alex up. May I come in? Alex didn't wait for permission, but used the other woman's astonishment to step inside and close the front door. She had discovered Mrs. Plummett's identity quite by accident while idly perusing the pages of the yearbooks over her morning coffee. After glancing past it 100 times, the classroom picture had suddenly leaped off the page. She'd thought her eyes were deceiving her until she verified the name in the margin. Wanda Gale Burton. Hardly able to contain her excitement, she'd consulted the telephone directory for the address and driven straight to the parsonage. She had parked well down the block and hadn't approached the house until Fergus had driven away in his car. The two women stood face to face in the dim hallway. Alex was curious. Wanda Gale Plummet was clearly afraid. I shouldn't be talking to you, she whispered nervously. Why? Because your husband warned you against it, Alex asked softly. I don't mean to cause you any trouble. Let's sit down. Assuming the role of hostess, Alex led Wanda Gale into the drabbest, most unattractive room she had ever been in. There wasn't a single spot of color or gaiety. There were no plants, no pictures other than one of a bleeding crucified Christ, no books or magazines. There was nothing to relieve the cheerless atmosphere that pervaded the house. Alex had seen 3 thin, dejected-looking children leave with their father. She and Wanda Gale were alone. They sat side by side on a tacky, threadbare sofa that reflected the overall penury of the house. Wanda Gale was wringing the damp towel between her hands. Her face was working with anxiety. She was obviously scared to death either of Alex or of her husband's reprisal, should he find out she had been in their home. Alex tried to reassure her by calmly stating, I just want to talk to you. I accidentally discovered that your name was Wanda Gale Burton. Not anymore. Not since I found Jesus. Tell me about that. When was it? The summer after I graduated. A bunch of us, your sisters? She nodded, and some friends. We all piled into somebody's car and drove to Midland. We were looking for fun, she said, casting her eyes downward. We saw this big tent set up in a cow pasture on the outskirts of town. There was a revival going on. We thought we'd go see what it was about. We went on a lark, to poke fun at the people and to laugh at the gospel. She made a grimace of remorse. It all seemed real funny because we'd been drinking and smoking pot somebody had brought back from Eagle Pass. She folded her hands together and offered up a brief prayer of repentance. What happened? Did you have a religious experience that night? She confirmed Alex's guess by briskly nodding her head. There was this young preacher there? After the singing and praying, he took the microphone. Her eyes assumed a dreamy aspect as she was transported back. I don't even remember what he preached on. His voice alone put me in a trance. I remember feeling his energy pouring through me. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Her vision cleared. The others had had enough and wanted to leave. I told them to go on and pick me up later. I wanted to stay when he was finished preaching. I went down to the altar with dozens of others. He laid his hands on my head and prayed for my deliverance from sin. Misty-eyed, she announced, I gave my heart to Jesus and to Fergus Plummet that same night. How soon after that were you married? 2 days. Alex didn't know a delicate way to approach her next question. Out of deference to the woman's Christian conversion, she addressed her by her married name. Mrs. Plummet, you and your sisters? She paused, wet her lips. I know what you've heard. We were harlots. Alex didn't approve of her harsh, condemning estimation of herself and tried to soften it. I know that you dated a lot of men. Wanda began to twist the towel again. I confessed all my transgressions to Fergus. He forgave me just like God did. He embraced me in love in spite of my wickedness. Alex had a more jaundiced opinion of the preacher's largesse. He had probably wanted a wife who felt privileged that he had so unselfishly forgiven her, one who would consider his grace equal to God's. God forgot sins. Alex doubted that Fergus Plummet did. He probably kept scrupulous accounts of transgressions and used Wanda Gale's past as a tool to keep her under his thumb. He surely made her life miserable with constant reminders of how lucky she was to have his forgiveness. It was apparent, however, that whatever had happened to Wanda Gale in that revival tent had been profound and irreversible. Her decision that night to create a different life for herself had withstood 25 years. For that, she had earned Alex's admiration. Two of the boys you dated in high school were Reed Lambert and Junior Minton. Yes, Wanda said with a reflective smile. They were the two best-looking, most popular boys in school. All the girls wanted to date them, including Stacy Wallace. The only boy she could ever see was Junior Minton. It was kind of pitiful, because Stacy was so crazy about him, and he was stuck on Selena, and Selena belonged to Reed. Well, sure, Reed was and still is basically good. He didn't treat me and my sisters like trash, even though that's what we were. He was always nice about, whenever he took us out, he always said thank you afterward. Alex smiled sickly. Like to have drove him plumb nuts when Selena got married. Then when she died, she sighed sympathetically. He acts kind of mean sometimes now, but down deep, he's still good. She averted her head. I know he doesn't like Fergus, but he still treated me nice yesterday. This woman and Reed were former lovers. Alex looked at her closely. It was impossible to envision Wanda Gale in the throes of ecstasy with any man, but especially with Reed. Face retained enough of its former prettiness for Alex to have recognized her picture in the yearbook. But her skin was loose, her throat flabby. The full teased hairdo she'd been sporting in the class photo had been replaced by the severe and unflattering bun. The eyes that had been dramatically enhanced with cosmetics for the picture wore no makeup at all now. Her waist had thickened to match the dimensions of her bust and hips, which when she was a teenager must have been voluptuous. Wanda Gale looked at least 10 years older than her classmates. Reed and Junior, even Stacy. Alex wondered if it had been her previous wild life or her married life with Plummet that had accelerated her aging process. She would bet on the latter. He couldn't be much fun to live with. For all his piousness, he brought no joy or love to those around him. To Alex, that's what one's faith should be about. Her admiration for this woman was tinged with pity. It became even more so when Wanda Gale looked up at her and shyly remarked, "You were nice to me, too. I didn't expect you to be nice, 'cause you're so fancy and have such pretty things." She gave Alex's fur coat and eel handbag a wistful glance. "Thank you," she replied. Then, because Wanda Gale seemed stricken with self-consciousness, Alex resumed the questioning. "How did your sisters react to your marriage?" "Oh, I'm sure they didn't like it. You don't know?" "Fergus thought it would be best if I didn't mix with them anymore." "He separated you from your family?" "It was for the best," Wanda said, immediately rising to his defense. "I left my old life. They were part of it. I had to turn my back on them to prove to Jesus that I was forsaking sin." Alex chalked up another reason to despise the preacher. He had brainwashed his wife against her family and used her immortal soul as leverage. "Where are your sisters now?" "Peggy Gale died a few years ago. I read about it in the newspaper. She had cancer," she said, her face sorrowful. "What about the other one? Nora Gale?" Wanda's lips narrowed with stern disapproval. "She's still living her sinful ways. Here in town? Oh my, yes." Again, she clasped her hands beneath her chin and said a quick prayer. "I pray to God that she'll see the light before it's too late. She never married?" "No, she likes men too much, all men. She never wanted one in particular. Maybe Reed Lambert, but he didn't want anything permanent. She liked him very much. They enjoyed each other physically, but it never amounted to love. Maybe they were too much alike. Stubborn. They both have a mean streak, too." Alex tried to make the next question sound casual. "Do you know if he still sees her?" "I expect he does," she said, folding her arms across her middle and sniffing righteously. "He liked us all, but Nora Gale was always his first choice. I don't know if they still sleep together, but they've got to stay friends 'cause they know too much about each other. Ever since the night Selena was killed, there's been..." What about it? Alex interrupted. What about what? The night Selena was killed. Reed was with Nora Gale. Alex's heart fluttered. He was with your sister that night, you're sure? Wanda gave her a puzzled look. I thought everybody knew that. Everybody but me, Alex thought bitterly. She asked Wanda where Nora Gale lived. Reluctantly, Wanda gave her directions to the house. I've never been there, but I know where it is. I don't think you can miss it. Alex thanked her for the information and rose to leave at the door. Wanda became nervous again. I don't think Fergus would like it that I talked to you. He won't hear about it from me. Wanda Gale looked reassured until Alex added, I'd advise him against any more vandalism, and I would appreciate not getting another condemning letter in the mail. Letter? She appeared not to have any knowledge of the letter that had been waiting for Alex when she had returned from Austin. But Alex felt sure that she must. I won't place you in a position of having to lie for your husband, Mrs. Plummet, but I should warn you that Reed has the letter and considers it a police matter. I feel certain he'd make an arrest if I receive another one. She hoped the subtle threat would work. By the time she reached her car, however, her mind had already moved forward to her interview with Reed's alibi. The two-story frame structure reminded Alex of the Prohibition-era roadhouses she'd seen in gangster movies. It had no signs out front and was invisible from the highway. But there were several commercial rigs in the parking lot, along with a few pickup trucks and even a recent model Cadillac. The stone sidewalk was bordered with valiant, dusty pansies. A series of steps led up to a deep veranda. There was an old-fashioned pull bell next to the front door. Muted honky-tonk music wafted through the walls, but the windows appeared to have been blacked out. She couldn't see through them. The door was answered by a bear of a man with a full salt and pepper beard covering the lower two-thirds of a face as florid as a sirloin steak. He was wearing a white tuxedo shirt and black satin bow tie over a full white apron. He was also wearing a fearsome, intimidating frown. Alex began. Are you lost? I'm looking for Nora Gale Burton. What day I want with her? I want to talk to her. What about? It's personal. He squinted suspiciously. You selling something? No. You got an appointment? No. She's busy. He started to close the door, but a man approached it on his way out. He squeezed between them, doffing his bill cap to Alex and muttering thanks to the doorman. Alex took advantage of the interruption and stepped over the threshold into a formally decorated vestibule. I'd like to see Miss Burton, please. I promise not to take too much of her time. If you're looking for work, miss, you'll need to fill out an application and provide pictures. She doesn't see a girl until she's looked over her pictures. I'm not looking for work. He considered her for another long moment before coming to a favorable conclusion. Name? Alexandra Gaither. Wait right here, you hear? Yes, sir. Don't move. I promise. He retreated toward the back of the house, moving along the staircase with a grace and lightness of tread unusual for a man his size. His order for her to stay put had been so emphatic that it had nailed her shoes to the floor. She didn't think anything could prise her away. Within seconds, however, the music beckoned her toward its source. Low conversation and soft laughter lured her toward the violet brocade drapes that separated the hallway from the room beyond. The edges overlapped so she couldn't see anything. Raising her hand tentatively, she pushed them apart and peeked through the slit. Miss Gaither! She jumped and spun around, dropping her hand guiltily. The bearded giant was looming over her, but his soft pink lips were twitching with amusement. This way, the mammoth said. He led her behind the stairwell and stopped in front of a closed door after giving it 3 sharp raps. He pushed it open and stepped aside for Alex to enter. He closed the door behind her. Alex had expected the madam to be reclining on satin sheets. Instead, she was seated behind a large functional desk banked by metal file cabinets. From the number of ledgers and folders and stacks of correspondence scattered across the desk, it looked as though she conducted as much business here as in the boudoir, nor was her clothing what Alex would have expected. Instead of a scanty article of lingerie, she was wearing a tailored wool business suit. She was, however, elaborately jeweled, and all the pieces were genuine and exquisite. Her hair had been bleached snow white and looked like a sculpted mound of cotton candy. Somehow, though, the outdated style suited her, like her sister Wanda. Her figure gravitated toward plump, but she carried that well, too. Her complexion was her best feature. It was flawless, smooth, and milky white. Alex doubted it had ever been exposed to the damaging West Texas sun. The blue eyes with which she assessed Alex were as calculating as those of the cat that was occupying the corner of the desk nearest her right hand. "You have better taste than your mother," she said without preamble, giving Alex a slow once-over. Selena had pretty features, but no sense of style. "You do? Sit down, Miss Gaither." "Thank you." Alex sat down in the chair across the desk. After a moment, she laughed and shook her head with chagrin. "Forgive me for staring. I don't mind. No doubt I'm your first madam. Actually, no. I prosecuted a woman in Austin whose modeling agency proved to be a prostitution ring. She was careless. I did my homework. We had an airtight case against her. Should I take that as a warning? Your operation doesn't fall into my jurisdiction, neither does your mother's murder case." She lit a slender black cigarette as a man would with an economy of motion, and offered one to Alex, who declined. "A drink? Forgive me for saying that you look like you could use one." She gestured toward a lacquered liquor cabinet that was inlaid with mother of pearl. "No, thank you, nothing. Peter said you declined to fill out an application, so I guess you're not here looking for a job. No, pity. You'd do very well. Nice body, good legs, unusual hair. Is that its natural color?" "Yes." The madam grinned wickedly. "I know several regulars who would enjoy you a lot." "Thank you," Alex said stiffly, the compliment making her feel like she needed a bath. "I guess you're here on business, yours," she said with a lazy smile. "Not mine. I'd like to ask you some questions. First, I'd like to ask one of my own, all right? Did Reed send you here?" "No." "Good. That would have disappointed me. I found you through your sister." One eyebrow arched a fraction of an inch higher. "Wanda Gale? I thought she believed that speaking my name aloud would turn her into a pillar of salt, or some such nonsense. How is she?" "Never mind," she said when she sensed Alex's hesitation. "I've seen Wanda Gale from a distance. She looks terrible. That little pecker who professes to be a man of God has nearly ruined her health as well as her looks. Her kids go around like ragamuffins. If she wants to live like that, fine. But why impose poverty on them?" She was genuinely indignant. "There's no righteousness in being poor. I'd like to help her financially, but I'm sure she would rather starve than take a cent from me, even if her husband would allow it." "Did she just come right out and tell you that her sister was a whore?" "No. She only gave me directions here. I guess she assumed that I already knew your occupation. You didn't?" "No. My business has been lucrative, but I'm branching out. I used to screw men for fun, Miss Gaither. I'm still screwing them, but now I do it mostly for money, and you know what? Money's even more fun." Her laugh was throaty and complacent. She had none of Wanda Gale's timidity. Alex got the impression that Nora Gale wasn't afraid of Satan himself, that she would walk up to him and spit in his eye without an ounce of trepidation. After that, she would probably seduce him. In fact, she continued, "You were lucky to catch me in. I just returned from a meeting with my banker. No matter how busy he is, he makes room in his schedule to see me." She gestured down at the portfolio lying open on top of the desk directly in front of her. Even reading it upside down, Alex recognized the logo on the letterhead. NGB Incorporated, she mouthed silently. When her eyes met the madam's again, Nora Gale's were gloating. "You are NGB Incorporated?" "Nora Gale Burton," she said faintly. "That's right, you signed the letter the business people sent to me. I helped draft it." Her long, beautifully manicured nails sank into the cat's lush fur as she scratched it behind the ears. "I don't like what you're trying to do here, Miss Gaither." "I don't like it at all. You're about to throw a goddamned wrench into all my carefully orchestrated plans for expansion. As I recall, NGB Incorporated proposes to build a resort hotel near Purcell Downs. That's right, a resort complete with golf course, putting greens, tennis courts, racquetball, swimming, you name it, it'll have it. And does a whore come with every room? Nora Gale gave another of her bawdy laughs, taking no offense. No. But who knows better how to show folks a good time than an old whore? I've got the best resort architects in the country working on the layout. It'll be spectacular, gaudy as hell, which I've decided the tourist trade likes. Everybody who comes to Texas from out of state, particularly from back east, expects us to be loud, raucous, and tasteless. I don't want my customers to be disappointed. Have you got the money to build a place like that? Alex asked, her peevishness giving way to curiosity. I've got enough put aside to borrow against honey. More cowboys, truckers, roughnecks, white-collar types, statesmen, and would-be statesmen have trooped up those stairs than I could count, she said, pointing toward the staircase. Actually, I could tell you exactly how many, how long each stayed, what he did, what he drank, what he smoked, whatever you wanted to know. My records are that meticulous. I'm a whore, but I'm a goddamn smart one. You don't go into this business just knowing how to make a John come. You go into it knowing how to make him come quickly so you can move on to the next one. You've also got to know how to get him to drop more dollars than he intends to while he's visiting. She sat back and stroked the cat. Yes, I've got the money. More important, I've got the brains to pyramid it into a fortune. With that resort, I can go legitimate. I'll never have to give a blowjob to another stiff cock, unless it's one of my own choosing, or listen to another hard luck story from a man about how his wife doesn't understand him. I'm living for the day I can move out of this place and into town, hold my head up and say, "Kiss my ass," to anybody who doesn't like me moving into his neighborhood. She pointed her cigarette toward Alex. I don't need a cheerleader like you to come in here and fuck it up for me. It was quite a speech. In spite of herself, Alex was fascinated, though not cowed. All I'm trying to do is solve a murder case. Not for the sake of law and order, you're not. The state doesn't give a damn about Selena Gaither's killing, or it would have been looked into years ago. You've just admitted that the case warrants being reopened. Nora Gale gave an elegant shrug, maybe from a legal standpoint, but not from a personal one. Listen, sugar, take my advice. I'm talking to you now like I would to one of my girls when things aren't working out for her. She leaned forward. Go home, leave things here the way they were. Everybody will be happier, especially you. Do you know who murdered my mother, Miss Burton? No. Do you believe that Goonie Bud killed her, that harmless idiot? No. So you suspect someone else who, I'd never tell you, even under oath on the witness stand. She shook her head of glorious white hair. I wouldn't incriminate my friends. Like Reed Lambert? Like Reed Lambert. Nora Gale repeated firmly. We go way back. So I've heard. Nora Gale's husky chuckle brought Alex's head up. Does it bother you to know that Reed and I used to screw our brains out? Why should it? Without taking her eyes off Alex, Nora Gale sent a plume of smoke ceilingward and ground out her cigarette in a crystal ashtray. You tell me, sugar. Alex drew herself up, attempting to re-establish herself as a tough prosecutor. Was he with you the night my mother was killed? Yes, she answered without a second's hesitation. Where? I believe we were in my car, screwing your brains out. What's it to you? My interest is strictly professional, Alex snapped. I'm trying to establish Reed Lambert's alibi. I need to know where you were, what you were doing, and for how long. I fail to see the relevance. Let me decide the relevance. Besides, what difference does it make if you tell me now? I'm sure you gave the answers to the officers who questioned you before. No one ever questioned me. What? Alex exclaimed. No one ever questioned me. I guess Reed told them that he was with me, and they believed him. Was he with you all night? I'd swear to that in court. Alex gave her a long, steady look. But was he? I'd swear under oath that he was, she said, her eyes openly challenging. That was a dead-end street. Alex decided to stop butting her head against the bricks. It was giving her a headache. How well did you know my mother? Well enough not to cry over her death. Her candor matched Stacy Wallace's. Alex should have been inured to it by now, but she wasn't. Look, sugar, I hate to put it to you so bluntly, but I didn't like your mother. She knew that Reed and Junior both loved her. The temptation was just too strong. What temptation? To play them against each other, see how far she could go. After your daddy got killed, she started playing up to them again. Reed was slow to forgive her for getting pregnant, but not Junior. I guess he saw his chance and took it. Anyway, he started courting her in earnest. His folks didn't like it. Stacy Wallace was about to come apart at the seams over it, but it looked like Junior was going to get Selena after all. He made it known to anybody who wanted to listen that as soon as he graduated, he was going to marry her. Tickled your grandma to death. She'd always been jealous of Reed and fancied Junior Minton as a son-in-law. She paused to light another cigarette. Alex waited impatiently, a knot of tension drawing tighter in her chest. After Nora Gale's cigarette was lit, she asked, how did Reed feel about the pending marriage between Selena and Junior? He was still pissed at Selena, but he cared a hell of a lot. That's why he came to me that night. Selena had gone out to the ranch for supper. Reed expected Junior to pop the question. By morning, he expected them to be engaged, but by morning Selena was dead. That's right, sugar, Nora Gale replied coolly, and in my opinion, that was the best solution to their problem. As though punctuating her startling statement, a shot rang out. Chapter 34, Good Lord, what was that? Alex sprang to her feet. A gunshot, I believe. Nora Gale remained admirably calm, but she had already reached the door by the time the man who had greeted Alex flung it open. Is anyone hurt, Peter? Yes, ma'am. A customer's been shot. Phone Reed? Yes, ma'am. Peter lurched toward the telephone on the desk. Nora Gale left the office. Alex followed her. The madam flung open the drapes with a theatrical flourish and took in the scene at a glance. With apprehension and curiosity, Alex peered over Nora Gale's shoulder. Two men whom Alex assumed were bouncers had subdued a man and were restraining him against the ornate bar. Several scantily clad young women were cowering against the purple velvet furniture. Another man was lying on the floor. Blood was pooling beneath him, making a mess on the pastel oriental rug. What happened? When Nora Gale got no answer, she repeated her question with noticeably more emphasis. They got in a scuffle. One of the prostitutes answered finally. Next thing we knew, the gun went off. She pointed down. A revolver was lying on the floor near the prone man's feet. What were they fighting over? After a lengthy silence, one of the girls fearfully raised her hand. Go to my office and stay there. Nora Gale's tone was as brittle as cracking ice. It suggested that the girl should have known how to prevent an incident like this. The rest of you get upstairs and stay there until further notice. No one argued. Nora Gale ran a tight ship. The young women flitted past Alex like a flock of butterflies. They were met on their way upstairs by several men stampeding down, pulling on their clothes as they ran. Without exception, they looked neither right nor left as they exited through the front door. It was a farcical scene, but giggling over it was out of the question. Alex was mortified. She had been on the fringes of violence before, but reading about criminal action in a police report was different from experiencing it firsthand. There was something very startling and real about the sight and scent of fresh human blood. Nora Gale gestured Peter, who had rejoined them, toward the bleeding man. He knelt beside him and pressed his fingers against the man's carotid artery. He's alive. Alex saw some of the starch go out of Nora Gale's posture. She'd handled the situation with aplomb, but she wasn't made of stone. She had been more worried about the situation than she had let on. Hearing the wail of a siren, Nora Gale turned toward the door and was on the threshold to greet Reed when he came barging in. What happened, Nora Gale? There was a dispute over one of the girls, she informed him. A man's been shot, but he's alive. Where is he? The paramedics are. Reed stopped short when he spotted Alex. At first, he just gaped at her with patent disbelief. Then his face turned dark with rage. What the hell are you doing here? Conducting my investigation. Investigation my ass, he growled. Get the hell out of here. The wounded man moaned, drawing Reed's attention. I suggest you tend to your own business, Sheriff Lambert, Alex said tartly. He cursed as he knelt down beside the man. When he noticed the amount of blood, however, his concentration switched immediately from Alex to the victim. How you doing, cowboy? The man moaned. What's your name? His eyes fluttered open. He comprehended the question, but didn't seem able to answer. Reed gently moved aside his clothing until he found the source of the blood. The bullet had pierced his side at about waist level. "You'll live," he told him. "Just hang in there a few more minutes. An ambulance is on its way." He came to his feet and walked toward the man still in the bouncer's custody. He was standing with his head bowed. "What about you, got a name?" Reed asked, jerking the man's chin up. "Well, howdy, Lewis," he drawled. "Thought we'd seen the last of your miserable hide. Didn't take my warning seriously, did you? Can't tell you what a pleasure it's going to be to have you residing in my jail again." "Go fuck yourself, Lambert," the man sneered insolently. Reed hauled back his fist, then reached for the man's spine through about 1.5 feet of abdominal tissue. Lewis doubled at the waist, but only until Reed's fist connected with his chin, bringing it up with a powerful blow. He was then lifted by the lapels of his jacket and shoved against the wall. "You've got a big mouth, Lewis," Reed said calmly, barely winded by the exertion. "We'll see how smart you talk after a month or two in a place where the bad boys will make you eat their dicks for breakfast every morning." The man whimpered helplessly. When Reed released him, he slid down the wall to form a pathetic heap on the floor. Two deputies stepped into the room, gawking at their plush surroundings. "He resisted arrest," Reed calmly said, pointing at Lewis, then curtly ordered him handcuffed, mirandized, and booked for attempted murder. He consulted with the paramedics who had come in behind the deputies and were dealing with the injured man. "He's lost a lot of blood," one of them reported to Reed as he slid a needle into the victim's arm. "It's serious, but not critical." Satisfied that everything was being handled properly, Reed's attention reverted to Alex. Taking her upper arm in a firm grip, he hauled her toward the door. "Let me go. Unless Nora Gale hired you on, you've got no business here." "Nora Gale shut down for the night. This is Friday, Reed. Tough. Don't let anybody leave either. Somebody will be along soon to start the questioning." He roughly shepherded Alex down the steps and into his blazer, nearly cramming her into the seat before he slammed the door shut. He climbed in behind the wheel. "My car is over there," she told him stubbornly. "I can drive myself back to town. I'll have one of the deputies pick it up later." He ground the key in the ignition. "What in God's name possessed you to come here? I didn't know what it was until I arrived." "Well, when you figured it out, why didn't you leave?" "I wanted to talk to Nora Gale. She's a very old and dear friend of yours, I understand," she said with phony sweetness. At the intersection with the highway, they met one of his patrol cars turning in. He signaled the deputy to stop and rolled down his window. "Give me your keys," he told Alex. She passed them to him because he wasn't going to give her a choice and because, in spite of her brave front, she was trembling. Reed tossed her keys to the deputy and instructed him to have his partner drive Ms. Gaither's car to the Westerner Motel when they were finished with the preliminary investigation of the shooting. With that taken care of, he zoomed onto the highway. "Don't you feel the least bit guilty?" Alex asked him. "For what?" "For turning a blind eye to a whorehouse operating in your county." "No." She looked at him, completely flabbergasted. "Why not? Because the madam is an old flame of yours." "Not entirely. Nora Gale's place keeps potential troublemakers concentrated in one spot. Her bouncers keep them in line. Today they didn't. Today was an exception. That scumbag is bad news no matter where he is. I should report you for police brutality. He had that coming, and then some. He got off on a technicality the last time he passed through our judicial system. This time he'll spend a nice long time in prison. And by the way, they caught Lyle Turner in New Mexico. He confessed to slitting Pasty's throat for screwing around with Ruby Faye. It had nothing whatsoever to do with you, so you can stop looking over your shoulder for bogeymen. Thanks for telling me." The news relieved her, but this latest development was still on her mind. "Don't try to get me off the subject. I'm not going to sweep this under the carpet. Pat Chastain would love to know that there's a bordello operating right under his nose." Reed laughed. He took off his hat, ran his hand through his hair, and shook his head in dismay over her naivete. "Have you ever met Mrs. Chastain?" "What does that? Have you?" "No, I've talked to her on the telephone." She's a country club hag, tan skin stretched over solid bone. She wears more gold jewelry than a pimp, even when she plays tennis. She thinks her shit don't stink. Got the picture? She likes being the DA's wife, but doesn't like the DA particularly in bed. I'm not interested in. Her idea of foreplay is, hurry up, but don't mess up my hairdo, and she would probably rather die than let him come in her mouth. You're disgusting. Pat's got a favorite out at Nora Gale's who'll swallow it and pretend to like it, so he's not going to lift a finger to shut the place down. If you were smart, which I'm beginning to seriously doubt, you won't embarrass him by letting on you even know that Nora Gale's place is out there, and don't even think about tattling to Judge Wallace. He never partakes, but all his friends do. He sure as hell isn't going to stop their party. My God, is everybody in this county corrupt? Oh, for Chrisake, Alex, grow up. Everybody in the whole goddamn world is corrupt. You might be the only person who ever went through law school and came out believing that the law is still based on morality. Everybody's guilty of something. Everybody's got a secret. If you're lucky, the next guy's secret is juicier than yours. You use his secret to keep him quiet about yours. I'm glad you brought that up. It was Nora Gale. You were with the night Selena was killed. Congratulations. You finally got one guess right. It wasn't a guess. Wanda Plummet told me. He grinned. When did you figure her out? I didn't, she admitted with some reluctance. I recognized her picture in the yearbook. You could have told me Reed. I could have, but you'd have started pestering sooner. I didn't pester her. She was most cooperative. She was scared. You can't tell by looking at her now what a hellraiser she used to be. I'd rather talk about her sister, Nora Gale. The night my mother was killed, were you with her all night? Wouldn't you love to know? What were you doing? 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count. Making love? Screwing? Where? Her house. Nora Gale said you were in her car. He whipped his blazer around a farmer in a pickup truck. Maybe we were car house. What's the difference? I don't remember. You had been to the ranch earlier. Yeah, so. You ate dinner there. We've been over this already. This was a special night. Selena was there for dinner. Don't you remember talking about this? I remember you told me that you'd left before dessert because apple pie wasn't one of your favorites. Wrong. Cherry pie. It's still not one of my favorites. That's not why you left Reed. No. He risked taking his eyes off the road to glance at her. No, you left because you were afraid Junior was going to propose to Selena that night. You were even more afraid that she was going to accept. He brought the truck to a jarring stop outside her motel room. He got out and came around to her door, almost jerking it off its hinges when he opened it. Grabbing her arm again, he pulled her to the ground and pushed her toward her door. She resisted and turned to confront him. I'm right so far, aren't I? Yeah, I went out with Nora Gale to blow off some steam. Did it work? No, so I sneaked back to the ranch and found Selena in the mayor's barn. How the hell I knew she was going to be there is something you've yet to figure out, counselor. He sneered. I took the scalpel out of my pocket. Why I'd taken it from the vet's bag when I could have strangled her with my bare hands is something else you'll have to muddle through. While you're at it, think about where I'd hidden it when I took off all my clothes to screw Nora Gale, who would in all probability have noticed a scalpel. Anyway, I used the scalpel to stab Selena repeatedly. Then I just left her body there on the outside chance that Goonie Bud would come wandering by, see her, try to help her, and in the process get her blood all over himself. I think that's exactly how it was done. You're full of shit, and a grand jury will think so too. He angrily gave her another shove toward her door. In a quavering voice, she said, "There's blood on your hands." He looked down at them. I've had blood on them before. The night you murdered Selena? His eyes moved back to Alex's. His voice was raspy with menace when he lowered his face close to hers and said, "No, the night she tried to abort you." Chapter 35, Alex stared at him blankly for several seconds. Then she attacked him. She went for his face with her nails, his shins with the toes of her shoes. He grunted in pain and surprise as she landed one solid kick against his kneecap. You liar. You're lying. Lying. She took a swing at his head. He managed to dodge it. "Stop it!" He grabbed hold of her wrist to protect his face. She tried to wrest her hands free while still kicking out with her feet and knees. "Alex, I'm not lying to you. You are, you bastard. I know you are. My mother wouldn't do that. She loved me. She did." She fought like a wildcat fury, and adrenaline pumped through her system, endowing her with additional strength. She was still no match for him. Holding her wrists together in his left hand, he shook her key out of her handbag and used it to open the door. They stumbled inside together. Reed kicked the door shut. She bucked against him, shouting deprecations, trying to work her hands out of his grip, slinging her head from side to side like someone demented. "Alex, stop this," he ordered fiercely. "I hate you. I know, but I'm not lying. You are." She twisted and turned and tried to stamp on his feet. He forced her down on the bed and secured her there with his own body. Keeping an iron grip on her wrists, he placed his other hand over her mouth. She tried to bite it, so he applied more pressure, making any motion of her jaw impossible unless she wanted to break the bones. Her eyes were murderous as she glared at him over the back of his hand. Breasts rose and fell dramatically with each breath. He hung his head above hers, his hair falling over his brow, gulping in draughts of air until he regained his breath. Finally, lifting his head, he stared deeply into her eyes. "I didn't want you to know," he said in a low, throbbing voice, "but you just kept pushing me. I lost my temper. It's out. I can't take it back, and damn me if it's not the truth." She tried to shake her head. No, the denial in her eyes vehement. She arched her back in an effort to throw him off, but she remained pinioned beneath him. "Listen to me, Alex," he said, angrily straining the words through his teeth. Nobody even knew Selena was pregnant until that night. She'd been back from El Paso for several weeks, but I hadn't gone to see her yet, hadn't even called. My pride was still hurting. In a juvenile way, I was letting her sweat it out. He closed his eyes and shook his head ruefully. We were playing games with each other, childish, foolish, silly boy-girl games. Finally, I decided to forgive her. He smiled with bitter self-derision. "I went to see her on a Wednesday night because I knew your grandmother would be at prayer meeting at the Baptist church. After the service, she always stayed for choir practice. So I knew that Selena and I would have a couple of hours alone to sort things out. When I got to her house, I knocked several times, but she didn't come to the door. I knew she was there. The lights were on in the back of the house where her bedroom was. I thought maybe she was in the shower or was playing the radio so loud she couldn't hear my knocking, so I went around to the back. Alex lay still beneath him. Her eyes were no longer narrowed with animosity, but shiny with unshed tears. I looked through her bedroom window. The lights were on, but Selena wasn't in there. I tapped on the window. She didn't respond, but I noticed her shadow moving on the bathroom wall. I could see it through the door. It was open partway. I called her name. I knew she could hear me, but she wouldn't come out. Then he squeezed his eyes shut and bared his teeth in a grimace of pain before going on. I was getting mad, see, because I thought she was just playing coy. She opened the bathroom door wider, and I saw her standing there. For a few seconds, I just looked at her face because it had been so long since I'd seen her. She was staring back at me. She looked puzzled, like she was asking, "What now?" And that's when I noticed the blood. She was wearing a nightgown, and the lower front of it was streaked with red. Alex's eyes closed. Large, cloudy tears slid from beneath her quivering eyelids and ran onto Reed's fingers. "It scared the hell out of me," he said gruffly. "I got into the house. I don't even remember how. I think I raised the window and slipped through." Anyway, a few seconds later, I was in her bedroom holding her. We both ended up on the floor, and she just sort of crumpled in my arms. She didn't want to tell me what was wrong. I was screaming at her, shaking her. Finally, she turned her face toward my chest and whispered, "Baby?" Then I realized what all the blood meant and where it had come from. I scooped her up, ran outside, and put her in my car. He paused for a moment to reflect. When he picked up the story, the emotion that had racked his voice was gone. He spoke matter-of-factly. "There was this doctor in town who did abortions on the sly. Everybody knew it, but nobody talked about it because abortions were still illegal in Texas. Then I took her to him. I called Junior and told him to bring some money. He met us there. He and I sat in the waiting room while the doctor fixed her up. He gazed down at Alex for a long time before removing his hand. It had left a stark white imprint on the lower half of her face, which in itself was ghostly pale. Her body was now pliant beneath his and as still as death. With the pads of his thumbs, he wiped the tears off her cheeks. "Damn you to hell if you're lying to me," she whispered. "I'm not. You can ask Junior. Junior would back you up if you said the sky was green. I'll ask the doctor. He's dead." "Figures," she remarked, laughing dryly. "What did she use to try to kill me, Alex? Don't. Tell me." "No, what was it?" "It doesn't matter. Tell me, damn you, your grandma's knitting needle." It had started out a soft exchange but ended on a shout. The sudden resulting silence was deafening. "Oh, God," Alex whimpered, clamping her teeth over her lower lip and turning her face into the pillow. "Oh, God, don't cry. Selena didn't hurt you, just herself. She wanted to hurt me, though. She didn't want me to be born." Her sobs shook her whole body. He absorbed them with his, "Why didn't the doctor just take me while he was fixing her up?" Reed didn't answer. Alex turned her head and stared up at him. She caught handfuls of his shirt in her fists. "Why, Reed? He suggested it. Then why didn't he?" "Because I swore that if he did, I'd kill him." An emotion zephyrid between them. It was so strong it knocked the breath out of her and made her chest ache. She uttered an involuntary wordless sound. Fingers momentarily relaxed in the cloth of his shirt, only to grip it tighter and draw him nearer. Her back arched off the bed again, not in an attempt to throw him off, but to get closer. He sank his fingers into her hair, tilted his dark blonde head, and pressed his open mouth against hers. Her lips were parted and damp and receptive. He sent his tongue deep into her mouth. Frantically, she worked her arms out of her coat sleeves and locked them around the back of his neck. He raised his head suddenly and looked down at her. There were dark shadows from weeping beneath her eyes, but the blue irises were crystal clear as they steadily gazed back at him. She knew exactly what she was doing. That's all he needed to know. He ran his thumb over her lips, which were moist and swollen from his hard kiss. All he could think about was kissing her again, harder, and he did. Her throat was arched and vulnerable to his lips when they left hers. He drew her skin lightly against his teeth, then soothed it with whisks of his tongue. He nuzzled her ear and the base of her neck, and when her clothing got in his way, he pulled her to a sitting position and peeled her sweater over her head. As they lay back down, their breathing was loud and uneven, the only sound in the room. He unclasped her bra and pushed the cups aside. His fingers skimmed over her flesh, which was warm and flushed with arousal. He cupped one breast, pushed it up, and took the center between his lips. He sucked it with enough pressure to elicit a tingle in her womb, but with enough finesse to tantalize. When the nipple drew taut, he flicked it roughly with the tip of his tongue. Alex cried his name in panic and joy. He buried his face between her breasts and held her close while he rolled her above him and fought his way out of his jacket at the same time. She began tearing free the buttons of his shirt. He unzipped and unbuttoned her skirt, then shoved it down over her hips, taking her half-slip along with it. Alex ran her fingers through the thick pelt of hair on his chest, dropped random kisses on his supple muscles, and rubbed her cheek against his distended nipple. They reversed positions again. She managed to get off her shoes and stockings before he stretched out on top of her. He placed his hand low on her belly and slid it down into her underpants. His hand covered her mound completely and possessively. With his thumb, he parted the lips of her sex and exposed the tight, responsive kernel of flesh. His fingertips dipped into her creaminess and anointed that tiny nub with the dew of her own desire. When she moaned her pleasure, he bent his head and kissed her stomach. Removing her panties, he nuzzled the fiery dark curls between her thighs and touched her with his open mouth. Clumsily, he undid his fly and, taking her hand, pressed it against his erection. He hissed a curse when her fist closed tightly around him. Nudging her thighs apart, he settled himself between them. The smooth tip of his penis slipped between the folds of her body. He covered her breasts with his hands and lightly ground the raised centers with his palms. He gave a steady, smooth thrust of his hips that should have planted him firmly inside her. It didn't. He readjusted his hips slightly and tried again, encountering the same resistance. Levering himself up, he stared at her with disbelief. "You mean?" Her breath was choppy and her eyes fluttered in an effort to stay focused on him. She was making small yearning noises in her throat. Her hands moved restlessly, searchingly over his chest and neck and cheeks. Her fingertips glanced his lips. The utter sexiness of all that and the satiny heat that was gloving him so tightly were his undoing. He applied more pressure and sank into her completely. Her ragged sigh of surprise and discovery was the most erotic sound he'd ever heard. It inflamed him. "Christ," he groaned. "Oh, Christ." Mating instincts took over and he moved his hips against hers with the ancient compulsion to possess and fill. Sandwiching her head between his hands, he kissed her mouth with rampant carnality. His climax was an avalanche of sensation. It was soul-shuddering. It seemed to go on forever, and it still wasn't long enough. Several minutes elapsed before he roused himself enough to disengage. He didn't want to, but when he gazed down at her, any thoughts of prolonging their coupling fled. She was lying with her head turned away, one cheek on the pillow. She looked fragile and haunted, looking down at the faint pulse in her throat, seeing the bruise his kiss had branded there. Reed felt like a rapist. Filled with regret and self-loathing, he worked his fingers free of the snare of her hair. They both reacted violently to the knock on the door. Alex quickly reached for the rumpled bedspread and pulled it over herself. Reed's feet landed hard on the floor. He hiked his jeans up over his hips. "Reed, you in there?" "Yeah," he called through the door. I got Miss Gaither's keys here. Remember you told me to?" The deputy broke off when Reed opened the door. "I remember." He extended his hand through the crack, and the deputy dropped the keys into them. "Thanks," he said tersely, and closed the door. He tossed the keys on the round table in front of the window. The clatter they made when they landed on the wood veneer was as loud as a cymbals crash. Reed bent down to retrieve his shirt and jacket, which he'd slung over the side of the bed at some point that escaped his memory now. As he pulled them on, he spoke to Alex over his shoulder. "I know you're hating yourself right now, but it might make you feel better to know that I wish it hadn't happened either." She turned her head and gave him a long, searching look. She looked for compassion, tenderness, love. His features remained impassive, his eyes those of a stranger. There was no softness or feeling in his remote gaze. He seemed untouched and untouchable. Alex swallowed hard, burying her hurt. In retaliation for his aloofness, she said, "Well, we're even now, Sheriff. You saved my life before I was born." She paused, then added huskily, "And I just gave you what you always wanted but never got from my mother." Reed curled his hands into fists as though he wanted to strike her. Then, with jerky, disjointed motions, he finished dressing. At the open door, he turned back. "Whatever your reason for doing it, thanks. For a virgin, you were a fairly good fuck." Chapter 36, Junior slid into the orange vinyl booth of the Westerner Motel's coffee shop. His engaging smile collapsed the instant he saw Alex's face. "Darling, are you sick?" She smiled wanly. "No, coffee?" she asked, signaling the waitress. "Please," he told her distractedly. When the waitress tried to hand him a large plastic menu, he waved it off. "Just coffee." After she had poured him a cup, he leaned across the table and lowered his voice to a whisper. "I was real tickled to hear from you this morning, but something is obviously very wrong. You're as pale as a sheet. You ought to see me without the sunglasses." She bobbed them up and down in an attempt at humor that fell flat. "What's the matter?" She leaned back against the bright vinyl and turned her head to gaze through the tinted window. It was bright outside. Her sunglasses wouldn't appear out of place. That about exhausted the merits of this day. Reed told me about Selena's attempted abortion. At first, Junior said nothing. Then he cursed expansively beneath his breath. He sipped his coffee, started to say something he thought better of, and finally shook his head in apparent disgust. What the hell's wrong with him? Why did he tell you about that? So it's true? He lowered his head and stared into his coffee. She was only 17, Alex, and pregnant by a guy she didn't even love. A guy on his way to Saigon. She was scared. I know the pertinent facts, Junior, she interrupted impatiently. Why do you always defend her? Habit, I guess. Alex, ashamed of her outburst, took a moment to compose herself. I know why she did it. It's just incomprehensible to me that she could. To us, too, he admitted reluctantly. Us? To Reed and me? He gave her only 2 days to recover before he and I flew her back to El Paso to take care of it. He sipped his coffee. We met out at the airstrip right after sunset. Alex had asked Reed if he'd ever taken Selena flying at night. Once, he had told her Selena had been scared. He'd said, "He stole a plane. Borrowed is what he called it." I think Mo knew what Reed was up to, but he looked the other way. We landed in El Paso, rented a car, and drove to the Army base. Reed bribed the guards into telling Al Gaither that he had relatives waiting to see him. He was off duty, I guess, anyway. He came to the gate, and we talked him into getting in the car with us. What happened? He looked at her, shamefaced. We took him to a deserted spot and beat the shit out of him. I was afraid Reed was going to kill him. He probably would have, if Selena hadn't been there. She was practically hysterical. You coerced him into marrying her? That same night. We drove across the border into Mexico. He shook his head wryly at the memory of it. Gaither was barely conscious enough to recite his vows. Reed and I supported him between us through the ceremony, then dumped him back at the gate of Fort Bliss. One thing puzzles me. Why did Reed insist on Selena getting married? He kept saying he wouldn't let her baby be born a bastard. Alex looked at him intently from behind her shaded glasses. Then why didn't he marry her himself? He asked her. So, what was the problem? Me, I asked her too. Seeing her confusion, he blew out his breath. This all happened the morning following I understand, go on. Selena was still real shaken up and said she couldn't think clearly. She begged us to stop badgering her, but Reed said she had to get married in a hurry or everybody would find out what had happened. Everybody found out anyway, she said. He wanted to protect her from the gossip as long as possible. I must be dense, but I still can't figure it. Selena has 2 men who love her begging her to get married. Why didn't she? She refused to choose between us. A furrow of concentration formed between his brows. You know, Alex, that's the first smart adult decision Selena ever made. We were seniors in high school. God knows Reed didn't have any money. I did, but my folks would have gone apeshit if I'd have gotten married before I even graduated. Especially with Selena carrying another man's baby. She had another reason, though, more important than finances or parental approval. She knew that if she chose one of us over the other, it would alter the friendship forever. There would be an odd man out. When it came right down to it, she wouldn't break up the triangle funny, isn't it? That happened anyway. What do you mean? It was never quite the same between the 3 of us after we got back from El Paso. We were on guard all the time, where before we were always nakedly honest with each other. His voice turned sad. Reed didn't see as much of her as I did while she was pregnant, and that wasn't very often. We were busy with school and she stayed close to home. Oh, we went through the motions of still being best buddies, but when we were together, we tried too hard to pretend that everything was normal. That night she tried to abort. You stood between us like a solid wall. None of us could ever go up, over, around, or through it. It was there conversations became an effort. Laughter was forced, but you didn't desert her. No, the day you were born, Reed and I rushed to the hospital. Besides your grandmother, we were the first people you were introduced to. I'm glad of that, she said thickly. So am I. If I'd been Selena, I would have snagged one of you when I had the chance. His grin slowly faded. Reed stopped asking why. Junior signaled for the waitress to refill his coffee cup. Then, cradling it between his hands, he stared into its dark depths. He never forgave her. For Al Gaither? For you? Stricken, Alex raised her hand to cover her mouth. The guilt she had borne all her life pressed in on her like a vice junior. Sensing her anxiety, rushed to say, "It wasn't because she'd conceived you. He couldn't forgive that abortion business. I don't understand. See, Alex Reed's a survivor. Hell, if anybody was ever destined to turn out rotten, it was Reed. He didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of making anything out of himself. Social workers, if Purcell had had any, would have pointed at him and said, 'There goes a wasted life in the making. He'll go bad, watch and see.' But no, not Reed. He thrives on adversity. He's a scrapper. He's strong. He gets knocked down and comes up fighting. Now me," he said with a scoffing laugh. "I can overlook other people's weaknesses because I've got so many of my own. I could understand the panic and fear Selena must have felt. She took desperate measures because she was afraid to stick it out, Reed. Can't understand taking the path of least resistance. He couldn't tolerate that weakness in her. He expects so goddamn much out of himself, he imposes the same standards on everybody else. Those standards are virtually impossible to live up to. That's why he's constantly disappointed in people he sets himself up to be. He's a cynic. I can see where you'd think that, but don't let that tough pose fool you. When people let him down, as they invariably do because they're human, it hurts him. When he's hurt, he turns mean. Was he mean to my mother? No, never. Their relationship being what it was, she had the power to hurt and disappoint him more than anybody could. But he couldn't turn mean towards Selena because he loved her so much. He looked at Alex levelly. He just couldn't forgive her. That's why he stepped aside and gave you the advantage. Which I unabashedly took, he said with a short laugh. I'm not as hard to please as Reed. I don't demand perfection in myself or anybody else. Yes, Alex, in spite of her mistakes, I loved your mother and wanted her to be my wife on any terms. Why didn't she marry you, Junior? Alex asked, genuinely perplexed. She loved you. I know she did. I know she did too. And I'm damned good looking. He winked and Alex smiled. Few would believe this because of the way I live now, but I would have been faithful to Selena and made you an excellent daddy, Alex. I wanted to try anyway. He clasped his hands together on the table, but Selena said no matter how many times I asked her and you went on asking her right up until the night she died. His eyes snapped up to hers. Yes, I invited her out to the ranch that night to propose. Did you? Yes. And same as always, she turned me down. Do you know why? Yes. He shifted uncomfortably in the booth. She still loved Reed. Always and forever, it was Reed she wanted. Alex looked away because she knew it was a painful admission for him to make. Junior, where were you that night? At the ranch. I mean, after that, after you took Selena home. I didn't take her home. I presumed Dad would. Angus? I was upset because she had refused me again. See, I'd told my parents to get used to the idea of having a daughter-in-law and a grandchild in the house soon. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I got mad and stormed out, just flew the coop and left Selena there. Where did you go? I hit all the places that would sell liquor to minors. I got drunk. Alone. No alibi? Junior doesn't need an alibi. He didn't kill your mother. They had been so immersed in the conversation that neither had noticed Stacy Wallace's approach. When they looked up, she was standing at the edge of the table. Her stare was even more hostile than it had been at their first meeting. Good morning, Stacy Jr. said uncomfortably. He seemed less than pleased by her sudden appearance. Sit down and have a cup of coffee with us. He moved over to make room for her on his side of the booth. No, thank you. Glaring down at Alex, she said, Stop bothering Junior with your endless questions. Hey, Stacy, I'm not bothered, he said, trying to smooth over the situation. Why don't you just give it up? I can't. Well, you should. It would be best for everybody, especially the murderer, Alex said quietly. Stacy's thin, straight body quivered like a bowstring just plucked. Get out of our lives. You're a self-serving, vindictive bitch. Who? Not here, Stacy. Junior, intervening quickly, scooted out of the booth and took her arm. I'll walk you to your car. What are you doing out this morning? Oh, your bridge group is having breakfast, he said, noting the table of women watching curiously. How nice. He gave them a jaunty little wave. Alex, as aware as Junior of all the prying eyes, slipped a $5 bill beneath her saucer and left the coffee shop only a few moments behind Junior and Stacy. She gave Stacy's car a wide berth, but watched from the corner of her eye as Junior pulled Stacy into an embrace and rubbed her back consolingly. He gave her a soft kiss on the lips. She clung to him, appealing to him about something that had caused her consternation. His answer seemed to soothe her. She went limp against his chest. Junior worked himself out of her clutches, but in such a charming way that Stacy was smiling when he tucked her into the driver's seat of her car and waved her off. Alex was already inside her room when he tapped on the door and said, "It's me." She opened the door. "What was that all about?" "She thought I'd spent the night with you, since we were having breakfast together in the coffee shop." "Lord," Alex whispered, "people in this town certainly have fertile minds. You'd better leave before anybody else gets that impression." "What do you care?" "I don't." "Well, I do." Uneasily, Alex glanced toward the unmade bed. On any other morning, the housekeeper was knocking while she was still in the shower. This morning of all mornings, she was running late. Alex was afraid that the bed would give away her secret. The room was redolent of Reed. His essence lingered on each surface like a fine coating of dust. She was afraid Junior would sense that. Gently, he removed her sunglasses and traced the lavender half-moons beneath her eyes. "Bad night. That's an understatement," she thought. "You might as well hear it from me. I'm sure it will get around. Late yesterday afternoon, I went to Nora Gale's place." His lips parted with surprise. "Son of a bitch. I needed to talk to her. It seems she's Reed's alibi for the night Selena was killed. Anyway, while I was there, a man got shot. There was blood, an arrest." Junior laughed with incredulity. "You're kidding me." "I wish I were," she said grimly. "Here I am representing the DA's office, and I get involved in a shootout between two cowboys in a whorehouse." Suddenly it all collapsed on her. Instead of crying, she began to laugh. Once she started, she couldn't stop. She laughed until her sides ached and tears were rolling down her cheeks. "Oh, God, can you believe it? If Greg Harper ever hears about this, Pat Chastain won't tell him. He has a girl out at—" "I know," she said. "Reed told me. He responded to the call and hustled me out. He didn't seem to think there would be any repercussions." She shrugged in an offhanded manner that she hoped didn't look as phony as it felt. "It's good to hear you laughing for a change," Junior commented, smiling down at her. "I'd like to stick around and cheer you up even more." He placed his hands on her derriere and began to move them up and down. Alex pushed him away. "If you wanted to cheer someone up, you should have gone with Stacy. She looked like she could use it." He glanced away guiltily. "It doesn't take much to make her happy because she still loves you. I don't deserve her. That doesn't matter to her. She'll forgive you anything. She already has." "Of murder, you mean?" "No, of loving someone else, Selena." "Not this time, Alex," he whispered and dipped his head to kiss her. She dodged his well-aimed lips. "No, Junior, why not?" "You know why? Am I still only a pal? A friend. Why just a friend? I keep getting the present mixed up with the past. Hearing you talk about wishing you could have been my father stifled my romantic inclinations. When I look at you now, I can't relate you to that tiny baby in the crib. You're an exciting woman. I want to hold you, love you, and not like a daddy." "No," she shook her head adamantly. "It just doesn't sit right, Junior. It's out of whack." This was the speech she should have made to Reed. Why hadn't she? Because she was a phony, that's why. And because the same rules didn't always apply to similar situations, even when one wanted them to. And because she didn't have any control over whom she fell in love with. She and Selena had that in common. "We can never be lovers." He smiled and said without rancor, "I'm stubborn. Once this is over, I'll make certain that you see me in a whole new light. We'll pretend that we're meeting for the first time and you'll fall hard for me." If it soothes his ego, let him think so, Alex thought. She knew it would never be, just as it could never have been with him and Selena. And in both cases, Reed Lambert was the reason. Chapter 37. Angus's secretary escorted Alex into his office at Me headquarters. It was an unpretentious complex situated in a professional building between a dentist's office and a two-partner law firm. He stepped around his desk to greet her. "Thank you for stopping by, Alex. I'm glad you called. I needed to talk to you anyway. Would you like a drink?" "No, thanks." "Seen Junior lately?" "Yes. We had coffee together this morning." Angus was pleased. His lecture had obviously worked. As usual, Junior had just needed a pep talk to get into gear. "Before we get to my business," Angus said, "what's on your mind? Specifically, the night my mother died, Angus." His hearty smile faded. "Sit down." He guided her to a small upholstered couch. "What do you want to know?" "When I spoke with Junior this morning, he confirmed what I'd already been told, that he proposed to Selina that night." "I know that you and Mrs. Minton opposed the idea." "That's right, Alex, we did. I hate to tell you that. I don't mean to speak badly of your mother because I adored her as Junior's friend. But you didn't want her for his wife. No." He leaned forward and wagged his finger at her. "Don't think it was snobbishness on my part. It wasn't. Sarah Joe's opinion might have been swayed by class and economic distinctions, but not mine. I would have objected to Junior marrying anybody at that time in his life. Then why did you consent to his marriage to Stacy Wallace only a few weeks later? No dummy, this girl, Angus thought. He assumed an innocent pose. The situation had changed by then. He'd been emotionally devastated by Selina's death. Stacy worshipped the ground he walked on. I thought she would be good for him. For a while she was. I don't regret blessing that marriage. A prestigious judge's daughter was also a far more suitable match for the son of Angus Minton. His blue eyes darkened. "You're disappointing me, Alex. What you're suggesting is downright tacky. Do you think I'd force my son into a loveless marriage?" "I don't know. Would you?" "No, even if the stakes were awfully high." "Listen," he said, lowering his voice for emphasis. "Anything I've ever done for my boy has been for his own good." "Does that include killing Selina?" Angus jerked upright. "You've got your nerve, young lady." "I'm sorry. I can't afford to be subtle. Angus Jr. says he left the ranch that night, angry and hurt, because Selina turned down his proposal." "That's right. It was left to you to drive her home." "Yes. Instead, I offered her one of the cars and gave her the keys. She told me goodbye and left the house. I assumed she drove herself home. Did anyone overhear this conversation?" "Not that I know of. Not even your wife. She went up to bed right after supper. Don't you see, Angus? You've got no alibi. There's no witness to what happened after Junior left." It pleased him enormously that she seemed worried about it. Her features were anxious and drawn. Lately, he'd found it hard to think of this girl as his enemy. Evidently, she was nursing that same ambiguity. "I slept with Sarah Joe that night," he said. "She'll vouch for that. So will Reed. We were in bed the next morning when he came running in to tell us that he'd found Selina's body in the stable. Wasn't my grandmother worried about her? When Selina didn't come home, didn't she telephone the ranch? In fact, she did. Selina had already left the house. She had bragged that you were already sleeping through the night, so I guess Mrs. Graham went back to bed, assuming that she was on her way. She didn't realize until the following morning that Selina hadn't made it home. What time did Grandma Graham call?" "I don't remember. It wasn't very late because I was still up. I usually go to bed early. I was especially tired after the day we'd spent in the stable with that mare." Alex was frowning in concentration. He grinned. "Sound plausible?" Grudgingly, she returned his smile. "Yes, but it's riddled with holes. It's damn sure not enough to ask a grand jury for a murder indictment. It's nothing like a blood-soaked goony bud holding a scalpel." Alex said nothing. Angus reached out and covered her hand. "I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, talking frankly about your mother like that." "No, you didn't," she replied with a weak smile. "In the last few days, I've learned that she was far from an angel. I would never have approved of her for Junior. My disapproval didn't have anything to do with whether she was a saint or a sinner." He watched her wet her lips anxiously before asking, "What was your main objection, Angus? Was it because she had me?" So that's it, he thought. Alex blames herself for her mother's fate. Guilt had driven her to get to the bottom of this case. She craved absolution for the sin Merle Graham had laid on her. What a spiteful thing for the old bitch to do to a kid. Still, it served his purpose well. My disapproval had nothing to do with you, Alex. It was Reed and Junior. Humbly, he folded his hands and studied them as he spoke. Junior needs somebody to goad him every now and then. A strong daddy, a strong friend, a strong woman. He looked up at her from beneath lowered brows. You'd be a perfect mate for him. Mate? He laughed and spread his arms wide at his sides. Hell, I might as well come right out with it. I'd like to see a match between you and Junior. What? Angus wasn't sure whether she was actually stunned or a damn good actress. Either way, he was glad he'd chosen to prod this thing along himself. Left alone, Junior wasn't getting the job done. We could use a smart lady lawyer in this family. Think what a contribution you'd make to the business, not to mention the empty bedrooms at the ranch. In no time, you'd fill them up with grandbabies. He lowered his eyes to her pelvic region. You've got the build for it, and you'd bring new blood to the stock. You can't be serious, Angus. I've never been more serious in my life. He patted her on the back. For now, though, let's just leave it at this. I'd be pleased as punch if something romantic was to spark between you and Junior. She moved away from his touch. Angus, I don't want to offend you or Junior, but what you're suggesting is, she searched for the right word, then laughed and said, preposterous. Why? You're asking me to play the role my mother was cast for. You rejected her. You're suited to the role. She wasn't. I'm not in love with Junior, and I don't want the part. She stood up and moved to the door. I'm sorry if there's been any misunderstanding or if I've misled anybody into thinking. He gave her his darkest, most fearsome frown, the one that usually struck terror into the hearts of those who opposed him. She withstood it well. Goodbye, Angus. I'll be in touch. After she left, Angus poured a drink to calm himself down. His fingers closed around the glass so tightly it was a wonder it didn't shatter under the pressure. Angus Minton rarely had his ideas questioned, and even less frequently snickered at. They were sure as hell never called preposterous. Alex left feeling greatly disturbed. In spite of her best intentions, she had offended him. She regretted that. But what disturbed her most was that she'd seen into the man behind the good old boy demeanor. Angus Minton liked to have things go his way. When they didn't move along fast enough, he boosted them. He didn't take kindly to being crossed. More than ever, Alex pitied Junior, whose pace was so different from his father's. No doubt that had always been a source of friction between them. She could also understand why a man as self-sufficient as Reed had left Minton Enterprises. He wouldn't have functioned well under Angus's heavy thumb. She returned to her car and began to drive aimlessly, leaving the city limits and taking to the back roads. The scenery wasn't much to brag about. Tumbleweeds were snagged on barbed wire fences that seemed to stretch forever. Oil wells, black outlines against the colorless earth, pumped desultorily. The drive helped. It gave her privacy in which to think. Like her mother, she had become entangled with 3 men, all of whom she liked. She didn't want to believe one of them was a killer. Lord, what a muddle. She was gradually peeling away layers of deception. If she kept at it long enough, surely she would eventually get to the truth. But her time was running out. She had only a few days left before Greg would demand to see some results. If she couldn't produce something concrete, he would demand that she desist. As she approached the city limits on her return, she became aware that the vehicle behind her was following too closely. "Jerk," she muttered, glancing into her rearview mirror. For another mile, the pickup rode her rear end like a shadow. The sun was at an angle to prevent her from seeing the driver. "Come on around if you're in such a hurry." She tapped her brake pedal, enough for the taillights to blink on. He didn't take the hint. On this rural highway, the gravel shoulder was so narrow it hardly qualified as such. She edged toward it anyway, hoping that the driver of the truck would pass her. "Thank you very much," she said, when the truck straddled the center yellow stripe and sped up to pass her. It pulled even with her. She was aware of it from the corner of her eye. She didn't realize that the driver had a more nefarious purpose than vehicular horseplay in mind until he stayed even with her, a hazard at the speed they were driving. You fool. She whipped her head around to glance out the window. The pickup accelerated suddenly and deliberately swerved, catching her front left bumper with his right rear one. She lost control of the car. She clutched the steering wheel and stamped on the brakes, but to no avail. Her car skidded off the loose shoulder and plowed into the deep, dry ditch. Alex was held in by her seatbelt, but flung forward hard enough to bang her head on the steering wheel. The windshield shattered upon impact, showering the back of her head and hands with glass. It seemed to rain down forever. She didn't think she had lost consciousness, but the next thing she knew, there were voices speaking to her. They were soft and melodious, but she couldn't understand what they were saying. Groggily, she raised her head. The motion gave her a searing headache. She fought down rising nausea and struggled to focus her eyes. The men surrounding the car and looking at her with concern were speaking Spanish. One opened her door and said something that was gently inquiring. "Yes, I'm all right," she answered automatically. She couldn't imagine why they were looking at her so strangely until she felt the wet trickle against her cheek. She raised her hand and investigated. Trembling fingers came away red. "I'd rather you spent the night here at the hospital. I can arrange for a room," the doctor said. "No, I'll be fine in the motel. After a couple of these, I should sleep till morning." She shook the brown plastic bottle of pills. "You don't have a concussion, but take it easy for a couple of days. No sports or anything like that." She winced at the very mention of physical exertion. "I promise. In a week, we'll take out the stitches. Good thing that gash was on the top of your head and not on your face." "Yes," Alex replied uncertainly. He'd had to shave a small patch of her scalp, but with artful combing, her hair would cover it. "Are you up to having a visitor? There's somebody waiting to see you. Since this is a weeknight, things are kind of slow, so use the room for as long as you like." "Thank you, doctor." He left the treatment room. Alex tried to sit up, but discovered that she was still too dizzy. The sight of Pat Chastain walking through the door didn't help her equilibrium. "Well, Mr. Chastain, long time no see," she said with sarcasm. He moved toward the examination table and sheepishly asked, "How are you?" "I've been better, but I'll be fine. Is there anything I can do?" "No. There was no need for you to come here. How'd you know about it anyway?" He pulled forward the only chair in the room and sat down. Those Mexicans flagged down a passing car. The driver went to the nearest phone and called for an ambulance. The deputy who went out to investigate the accident speaks Spanish, so he heard from them what happened. "They saw the truck force me off the road?" "Yeah. Could you identify it?" "It was white." She met the DA's eyes, and it had the Minton Enterprises logo stenciled on the side. He looked troubled and nervous. "That's what the Mexican said, too. The deputy couldn't locate Reed, so he called me." He nodded toward the bandage on her head. "Is that going to be okay?" "In 2 or 3 days, I can take the bandage off tomorrow. It required several stitches, and I've got these as reminders." She held up her hands, which were covered with tiny scratches where glass fragments had been tweezed out. "Alex, did you recognize the driver?" "No." The district attorney gave her a hard look, testing her truthfulness. "No," she repeated. "Believe me, if I had, I'd be after him myself." "I didn't even catch a glimpse. All I could make out was a silhouette against the sun. I think he was wearing some kind of hat. Do you think it was a random incident?" She came down on both elbows. "Do you?" He patted the air, urging her to lie back down. "No, I guess it wasn't." "Then don't tax my strength with stupid questions." He ran a hand through his hair and swore. "When I told my old buddy Greg Harper that you'd have carte blanche, I didn't know that you were going to wreak havoc in my county." Her patience with him snapped. "It's my head that mountains are being slammed against." "Mr. Chastain, why are you whining?" "Well, damn it, Alex, Judge Wallace, who didn't like me much in the first place, is hotter than a pistol. I can't win a single point in his courtroom these days. You've all but called 3 of the county's leading citizens murderers. Pasty Hickam, a fixture in this town, turns up dead while you're with him. You were at Nora Gale Burton's whorehouse when a shooting took place." "God damn it, why'd you have to open up that hornet's nest? She pressed her hand to her throbbing forehead. It wasn't by choice. I was following a lead. She lowered her hand and gave him a pointed look. And don't worry, your secret interest in Nora Gales is safe with me. He squirmed guiltily in his chair. I tell you, Alex, you've got a bull by the horns here, and it almost got you killed tonight, which should prove that I'm getting closer to the truth. Someone's trying to bump me off to protect himself. I guess, he said morosely. What have you got that you didn't have before you got here? Firmly established motives. For one thing, anything else? A shortage of concrete alibis, read. Lambert says he was with Nora Gale. She admitted that she would perjure herself if necessary to corroborate that, which leads me to believe that he wasn't with her all night. Junior hasn't produced any kind of alibi. What about Angus? He claims he was at the ranch, but so was Selena. If Angus was there all night, he would have had ample opportunity. So would Goonie Bud if he'd followed her out there, Pat said. And that's what a good defense attorney will tell the jury. No one gets life on probable cause. You've still got nothing that places one of them in that stable with a scalpel in his hand. I was on my way to your office this afternoon to talk to you about that when I was run off the road. Talk to me about what? The vet's scalpel. What happened to it? An expression of surprise came over his face. You're the second person this week to ask me that. Alex struggled to prop herself up on one elbow. Who else asked you about it? I did, Reed Lambert said from the doorway. Chapter 38. Alex's insides lifted weightlessly. She had dreaded the moment she would see him again. It was inevitable, of course, but she had hoped to appear unscathed by what had happened between them. Lying on a hospital examination table, her hair clotted with blood, her hands painted with pumpkin-color antiseptic, too weak and muzzy to sit up, didn't exactly convey the impression of invincibility she had desired. Hello, Sheriff Lambert. You'll be pleased to know that I took your advice and stopped looking over my shoulder for bogeymen. Ignoring her, he said, Hi, Pat. I just got off the radio with the deputy. Then you heard what happened? My first thought was that Plummet was involved, but the deputy said her car was struck by an ME truck. That's right. Me encompasses a lot of companies. Just about anybody in the county could get access to one of those trucks. Including you, Alex suggested snidely. Reed finally acknowledged her existence with a hard stare. The DA looked at them uneasily. Where were you, Reed? Nobody could find you. I was out on horseback. Anybody at the ranch could tell you that. I had to ask, Pat said apologetically. I understand. But you ought to know that running somebody off the road isn't quite my style. Besides me, who do you think could have done it, he asked. Alex pointedly. It was difficult for her to even conceive of the idea, much less speak it aloud. Junior, she said quietly. Junior, Reed laughed. Why in hell? I met with him this morning. He doesn't have an alibi for the night Selena was killed. He admits he was terribly angry. She glanced down. I also have reason to believe he might be angry at me. Why? She glared up at him with as much defiance as she could muster. He came to my room this morning. That's all she was going to supply him. He could draw his own conclusions. His eyes narrowed fractionally, but he didn't ask what Junior had been doing in her room. Either he didn't want to know or he didn't care. Anybody else, he asked, or have you narrowed it down to the two of us? Possibly, Angus. I saw him this afternoon, and we didn't part on the best of terms. The three of us again, huh? Do you believe we're to blame for everything that happens around here? I don't believe anything. I base my suspicions on facts. She was assailed by a wave of dizziness and nausea and had to close her eyes for a moment before going on. I have another suspect in mind. Who? Stacy Wallace? Pat Chastain reacted like he'd been goosed. Are you shitting me? He glanced toward the door to make certain it was closed. God, please tell me I'm dreaming. You aren't going to publicly accuse her of anything, are you? Because if you're even thinking about it, I have to tell you right now, Alex, that you'll be on your own. I'm not sticking my neck out again. You haven't stuck your neck out for anything? Yet, Alex shouted, causing a blast of pain through her skull. Where would Stacy get access to an ME truck, Reed asked. I don't have any solid facts, Alex said wearily. It's just a hunch, which is all you ever seem to have, Reed said. Alex gave him a menacing look, which she hoped packed more punch than she felt it did. Pat intervened. About Stacy, what do you base your allegations on? She lied to me about where she was on the night of the murder. She related what Stacy had told her in the ladies' room at the Horse and Gun Club. I know she still loves Junior. I don't think I'd get an argument from anyone on that. The two men exchanged a glance that signified agreement. She's like a mother hen to her father, and she doesn't want his reputation ruined. And, she added with a sigh, she hates me for the same reason she hated Selena. Junior. She thinks I'm stealing his affection from her, just as my mother did. Pat jingled the change in his pockets as he rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet. Sounds logical when you put it that way, but I just can't imagine Stacy using physical force, and here lately, your guesses have been way off base, counselor. Alex struggled to a sitting position. Let's go back to the scalpel. She was so dizzy she had to grip the edge of the table to remain upright. When did Reed ask you about it, Pat? If you have something to ask me. Reed moved to stand directly in front of her. I mentioned the scalpel to him a few days ago. Why? Just like you. I wanted to know what happened to it. If you had located it before me, would you have destroyed it or turned it over as evidence? A muscle in his cheek twitched. The point is moot. It's no longer in the evidence room. You checked? Damn right. I couldn't find a trace of it. It probably hasn't been there for years. Most likely it was thrown out because the case was out of consideration to the Collins family. Wouldn't someone have offered to give it back? I have no answer for that. Was it ever dusted for fingerprints? I took the liberty of asking Judge Wallace that. I'm sure you did, Sheriff. What did he say? He said no. Why not? The handle was bloody. Goonie Bud's prints were all over it. It was hardly necessary to dust it. They regarded each other with so much animosity that Pat Chastain broke out in a sweat. Well, we'd better give these people back their treatment room. Your car is trashed, Alex, so I'll drive you to the motel. Are you up to walking to the car, or should I call for a wheelchair? I'll take her to the motel, Reed said before Alex could respond to Pat's offer. Are you sure? Pat felt obligated to inquire, though he was obviously relieved that Reed was taking her off his hands. Since the sheriff has offered, she told Pat, I'll let him drive me. The DA scuttled out before either could change his mind. Alex watched his rapid departure with derision. It's no wonder crime is so prevalent in this county. The DA is as chicken-livered as they come, and the sheriff is corrupt. You took the words right out of my mouth. She slid off the edge of the examination table and braced herself against it long enough to get her balance. She tried to take a step but swayed unsteadily. The doctor gave me a painkiller. I'm so woozy. Maybe you'd better ask them for a wheelchair. Maybe you'd better check in for the night. I don't want to. Suit yourself. He scooped her into his arms before she could protest and carried her out of the examination room. My purse. She gestured weakly toward the check-in desk. Reed retrieved it. Then, with the emergency room staff enthralled by the sight, Reed carried her out and deposited her in the front seat of his Blazer. She rested her head on the back of the seat and closed her eyes. Where were you this afternoon, she asked, once they were underway. I told you already. You were riding even after sundown? I ran some errands. You couldn't be reached on your radio. Where were you, Reed? Lots of places. Specifically, I was at Nora Gale's. Alex was surprised at how much that hurt her. Oh. I had to question the witnesses about that shooting. Then you were working, among other things. You still sleep with her, don't you? Sometimes she prayed that he would die a slow, painful death. Maybe Nora Gale dispatched one of her heavies to do me in, she said, as a favor to you. Maybe. It wouldn't surprise me if she doesn't like something. She doesn't hesitate to take care of it. She didn't like Selena, Alex said softly. No, she didn't, but I was with Nora Gale the night Selena died, remember? That's what I'm told. So was Nora Gale another suspect for Selena's murder? The thought made her head ache. She closed her eyes. When they arrived at the motel, she reached for the door handle. Reed ordered her to wait and came around to assist her out. With his left arm around her waist, lending support, they made a shuffling trip to the door. Reed unlocked it and helped her to the bed. She lay down gratefully. "It's freezing in here," he said, rubbing his hands together as he looked for the thermostat. "It always is when I first come in. I didn't notice it last night." They glanced quickly at each other, then away, again unable to cope. Alex closed her eyes. When she opened them, Reed was rummaging in the top drawer of the bureau opposite the bed. "What are you looking for this time?" "Something for you to sleep in." "Any t-shirt. It doesn't matter which one." He returned to the bed, gingerly sat down on the edge and removed her boots. "Leave my socks," she told him. "My feet are cold. Can you sit up?" She could by leaning heavily against his shoulder while he fumbled with the buttons on the front of her dress. The tiny round things were no bigger than pills and were covered in the same fabric as her dress. There was a row of them that ran from neck to knee. He was viciously cursing them by the time he got to her waist. He eased her back down on the pillow, pulled her arms from the tight long sleeves, and worked the dress over her hips and down her legs. Her slip didn't give him pause, but her bra did. Once he seemed to make up his mind about it, he unclasped it with businesslike efficiency and helped her slide the straps off her shoulders. "I thought you only had a gash on the head and some scratches on your hands." Evidently, he'd consulted the doctor. "That's right, then what's all theet?" He stopped suddenly, realizing that the abrasions on her upper torso were whisker burns. The corner of his mouth twitched with a spasm of regret. She felt compelled to lay her hand against his cheek and reassure him that it was all right, that she hadn't minded having his hot, eager mouth at her breasts, his deft tongue stroking her nipples into stiff rosiness. Of course she didn't. His dark frown stifled anything she might have said. "You're gonna have to sit up again," he told her curtly. With a hand behind each shoulder, he pulled her into a sitting position again and propped her against the headboard. He gathered the t-shirt up and tried to pull it over her head. Alex winced the instant he set it against her hair. "This isn't working," he muttered. Then, with a single violent motion, he ripped the neck of the shirt wide enough to slip over her head without causing any pain. When she lay back down, she touched the long tear in the fabric. "Thanks. This was one of my favorites." "Sorry." He pulled the covers up to her chin and stood up. "Are you going to be all right?" "Yes." He looked doubtful. "Are you sure?" She nodded weakly. "Do you need anything before I go?" "Water." "Okay. Put a glass of water on the nightstand, please." When he returned to the side of the bed, carrying the glass of water, she had already fallen asleep. Reed stood above her. Her hair, fanned out over the pillow, had bloodstains in it. There was an unnatural wanness to her complexion. It made him sick at his stomach to think how close she'd come to serious injury or death. He set the glass of water on the nightstand and gingerly lowered himself to the edge of the bed. Alex stirred, murmured unintelligibly, and extended her hand as though reaching for something, responding to that silent, subconscious appeal. Reed carefully covered her cut hands with his strong, calloused ones. He wouldn't have been surprised if her eyes had popped open and she had started rebuking him for taking her virginity. How the hell could he have known? And if I had known, he thought to himself, I would have done it anyway. She didn't wake up. She only snuffled softly and trustingly curved her fingers over his knuckles. Good sense and impulse warred within him. But the fight didn't last long, and the outcome had been decided before his conscience raised its head. He eased himself onto the bed until he was stretched out full beside her, facing her, feeling her gentle, drug-induced breaths against his face. He marveled over the delicate bone structure of her face, the shape of her mouth, the way her eyelashes lay upon her cheeks. Alex! He whispered her name not to awaken her, but merely for the pleasure of speaking it out loud. She sighed deeply, drawing his attention down to the torn t-shirt. Through the tear he could see the smooth slope of her breasts. Her cleavage was dusky in the faint lamplight, shadowy and velvety, and he wanted to press his open mouth there. He didn't, nor did he kiss her vulnerable mouth, even though his mind was wildly occupied with how softly and deeply and wetly she kissed. He thought of fondling the tempting mounds of her breasts. He could see the dark impressions of their centers behind the soft cloth of the t-shirt and knew that with the merest touch of his tongue or fingertips they would become taut, and that damn t-shirt was far sexier than any fancy negligee and garter belt that Nora Gale had ever worn. It was hell to lie this close to her and not touch, but it was heaven to have this much access to stare his fill. When the pleasure and pain of it got to be too much, he reluctantly withdrew his hand from hers and left the bed. After making certain that she had enough blankets, that the medication had her completely sedated, he slipped quietly out of the room. Chapter 39. Come in. Junior was sitting up in bed watching TV and smoking a joint when Reed entered his room. "Hi, what brings you around?" He offered Reed the marijuana. "No, thanks." Reed dropped into the easy chair and propped his boots on the matching ottoman. The room had undergone very few changes since the first time Reed had been invited into it, although Junior had updated the furniture when he elected to move home after his last divorce. It was a spacious room designed with comfort in mind. "Lord, I'm tired," Reed said, running his fingers through his hair. Junior pinched out the smoldering cigarette and put it away. "You look it." "Thanks." He grinned ruefully. "How come I always look like 40 miles of bad road and you're always perfectly groomed? Jeans. Look at Mother. I've never seen her must. I guess so. God knows my father didn't cotton to good grooming. Don't expect any pity from me. You know your rugged good looks are irresistible to the ladies. We're different types, that's all. Together we'd be great. We were, huh? Remember the night we shared one of the Gale sisters behind the National Guard Armory? Which one was it?" Reed chuckled. "Damned if I remember. I'm too tired to think, much less remember. You've been putting in a lot of overtime, haven't you?" "It's taken that," he paused strategically, "just to keep an eye on Alex and keep her from getting hurt." Reed saw the interest spark in Junior's eyes. "She's a handful, all right. I'm not joking. She almost got killed this afternoon." "What?" Junior swung his feet over the side of the bed to the floor. "What happened? Is she hurt?" Reed told Junior about the incident on the highway. "I'd better call her," he said as soon as Reed finished. "Don't. When I left her, she was asleep. They gave her a painkiller at the hospital, and it was already working." He could feel the weight of Junior's inquisitive stare, but he didn't acknowledge it. He wasn't going to explain why he'd felt it necessary to tuck Alex in. It had taken all his willpower to walk out of that room and deny himself the luxury of lying beside her all night. Some Mexicans witnessed the whole thing. They said it was an ME truck and it deliberately ran her off the road. Junior looked confused. "My first guess would be that preacher. Where would he get one of your company trucks? A devoted member of his flock could be an employee. I've got a man checking out that possibility, although I doubt anything will turn up." The two friends were silent for a moment. Finally, Reed said casually, "I understand you had breakfast with Alex this morning. She called and asked me to meet her. Why?" "She said you told her about Selena's attempted abortion." Reed averted his head. "Yeah. I don't like to second guess you, friend, but then don't." Reed rolled out of the chair and came to his feet. Okay. I just failed to see why it was necessary. Reed didn't intend to talk about last night at all. "What else did you discuss over breakfast?" "The night Selena died, Alex wanted to know if I'd proposed." Junior recounted that morning's conversation with Alex. "Did she believe you when you said you went out and got drunk alone?" "I guess so. She seemed to. Everybody else believes me." The look they exchanged lasted a few seconds too long to be comfortable for either. "Yeah, right." Reed gazed out the window. "Alex said Stacy showed up and was none too friendly." Junior fidgeted. I've been seeing Stacy lately." Reed swiveled around, surprised, seeing or screwing. "Are they automatically synonymous to you?" Guilty to both charges, Reed cursed. "Why are you fanning that fire? Convenience. Nora Gale's is convenient, but not free, at least, to no one but you." Reed's lip curled. "You sorry son of a bitch. Look, it's not hurting anybody. Stacy needs the attention. She wants it. Because she loves you, you jerk." "Ah, Junior, dismissed that notion with a wave of his hand. One thing I do know, she's all bent out of shape about Alex. Stacy's afraid she'll ruin all of us, but especially her old man. She might do it. She's determined to find a culprit and send him to prison, Junior slouched against the headboard again. Does that really worry you? Yes, Reed said. I've got a lot to lose if me doesn't get that racing license. So do you. What are you getting at that I ran Alex off the road? Is this an interrogation, Sheriff? He asked in a tone that didn't flatter the office Reed held. Well? Junior's handsome face flushed with anger. Good God, are you crazy? He left the bed and came to stand eye to eye with Reed. I wouldn't harm a hair on her head. Were you in her room this morning? Yes. So? What for? Reed shouted. What do you think? Junior shouted back. Reed's head gave a little snap backward. It was a reflexive action, one he couldn't prevent from happening or hide once it had. Several moments of silence elapsed before Junior said, She said no. I didn't ask. But you wanted to? Junior said intuitively. Does Alex and her reason for being here have anything to do with you turning down Dad's offer to come back to me? He returned to the bed and sat down on the edge of it, giving Reed a wounded and inquisitive look. Weren't you even going to mention it, Reed? No. Why? There was no point. When I left the company, it was for good. I don't want to become a part of it again. Of us, you mean? Reed shrugged. Junior thoughtfully gazed at his friend. Because of Selena? Selena? Reed whispered with a soft, sad laugh. Selena's dead and buried. Is she? The friends stared at each other frankly, with all pretense stripped away. After a moment, Reed answered, Yes, it hasn't been the same between us since she died, has it? It couldn't be. I guess not, Junior said morosely. I regret that. So do I. What about Alex? What about her? Is she the reason you won't come back in with us? Hell no. You know the reason, Junior, or at least you should. You've heard me talk about it often enough. That crap about independence, that's no reason. You work your way around Angus a lot better than I do. Junior sucked in a quick breath, suddenly realizing that he'd hit pay dirt. That's it, isn't it? You're steering clear of me for my sake. You're wrong. Reed's denial came a little too fast. The hell I am, Junior growled. You see yourself as a threat to me, the heir apparent. Well, thanks a lot, but don't do me any favors. As suddenly as Junior's anger had erupted, it evaporated. Who the fuck am I kidding? He gave a scoffing laugh. Sure as hell not myself. He raised his head and looked at Reed imploringly. I'd love to have you back. We need you, especially after that racetrack is built. Now who's talking crap? You know I'm right. Dad makes things happen, but he operates like a robber baron. Business doesn't work like that nowadays. I've got charm, but charm is as wasted on a breeding ranch as snow skis in Jamaica. Unless you're a gigolo, a career I've often thought of pursuing, you can't bank charm. It comes in handy. Dad's smart enough to see that you could hold us together, Reed. You could be the buffer between us. He looked down at his hands. He'd rather have you than me around. Junior, no. Let's be honest about this for once, Reed. We're getting too old to lie to ourselves or to each other. Dad would swear on a stack of Bibles that he's proud that I'm his son, but I know better. Oh, I know he loves me, but I'm one screw-up after another. He'd rather me be like you. That's not true. I'm afraid it is. Reed said sternly, shaking his head. Angus knows that in a pinch, when all the cards are down, you come through. There have been times, what times? Many times, Reed stressed, when you did what you knew you had to do. Sometimes it has to get to that last gasp stage before you accept your responsibility, Reed said. But when you know it's up to you, or else you do it. He laid his hand on Junior's shoulder. It's just that sometimes somebody has to put a boot to your butt to get you going. It was time to end the discussion before it got sloppily maudlin. Reed socked Junior's shoulder, then headed for the door. Don't go selling that dope to school kids or I'll have to haul you in, okay? He had opened the door and was on his way out before Junior halted him. I was mad as hell the other day when you showed up at the country club to pick up Alex. I know it couldn't be helped. It was business. Was it? What about the airfield? Was that business too? That wasn't Dad's impression? Reed remained stonily silent, neither admitting or denying anything. Jesus, Junior breathed, drawing his hand down his face. Is it happening again? Are we falling in love with the same woman? Reed walked out, quietly closing the door behind him. Chapter 40, Stacy Wallace slid her father's half-eaten tuna salad out of the way and replaced it with a bowl of fruit cocktail. I don't think we'll have her to worry about much longer, she said with assurance. The topic of conversation was Alexandra Gaither. Did you hear about her accident? From what I understand, it wasn't an accident, all the more reason for her to want to leave town. Angus doesn't think she's going to leave, the judge said as he toyed with the cherry floating in the viscous syrup. He says she's convinced somebody wanted to scare her into leaving before she exposed the killer. Do you take everything Angus says as carved in granite? Stacy asked with exasperation. How does he know what she's going to do? He's going by what she told Junior. Stacy laid her fork aside. Junior? Judge Wallace sipped his iced tea. He sat with her yesterday. I thought she left the hospital and was back at her motel. Wherever she is, Junior's been her only contact with the outside world. The judge was so caught up in his own worries, he didn't notice Stacy's suddenly preoccupied gaze. He pushed away from the table. I'd better go or I'll be late. We've got a jury selection this morning and a pretrial hearing for that character who shot a man out at Nora Gale Burton's the other night. I'm expecting a plea bargain, but Lambert's got Pat Chastain pushing for attempted murder. Stacy was only half listening. Her mind had lodged on a mental picture of the beautiful Alex Gaither languishing on her motel room bed while Junior waited on her hand and foot. By the way, the judge said as he pulled on his overcoat, did you get that message I left you yesterday? To call Fergus Plummet? Yes. Isn't he that evangelical preacher who raised Cain because they had bingo at the Halloween carnival last year? What did he want with you? He's canvassing support to keep Perry Mutual gambling out of Purcell County. The judge snickered. Does he know he'd just as well try and hold back our next dust storm? That's what I told him when I returned his call, Stacy said. He knows I belong to several women's organizations and wanted me to plead his case with them. I declined, of course. Joe Wallace picked up his briefcase and opened the front door. Reed is convinced that Plummet was responsible for that vandalism out at the Minton Ranch, but he's got no evidence to hold him. The judge didn't think twice about discussing cases with Stacy. She had earned his confidence years ago. I don't think Plummet has the sense to pull off something like that, not without somebody directing him. Reed has been harping on it, but right now Plummet is the least of my worries. Concerned, Stacy caught her father's arm. What worries, Dad? Alex Gaither, don't worry about her. What harm could she possibly do you? He faked a smile. Absolutely none. You just know how I like things neat and tidy. I've got to run. Goodbye. Wanda Gale Burton Plummet happened to be sweeping off her front porch when the postman arrived. He handed her the stack of mail, and she thanked him. She sorted through it as she made her way back into the house. As usual, all the mail was addressed to her husband. It was mostly bills and church-related correspondence. One envelope, however, was different from the others. It was made of high-quality beige paper. There was an embossed return address on it, but it had been X'd out on a typewriter, making it illegible. Their address had been typed on it, too. Curiosity won out over her husband's strict instructions that he was to open their mail. Wanda tore open the envelope. It contained only a blank piece of paper, folded around 5 $100 bills. Wanda stared at the money as though it was a message from an alien planet. $500 was more than the offering plate contained after a well-attended revival service. Fergus only took out a pittance to support his family. Almost everything collected went to the church and its causes. No doubt this money had been sent by a donor who wanted to remain anonymous. For the last several days, Fergus had been calling up folks on the telephone, asking for volunteers to picket at the gates of the Minton Ranch. He solicited money. He wanted to place full-page anti-gambling ads in the newspaper. Well-publicized crusades were expensive. Most people hung up on him. Some had called him ugly names before slamming down their receivers. A few had listened and given half-hearted pledges to send a supportive offering, but $500. He'd also spent time on the phone in secretive, whispered conversations. Wanda didn't know what these covert calls were about, but she suspected they had something to do with that business at the Minton Ranch. One of the hardest things she'd ever had to do was lie to her old friend, Reed. He had known she was lying, but he'd been gentlemanly enough not to accuse her of it. Afterward, when she had expressed concern to Fergus about her sin of lying, he had told her that it had been justified. God didn't expect his servants to go to jail where they would be ineffectual. She timidly pointed out that Paul had spent a lot of time in prison and had done some of the most inspired writing in the New Testament while behind bars. Fergus hadn't appreciated the comparison and had told her that she should keep her mouth shut about matters that were too complicated for her to comprehend. Wanda? She jumped at the sound of his voice and reflexively clutched the money to her sagging breasts. What, Fergus? Was that the postman at the door? Yes. She glanced down at the envelope. The money was surely related to those furtive telephone calls. Fergus wouldn't want to talk about them. I was just bringing you the mail. She went into the kitchen. He was seated at the Formica dining table that served as his desk between meals. She laid the stack of mail on the table. When she returned to the sink to finish washing dishes, the fancy envelope and its contents were in her apron pocket. She would give it to Fergus later. Wanda promised herself as a surprise. In the meantime, she would fantasize about all it could buy for her 3 kids. Alex had had 36 hours to think about it. While nursing her debilitating headache, she'd lain in bed reviewing everything she knew and filling in what she didn't know with educated guesses. She couldn't continue to run around in circles indefinitely. She was probably as close to the truth as she was ever going to get. Short of taking desperate measures, the deadline Greg had set was imminent. It was time to force someone's hand to get aggressive, even if she had to bluff. Days ago, she had reached the heartbreaking conclusion that she had been the catalyst for Selena's murder, but she didn't plan to bear the burden of that guilt alone for the rest of her life. Whoever had done the actual deed must suffer for it also. That morning when she woke up, she still had a headache, but it was one she could live with. She spent the morning reviewing her notes and doing some research, and was waiting in Judge Wallace's anteroom when he returned from lunch. He didn't look pleased to see her. I told Miss Gaither that you had a full schedule today, Mrs. Lipscomb said defensively when he turned a baleful glance on her. She insisted on waiting for you. She's right, Judge Wallace. I did, Alex said. Can you spare me a few minutes? He consulted his wristwatch. A very few. She followed him into his office. He took off his overcoat and hung it on a brass coat tree. Not until he was situated behind his desk, trying to look intimidating, did he say, "What is it this time? What did Angus Minton use to entice you?" His face became instantly mottled. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. You confined an innocent man to a state mental hospital, Judge Wallace. You knew he was innocent, or at least strongly suspected that he was. You did that at Angus Minton's request, didn't you? And in exchange, you demanded that Junior marry your daughter, Stacy. This is incredible." He banged his fists on his desktop. "It's extremely credible on the morning after Selena Graham Gaither was found murdered in a stable on the Minton Ranch. You received a phone call or a visit from Angus. Bud Hicks had been arrested nearby, covered in blood and in possession of a scalpel presumed to be the murder weapon. That was never ascertained because the scalpel wasn't thoroughly analyzed. The autopsy report specified that she died of repeated stab wounds, but a forensic expert didn't have access to the body before it was cremated, so she could have been stabbed by anything. Goonie Bud stabbed her with Dr. Collins's scalpel, he stated stubbornly. He found it in the stable and killed her with it. Where is it now? Now it's been 25 years. You don't expect it to be lying around in the evidence room, do you? No, but I would expect to have a record of its dispensation. No one ever called the late Dr. Collins or his son asking if they might want it back, even though it was known to have been a gift from his wife. Doesn't that strike you as unusual? God knows what happened to it, or to the records concerning it. I think that you disposed of it, Judge. You, not the sheriff's office, were the last one recorded to have possession of it. I checked this morning before coming here. Why would I dispose of it? Because if someone came along later, an investigator like me, it would be easy and believable to pass off its disappearance as a clerical error. Better to be accused of sloppy bookkeeping than miscarriage of justice. You are obnoxious, Miss Gaither, he said stiffly. Like most Avengers, you're reacting emotionally and have no basis whatsoever for your horrid allegations. Nevertheless, this is what I intend to present to the grand jury. Actually, I'm doing you a favor by telling you what I have. You'll be able to consult with your attorney ahead of time about the answers you will give, or will you take the fifth? I won't need to do either. Do you want to call your lawyer now? I'll gladly wait. I don't need a lawyer. Then I'll proceed. Angus asked you for a favor. You asked for one in return. Junior Minton married my daughter because he loved her. I find that impossible to believe, Judge Wallace, since he's told me himself that he asked my mother to marry him the night she was killed. I can't explain his fickleness. I can. Junior was the trade-off for your ruling on Goonie Bud. The district attorney's office, he was on vacation in Canada at the time. I confirmed that with his widow this morning. His assistant had enough evidence to arraign Bud Hicks for murder. A trial jury would have convicted him, too. I disagree, but we'll never know. You prevented that? She drew a deep breath. Who was Angus protecting himself, Junior or Reed? No one. He must have told you when he called that morning. He didn't call. He had to have called as soon as Hicks was arrested. What did Angus tell you? He didn't tell me anything. I never heard from him. She came out of her chair and leaned over his desk. He must have said, "Look, Joe, I've gotten myself in a jam here." Or Junior's taken this boys will be boys thing a little too far this time. Or can you help Reed out? He's like a son to me. Isn't that what happened? No, never. You might have argued that you couldn't do it. You probably asked for time to think about it. Being the nice guy that he is, Angus granted you a few hours to mull it over. That's when you came back saying that you would do this little favor for him in exchange for a marriage between Stacy and Junior. I won't have you. Maybe you even discussed your dilemma with her and Mrs. Wallace. This is defamation of, or maybe Stacy was the one to suggest the terms of the deal. Stacy never knew anything about it. He shot out of his chair and stood nose to nose with Alex, shouting the words in her face. When he realized what he'd admitted, he blinked, wet his lips, then eased away from her and turned his back. Nervously, he ran his fingers over the row of brass studs on the back of his leather chair. It had been a gift from his daughter, his only child. You knew how much Stacy loved Junior Minton. Yes, he said softly. I knew that she loved him more than he deserved, and that her affection wasn't returned. Yes, and that Junior slept with her whenever he felt like it. You thought you had better protect her reputation and the possibility of an unwanted pregnancy by getting her married as soon as possible. The judge's shoulders slumped forward, and he answered in a low, heartbroken voice. Yes! Alex closed her eyes and let go a long, silent breath. Tension ebbed from her like a wave receding from the shore. Judge Wallace, who killed my mother? Who was Angus protecting when he asked you to hustle Buddy Hicks through the legal system? He faced her. I don't know. As God is my witness, I don't. I swear it on my years as a judge. She believed him and said so. As unobtrusively as possible, she collected her things. When she reached the door of his office, he spoke her name in a thin voice. Yes? If this ever comes to trial, will it be essential to your case for all this to come out in court? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry. Stacy, he paused to clear his throat. I wasn't lying when I said she didn't know about my agreement with Angus. Alex repeated, I'm sorry. He nodded gravely. She stepped into the anteroom and closed the door behind her. The secretary shot her a resentful look, which wasn't entirely undeserved. She had badgered him into telling the truth. It had been necessary, but she hadn't enjoyed doing it. She was waiting for the elevator when she heard the gunshot. "Oh, God, no," she whispered the words, but wasn't even aware of saying them as she dropped her briefcase and raced back toward the end of the corridor. Mrs. Lipscomb was at the door to his office. Alex shoved her aside and ran in ahead of her. What she saw brought her to an abrupt halt. Her scream froze in her throat, but the secretaries echoed through the chamber and into the hallways. Chapter 41. A stream of secretaries, bailiffs, and other courthouse employees had gathered at the door of Judge Wallace's chambers within 60 seconds of the gunshot. Reed, the first person to make it upstairs from the basement, shouldered his way through them, barking orders to the deputies who had followed him. "Clear everybody out." He instructed one to call an ambulance and another to cordon off the hallway. He placed a comforting arm around Mrs. Lipscomb, who was weeping hysterically, and commissioned Imogene, Pat Chastain's secretary, to take her away. He then bore down on Alex. "Go to my office, lock yourself in, and stay there, understand?" She stared back at him blankly. "Understand?" he repeated loudly, giving her a shake. Still incapable of speech, she nodded to another deputy. He said, "See that she gets to my office. Don't let anybody in." The officer led her away. Before she left the judge's chamber, she saw Reed look toward the grisly sight at the desk. He ran his hand through his hair and muttered, "Shit," in his office on the lower level. Alex passed the time by pacing, weeping, gnashing her teeth, staring into space. She agonized in her own private hell over Judge Joseph Wallace's suicide. Her head was pounding so fiercely. The stitches in her scalp felt like they would pop. She had failed to bring along her medication. A frantic search through the sheriff's desk didn't even produce an aspirin tablet. Was the man totally immune to pain? She was lightheaded and nauseated, and her hands refused to get warm, though they perspired profusely. The ancient plaster ceiling conducted every sound from above, but she couldn't identify them. There was an endless parade of footsteps. The office provided her refuge from the confusion, but she was desperate to know what was happening in the rooms and hallways overhead. She was chin-deep in despair. The facts pointed toward an inexorable truth that she didn't want to acknowledge. Judge Wallace's confession to a cover-up further implicated her chief suspects. Caught in a bind, Angus would have looked out for himself without feeling any remorse. By the same token, he would have bribed the judge in order to protect Junior, and probably done no less for Reed. But of the three which had actually gone into this stable that night and murdered Selena. When Reed flung open the door, Alex whirled around, startled. She'd been staring out the window. She didn't know how long she had waited in the room, but she realized suddenly that it was getting dark outside when he flipped on the light switch. She was still ignorant of what was transpiring upstairs and at the front of the courthouse. Reed gave her a hard look, but said nothing. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sipped from it several times. Why is it lately that every time something happens in this town, you're involved? Tears instantly formed in her eyes. One moment they weren't there, the next they were heavily pushing against her eyelids. She aimed a shaking index finger at his chest. "Don't, Reed. I didn't know that. That when you backed Joe Wallace into a corner, he'd blow his brains out. Well, that's what happened, baby. They're dripping over the edge of his desk." "Shut up." We found clumps of hair and tissue on the opposite wall. She covered her mouth, swallowing a scream behind her hands. Turning her back on him, she shuddered uncontrollably. When he touched her, she flinched, but his hands were firm on her shoulders as he turned her around and pulled her against his chest. "Hush now, it's done." His chest expanded against her cheek as he drew in a deep breath. "Forget it." She shoved herself away. "Forget it. A man is dead. It's my fault. Did you pull the trigger? No. Then it's not your fault. There was a knock at the door." "Who is it?" Reed asked crossly. When the deputy identified himself, Reed told him to come in. He signaled Alex into a chair while the deputy rolled a sheet of paper into the typewriter. She looked at Reed in bewilderment. "We have to take your statement," he said. "Now? Best to get it over with? Ready?" He asked the deputy and got a nod. Okay, Alex, what happened? She dabbed her face with a tissue before she began. As briefly as possible, she told what had transpired in the judge's chambers, being careful not to mention any names or issues that had been discussed. I left his office and got as far as the elevator. She stared down at the soggy Kleenex that she'd been mutilating between her hands. Then, I heard the shot. You ran back in? Yes, he was slumped over. His head was lying on his desk. I saw blood and knew what he'd done. Did you see the pistol? She shook her head. Reed said to the deputy, make a note that she answered no and that she couldn't have seen it because it had fallen from the victim's right hand to the floor. That's all for now. The deputy discreetly withdrew. Reed waited several moments. His foot swung to and fro from the corner of the desk where he was seated. What did you and the judge talk about? Selena's murder. I accused him of tampering with evidence and accepting a bribe. Serious allegations. How did he respond? He admitted it. He took something out of his shirt pocket and tossed it onto his desk. The sterling silver scalpel landed with a dull, metallic sound. It had oxidized but was otherwise clean. Alex recoiled from the sight of it. Where'd you get that? From the judge's left hand. They exchanged a long stare. Finally, Reed said it was his instrument of self-abuse, kept in his desk drawer, a constant reminder that he was corruptible. Knowing how proud he was of his years on the bench, it's no wonder he cashed in. He'd rather blow off the side of his head than watch his career be ruined. Is that all you can say? What do you expect me to say? I expect you to ask me who bribed him. With what? Why? Her tearful eyes dried instantly. You already know, don't you? He eased himself off the desk and stood up. I wasn't born yesterday, Alex. So, you know that Angus got Judge Wallace to lock Goonie Butt away, presumably as Selena's murderer, in exchange for Junior marrying Stacy. Where does that leave you? Planting his hands on his hips, he loomed above her. It's speculation. You can't prove it. Neither of them would have been stupid enough to record a conversation to that effect if one did take place. Nobody wrote anything down. There's enough reasonable doubt there for downtown Dallas to fit into. A man's dead. His reputation as a fine judge has been shot to hell, and you've still got nothing to base a murder rap on. He tapped his chest, his fingertips making angry stabs at his shirt. I had to drive to the judge's house and notify Stacy that our old man had emptied his head onto his desk because of your loosely based charges that would probably have been no-billed by the grand jury. He stopped and regained control of his temper. Before I get really pissed off at you, I suggest we get out of here and go someplace where it's safe. Safe for whom? For you, damn it. Haven't the repercussions of this sunk in yet? Pat Chastain's near cardiac arrest. Greg Harper has already called 3 times today, wanting to know if you could possibly have had anything to do with this prominent and respected judge's suicide. Stacy is incoherent with grief, but in her lucid moments she's cursing you to perdition. We've got Plummet and his army of crazies out there on the courthouse steps carrying pickets that say this is just the beginning of the end. All this chaos is because of you and your half-baked murder case, counselor. Alex felt as though her chest was going to cave in, but she fought back. Was I supposed to let Wallace go free just because he was a really nice guy? There are more subtle ways to handle delicate situations like that, Alex, but no one handled it at all, she cried. Is that your philosophy of the law, Sheriff Lambert? Some rules don't apply to people when a friend of yours crosses over. Do you conveniently look the other way? Apparently so. Case in point, Nora Gale Burton and her whorehouse. Does that same exclusion from justice apply to you as well? He didn't answer. Instead, he went to the door and opened it, saying curtly, "Let's go." She stepped into the hallway with him. He steered her toward the rear elevator. Pat loaned me his wife's car, she told him. It's parked out front. I know. There's a swarm of reporters camped right beside it, all of them eager to know the gory details of the judge's suicide. I'm sneaking you out the back door. They left the building unseen. It was completely dark outside, and Alex wondered what time it was. They were halfway between the building and the parking lot when a form disengaged itself from the shadows and blocked their path. "Stacy?" Reed exclaimed softly. Subconsciously, his hand closed around the butt of his pistol. although he didn't remove it from the holster. "I thought I'd catch you trying to hide." Stacy's eyes were fixed on Alex. The hatred in them made Alex want to cower against Reed for protection, but she maintained her proud stance. "Before you say anything, Stacy, I want you to know that I'm terribly sorry about your father." "Are you?" Very sorry, Stacy shivered. Whether with cold or revulsion, Alex couldn't tell. "You came here to ruin him. Instead of being sorry, you should feel very proud of yourself." "I had nothing to do with your father's past mistakes. You're the reason for the whole mess. Why couldn't you just leave him alone?" Stacy cried, her voice cracking. "What happened 25 years ago wasn't important to anybody but you. He was old. He planned to retire in a few months anyway. What harm was he doing you?" Alex remembered the judge's last words to her. Stacy hadn't known about the shady deal he had struck on her behalf. Alex could spare her that pain, at least until she'd had time to absorb the shock of her father's death. "I can't discuss the case with you." "I'm sorry. Case? This was never about a case. This was about your trashy mother who used and manipulated people, men, until someone got tired of it and killed her." Her eyes narrowed threateningly and she took a malevolent step closer. "You're just like her, stirring up trouble, a user of people, and a whore." She launched herself at Alex, but Reed stepped between them, catching Stacy against his chest and holding her there until her rage was spent and she was clinging to him weakly, sobbing. He stroked her back and murmured words of comfort. Behind her back, he passed Alex the keys to his blazer. She took them and let herself in, locking the door behind her. Watching through the windshield, she saw him lead Stacy around the corner of the building and out of sight. Several minutes later, he came jogging back. She unlocked the door for him and he climbed in. "Will she be all right?" Alex asked. "Yeah, I turned her over to some friends. They'll see that she gets home. Someone will stay with her tonight." His lips narrowed into a bitter line. "Of course the man she wants isn't there for her. Her father?" He shook his head. "Junior." Because it was all so pitifully sad, Alex began to cry again. Chapter 42. She didn't raise her head until the blazer jounced over a chuck hole. She tried to get her bearings by looking through the windshield, but it was a dark night and the road had no markings. "Where are we going?" "My place." No sooner had he said it than his headlights picked up the house. "Why?" He cut the truck's engine. "Because I'm afraid to let you out of my sight. People turn up dead or wounded when I do." He left her sitting in the truck while he went to unlock the front door. She thought about driving off, but he'd taken the keys. In some ways, Alex was relieved she'd been robbed of taking the initiative. She wanted to defy him, but didn't have the physical or mental energy. Tiredly, she pushed open the blazer's door and got out. The house looked different at night. Like a woman's face, it fared better under soft lighting that helped camouflage its flaws. Reed had gone in ahead of her and turned on a lamp. He was crouched in front of the fireplace, putting a long match to the kindling beneath the stacked logs. When the dry wood started crackling, he stood up and asked her, "Are you hungry?" "Hungry?" She repeated the word like someone unfamiliar with the language. "When did you eat last? Lunch?" "Junior brought a hamburger to my room last night." He made a grumpy, grunting sound and headed for the kitchen. "I don't promise anything as fancy as a hamburger, thanks to Lupe's niece. The pantry had been recently stocked with more than peanut butter and crackers." After taking a quick inventory, he recited their choices: canned soup, canned spaghetti, frozen tamales, bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs. They worked in companionable silence. Reed did most of the actual cooking. He had little regard for tidiness and none for culinary finesse. Alex enjoyed watching him. When he slid a plate in front of her and dropped into the chair across the small table, she smiled at him pensively. He noticed her expression and did a double take as he lifted the first forkful to his mouth. "What's the matter?" She shook her head and shyly lowered her eyes. Nothing. He didn't seem ready to accept her answer. Before he could pursue it, however, the telephone rang. He reached for the wall extension. "Lambert? Oh, hi, Junior." He looked toward Alex. "Yeah, it was a real mess." He listened. She had a meeting with him right before it happened. I'm afraid she saw everything." He paraphrased Alex's official statement. "That's all I know." Well, Christ, tell them to calm down. They can read about it in tomorrow's paper like everybody else. Okay, look, I'm sorry, he said. It's been a bitch of a day, and I'm tired. Give Sarah Jo one of her pills and tell Angus he's got nothing to worry about. He caught Alex's frown but kept his expression bland. Alex? She's fine. Well, if she doesn't answer her phone, she's probably in the shower. If you want to play Good Samaritan, there's somebody who needs you more than Alex tonight, Stacy. You idiot. Why don't you go over there and sit with her for a while? Okay, see you tomorrow. After he broke the connection, he left the phone off the hook and went back to his food. Alex asked, why didn't you tell him I was here? Did you want me to? Not particularly? I just wondered why you didn't. He didn't need to know. Will he go see Stacy? I hope so, but you never can tell about Junior. Actually, he said, swallowing a bite, you seem to be all he's thinking about. Me personally, or what I heard from Judge Wallace? A combination of both, I guess. Angus is upset? Naturally, Joe Wallace was an old friend and co-conspirator. Reed didn't rise to the bait. He didn't even divert his attention from his supper. I must talk to Angus, Reed. I want you to drive me over there as soon as we finish eating. He calmly reached for his coffee cup, sipped, returned it to the saucer. Reed, did you hear me? Yes. Then you'll drive me over? No. I've got to talk to him, not tonight. Yes. Tonight, Wallace implicated him in a cover-up. I've got to question him about it. He's not going anywhere. Tomorrow's soon enough. Your loyalty is commendable, but it can't protect Angus forever. He set his silverware on his empty plate and carried it to the sink. Tonight, I'm more concerned about you than Angus. Me? He glanced at her plate and, satisfied that she was finished, cleared it away. Seen yourself in a mirror lately? You look like hell. Several times I've braced myself to catch you, afraid you were about to keel over. I'm fine. If you'll just take me back to the motel, he said, shaking his head. You're staying here tonight where you can get some sleep without being pestered by reporters. Do you really think I would be? A judge's death is hot news. A judge's suicide is even hotter. You were the last person to talk to him. You're conducting an investigation that has the Racing Commission worried. Yeah, I think the press will be tramping down the bushes around the Westerner to get to you. I'd be okay if I locked myself in my room. I'm not taking any chances. As I've told you before, I don't want one of Harper's pets to get herself killed in my county. You've generated enough negative publicity for us these last few weeks. We sure as hell can't stand any more. Does your head hurt? She had rested her head in her hand and was subconsciously massaging her temples. Yes, a little. Take some medicine. I don't have it with me. I'll see if I can round up something for your pain. He circled the back of her chair and scooted it away from the table. As she stood up, she said, You keep a stash of drugs, too? That's against the law, you know. Is that all you ever think about, the law? Whether something is right or wrong, is the line between them so clearly defined for you? Isn't it for you? If it had been, I'd have gone hungry lots of times. I stole food to feed myself and my old man. Was that wrong? I don't know, Reed, she said wearily. Her head hurt from trying to keep up with their argument. She trailed him down the hallway, not really realizing where he was headed until he switched on the light in his bedroom. Her face must have registered alarm because he grinned sardonically and said, Don't worry. I'm not trying to seduce you. I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. I really shouldn't stay here, Reed. We could both be grown up about this if you were a grown-up to start with. Not in the least amused, she lashed out at him. There are a million reasons why I shouldn't spend the night here. Number one on the list is that I should be questioning Angus right now. Give him one more night of grace. What could it hurt? Pat Chastain will probably expect to hear from me. I told him you were near collapse and that you would contact him in the morning. You planned ahead, I see. I wasn't taking any chances. When allowed to roam free, you're dangerous. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes for a moment. Too proud to capitulate, but too exhausted not to. She compromised. Just answer one question. Shoot, may I use your shower? 15 minutes later, she turned off the taps and reached for a towel hanging on the bar. He had loaned her a pair of pajamas to put on. They looked brand new. When she had commented on it, he said, "Junior brought them to me in the hospital when I had my appendix taken out several years ago. I only wore them so I could get out of that ass-bearing gown." Can't stand the things. Smiling at the distasteful face he'd made when he'd said that, she slid her arms into the blue silk top and buttoned up the front. Just then, he tapped on the bathroom door. I found some pain pills well covered to mid-thigh. She opened the door. He handed her the prescription bottle. "This is strong stuff," she remarked, reading the label. "You must have been in severe pain, the appendectomy." He shook his head. "Root canal? Feeling better?" "The shower helped." "My head's not hurting so bad anymore. You washed your hair." "Against doctor's orders. I wasn't supposed to for a week, but I couldn't stand it any longer." "Better let me take a look at your stitches." She tipped her head forward, and he gently parted her hair. His fingers were light and deft. The most pressure she felt was his breath against her scalp. "Everything looks all right." I washed around it. Reed stepped away but continued to look at her. She looked back. They stayed that way for a very long, silent time. Eventually, in a low, rough voice, Reed said, "Better take your pill." She turned toward the sink and filled his toothbrush glass with tap water. She shook a tablet from the plastic bottle, tossed it back, and took a long drink. As she was bringing her head forward, she caught his eyes in the mirror. She replaced the snap-on lid of the pill bottle and turned, drying her mouth on the back of her hand. Inexplicably and totally unexpectedly, tears formed in her eyes. "I know you don't regard me too highly, Reed, but you must know how terrible I feel about what Judge Wallace did." Her lower lip began to tremble. Her voice became husky with emotion. "It was awful, horrible." She stepped toward him, put her arms around his waist, and laid her cheek against his chest. "Be kind for once and just hold me, please." He groaned her name and curled his arm around her waist. His other hand cradled the back of her head to hold her face against his chest. He massaged her scalp soothingly and pressed soft kisses on her brow. At the first touch of his lips, she tilted her head up. She kept her eyes closed, but she could feel the heat of his gaze on her face. His lips brushed hers, and when hers separated, he murmured another low groan and kissed her deeply. His hands sifted through her wet hair, then caressed her neck. "Touch me again, Reed," she pleaded. He unbuttoned the pajama top, then slid his hands inside it, encircling her body and drawing it up high against him. His shirt lightly rubbed against her nipples. She felt the cold bite of his belt buckle on her bare belly, and the bulge of his fly nudging her mound as it nestled in the soft hair between her thighs. Each sensation was more electrifying than the last. She wanted to savor each one individually, but the combination of them was too immense and overwhelming for her to concentrate. Every blood vessel in her body expanded with passion. She was inundated with him. Suddenly he moved away from her. She looked up at him, bewildered, wide-eyed, and already feeling the loss. "Reed, I have to know. What? Have you been to bed with Junior?" "I don't have to answer that." "Yes, you do," he said resolutely. "If you want this to go one step further, you do. Have you been to bed with Junior?" Desire won out over pride. She shook her head and gave him a soft, whispery answer. "No." After several ponderous seconds, he said, "Okay, then this time we're going to do it right." Taking her hand, he led her into the living room, which surprised her because the bed had been turned down while she was in the shower. In the living room, the only light was from the fire burning in the fireplace. He had already made up the couch for himself, but he whipped the bedding off now and spread it out on the floor in front of the hearth. She knelt on the pallet while he calmly began to undress. His boots, socks, shirt, and belt were cast aside with dispatch. Alex, acting on impulse, moved aside his hands when they went to undo his fly. Slowly, her fingers pushed the stubborn metal buttons through the holes. When all were undone, she opened the wedge wider, leaned forward, and kissed him. Groaning, Reed gently cupped her head between his hands. Her mouth opened warmly and wetly over his belly, just below his navel. "That's my favorite thing," he rasped, sliding her hands into the back of his jeans. She eased them over his buttocks, while her lips continued to whisk airy, breathy kisses over his lower body. Finally, her tongue glanced the tip of his penis. "Stop, Alex. Stop," he moaned. "That's killing me, baby." Quickly, he stepped out of the jeans and kicked them aside. Naked, he was tall and rangy and rugged. The appendectomy scar only one of many. His body hair caught the glow of the fire. It showed up as a golden fuzz over his tanned skin, except around his sex where it was dark and dense. Lean muscles rippled with each movement. "Get out of that goddamn pajama top before I tear it off." Sitting back on her heels, Alex eased the pajama jacket off her shoulders and let it go. The sensuous fabric pooled around her. Reed dropped to his knees in front of her. His eyes drank in every inch of her. Alex thought he seemed hesitant to touch her, but finally he lifted his hand to her hair and rubbed the damp auburn strands between his fingertips. He watched his hand's slow progress down her neck and chest to her breast. His thumb made light, deft passes across the nipple until it hardened. Catching her breath, she sighed. "I thought you weren't trying to seduce me. I lied." They lay down together. He pulled the covers up over them, took her in his arms, drew her close, and kissed her with more tenderness than passion. "You're very small," he whispered against her lips. "Did I hurt you the other night?" "No." He angled his head back and looked at her suspiciously. She ducked her head timidly. "Only a little." His hand curved around her throat. He stroked it with his thumb. "How was I supposed to know you were a virgin? You weren't. How come you were, Alex?" She tilted her head to one side and gazed up at him. "Are the reasons why so important, Reed? Only because you let me. Letting you never entered my mind. It just happened. Any regrets?" She laid her hand along his cheek and drew his head down. They kissed long and avariciously. His hand had found its way to her breast again by the time he ended the kiss. Pushing back the covers, he watched his fingers caress her nipple. "Reed," she said, her voice tentative, "I'm embarrassed." "I want to look. Just tell me if you get cold." "I'm not cold." She was making small, yearning sounds even before he lowered his head and closed his lips around her nipple. He sucked on it with masterful skill. His hand moved down to appreciate the curve of her waist, then smoothed over the shape of her hip and thigh. He touched her navel playfully and lightly scrubbed the area beneath it with his knuckles. He touched the delta of springy hair, and his eyes turned dark. "I want you to come this time," he murmured. "I want to." He slid his hand between her thighs. She raised her hips slightly to accommodate him. She was already wet. He slipped his fingers inside her. "Reed," she gasped with pleasure. "Shh, just enjoy." His thumb idly fanned back and forth across that vulnerable gem of flesh while he planted kiss after fervent kiss on her fertile mouth. "I think it's about to happen," she panted between kisses. "Not yet. Talk to me. I never get to talk in bed." Talk? She couldn't even think. About what? Anything. "I just want to hear your voice. I don't talk, Alex. I like watching you cook," she blurted. "What?" He chuckled against her lips. "It was very manly, the way you banged and rattled the pans. You're messy. You didn't crack the eggs, you smashed them. Your ineptitude was endearing. You're crazy. You're making me crazy. Am I?" He inched his head down and stroked her belly with his tongue. His thumb continued to finesse her, slowly, provocatively, maddeningly, while his fingers slid in and out. Sensations began to bubble warmly within her lower body. The pressure centered on the idle movement of his thumb, so that when he replaced it with the tip of his tongue, she cried out. She clutched handfuls of his hair and tilted her hips upward toward the heat of his avid mouth, toward the swirling magic of his tongue. Not until the aftershocks had subsided did she open her eyes. His face was bent low over hers. Damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks and neck. He lifted them away and laid them on the pillow. "What does a woman say at a time like this, Reed?" "Nothing," he replied gruffly. "Your face said it all. I've never watched a woman's face before." Alex was deeply touched by his admission, but tried to make light of it. "Good. Then you won't know if I did it right or not." He glanced down at her flushed breasts, at the moisture that had caused her pubic hair to glisten. "You did it right." Lovingly, she combed her fingers through his hair. It could have happened before it did, like that evening at the airfield, And the time in Austin when you took me home, I begged you to stay with me that night. Why didn't you? Because you wanted me there for the wrong reasons. I wanted a woman, not a little lost girl looking for her daddy. He studied her doubtful expression. You don't seem convinced. Unable to meet his incisive eyes, she looked at a point beyond his shoulder. Are you positive that's the reason? Or were you looking for somebody else? You don't mean somebody, you mean Selena. Alex turned her head aside. Reed gripped her jaw and forced her to look at him. Listen to me, Alex. You made me mad as hell by saying what you did the other night. That crap about taking from you what I'd always wanted from Selena. I want you to understand something. We're the only two people here now. There's nobody between us. No ghosts either. You got that? I think? No, he shook his head so emphatically that strands of dark blonde hair fell over his green eyes. Don't just think, no, you're the only woman in my head right now. You're the only woman that's been in my head since I met you. You're the only woman I'm dying to fuck every minute I'm awake and that I dream about fucking when I'm asleep. I'm too old for you. It's stupid and probably wrong for me to want you. It's complicated as hell. But right or wrong, no matter whose daughter you are, I want you. He embedded himself firmly inside her. Understand, he pushed higher, harder, hotter, and groaned. Understand, he made himself understood. Junior woke up before sunrise, a rarity for him. He'd had a bad night. Following Reed's suggestion, he'd spent several hours with Stacy. Her physician had given her a sedative, but it hadn't worked well enough. Each time Junior thought she was asleep and left his chair at her bedside, she would wake up, clutch his hand, and beg him not to leave her. He hadn't gotten home until well after midnight. Then he'd slept fitfully, worrying about Alex. The instant his eyes opened, he reached for the telephone on his nightstand and dialed the Westerner Motel. He instructed the clerk, who was tired and cranky during those waning minutes of his long shift, to connect him with her room. The phone rang 10 times. Breaking the connection, he called the sheriff's office. He was told that Reed hadn't come in yet. He asked to be patched into his mobile unit, but the switchboard operator told him it wasn't in use. He called Reed's house and got a busy signal. Frustrated, he got out of bed and began to pull on clothes. He couldn't stand not knowing where Alex was. He would find out for himself, starting with Reed. He crept past his parents' bedroom, although he heard stirrings behind the door. He was sure Angus would want to talk to him about the deal with Judge Wallace concerning his marriage to Stacy Jr. Didn't feel up to discussing that yet. He left the house and climbed into his Jag. It was a clear but cold morning. The drive to Reed's house took him no more than a few minutes. He was glad to see that the Blazer was still parked out front and that smoke was curling out of the chimney. Reed was an early riser. Hopefully he had a pot of coffee already perking. Junior jogged across the porch and knocked on the front door. He stood there hopping from one foot to another and blowing on his hands in an effort to get warm. After a long wait, Reed pulled open the door. He was wearing only a pair of jeans and a rumpled, sleepy, disagreeable expression. "What the hell time is it?" "Don't tell me I got you out of bed," Junior said incredulously, opening the screen door and stepping into the living room. "It's late for you, isn't it? What are you doing here? What's going on?" "That's what I was hoping you could tell me. Alex hasn't answered her phone all night. Do you have any idea where she is?" From the corner of his eye, he noticed the pallet in front of the hearth, then a movement. Turning slightly, he saw her standing in the hallway leading to Reed's bedroom. Her hair was tousled, her lips full and red, her legs bare. She was wearing the top to the pajama set he'd given Reed when he'd had his appendectomy. She looked wanton and well-screwed. Junior fell back a step as the breath left his body. Slumping against the wall, he looked toward the ceiling and uttered a short laugh. Reed laid a hand on his arm. "Junior, Junior angrily shook off his friend's hand. "It wasn't enough you had her mother, was it? You had to have her, too." "It's not like that," Reed said in his steely voice. "No, then you tell me. What's it like you gave me the green light the other night? You said you didn't want her." "I said nothing of the kind." "Well, you damn sure didn't say hands off. You moved faster than a sidewinder when you found out I was interested, didn't you? What was your rush?" Were you afraid that if she slept with me first, she'd never want to give up quality for lowlife? Junior, stop it, Alex cried. Junior didn't even hear her. He was focused on Reed. Why is it, Reed, that whatever I want you take? Football trophies, my own father's respect. You didn't even want Selena anymore, but you made damn sure I didn't get her, didn't you? Shut up, Reed snarled, taking a threatening step forward. Junior aimed his finger at the center of Reed's chest. Stay away from me, you hear? Just stay the hell away from me. He slammed out the front door. The racket echoed through the small house. After the Jag's roar had faded, Reed headed toward the kitchen. Want some coffee? Alex was stunned by what Junior had said and even more shocked by Reed's cavalier reaction. She ran into the kitchen. Coffee grounds showered from the metal scoop when she grabbed his arm and spun him around. Before I fall completely in love with you, Reed, there's something I've got to ask one final time. She took a sharp breath. Did you kill my mother? Several heartbeats later, he replied, yes. Chapter 43. Fergus Plummet stood at the side of the bed, looking down at his sleeping wife, his body quivering with indignation. Wanda, wake up! His imperious tone of voice could have awakened the dead. Wanda opened her eyes and sat up, groggy and disoriented. Fergus, what time? Everything sprang into clarity when she saw what he was holding in his hand. 5 incriminating $100 bills. Get up, he ordered before marching from the room. Trembling in fear, Wanda got out of the bed. She dressed as quickly as she could and ruthlessly raked her hair back, not wanting him to find more fault with her. He was waiting for her in the kitchen, sitting straight and tall at the table. Like a penitent, she timorously approached him. Fergus, I was saving it as a surprise. Silence, he bellowed. Until I tell you to speak, you will remain silent and soul-searching. His accusing eyes pierced straight through her. She bowed her head in shame. Where did you get it? It came in the mail yesterday. In the mail? Her head wobbled up and down in a frantic nod of affirmation. Yes, in that envelope it was lying on the table beside his cup of coffee. Why did you hide it from your husband, to whom you're supposed to be submissive according to Holy Scripture? She began, then stopped to wet her lips. I was saving it to give you as a surprise. His eyes smoldered with suspicion. Who sent it? Wanda raised her head and looked at him stupidly. I don't know. He closed his eyes and swayed as though entranced. Satan, I command you to release her from your evil power. You have control of her lying tongue. Give it back in the name. No. Wanda shouted, I'm not lying. I thought it probably came from one of those folks you've been talking to on the phone about what you did out at the Minton Ranch. He was out of his chair like a shot, rounding the table. He bore down on her. How dare you mention that? Didn't I tell you, never to utter a word about that? I forgot, she said, cowering. I thought maybe the money came from somebody who appreciated what you did. I know who it came from, he hissed. Who? Come with me. He grabbed her hand and dragged her toward the door that connected the kitchen to the garage. Where are we going, Fergus? Wait and see. I want the sinners to meet face to face. The kids are. God will watch over them until we get back. With Wanda sitting shivering in the front seat beside him, Plummet drove through the sleeping streets of town. At the highway he headed west. He seemed unaware of the cold, warmed by his coat of righteousness. When he took the turnoff, Wanda stared at him in total disbelief, but he shot her a look of such condemnation that she wisely refrained from uttering a peep. He pulled up in front of the large house and ordered his wife to get out of the car. His footsteps landed hard on the hollow steps, and his knock rang out loudly in the stillness of early morning. No one answered his first knock, so he pounded harder on the door. When still no one came, he emphatically banged on the window nearest him. Nora Gale herself pulled open the door and aimed the barrel of a small handgun directly at his forehead. Mister, you'd better have damn good reason for beating down my door and getting me out of bed at this ungodly hour. Fergus raised his hands above his bowed head and called upon God and a host of angels to cleanse the sinner of her wrongdoing. Nora Gale pushed him aside and moved toward her sister. They faced each other. Nora Gale, her platinum hair radiant, looked marvelous for someone who had just gotten out of bed. The constant use of expensive night creams guaranteed her a glowing complexion. She was resplendent in a rose satin robe trimmed with seed pearls. By contrast, Wanda looked like an overweight brown wren. "It's cold out here," Nora Gale remarked, as though they'd seen each other only yesterday. "Let's go inside." She led her gawking sister across the threshold of the whorehouse. Nudging Fergus in his skinny ribs as she went past, she said, "Preacher, if you don't shut up that noisy praying, I'm going to shoot your balls off, you hear?" "Ah, man," he cried, suddenly ending his prayer. "Thank you," Nora Gale said with amusement. "I'm sure I can use the prayers. Come on in. I've been wanting to talk to you." Several minutes later, they were collected around the table in her kitchen, which looked very ordinary and not the least bit sinful. Coffee had been brewed and poured into fine china cups. Fergus commanded Wanda to avoid it, as though it was a poisonous concoction. "You can't defeat us," Fergus said heatedly. "God is on our side, and he's sorely provoked at you, a whore who leads weaker brothers astray." "Save it," Nora Gale said with a casual wave of her hand. "I fear God all right, but what's between him and me is personal and no business of yours. The only thing that scares me about you, preacher, is your stupidity." He took umbrage. His face puffed up like an adder. "Did you send my wife some of your ill-gotten money?" "Yes. From the looks of her and your kids, I thought she could put it to good use." "We don't need your money." Nora Gale sat forward and with a lazy smile spoke softly to Fergus. "You haven't thrown it back in my face either, have you?" His mouth puckered like a drawstring purse. "I never reject a gift that God so generously bestows." "No, I'm sure you don't." Nora Gale complacently dropped 2 cubes of sugar into her coffee. "That's why I wanted to make a deal with you, Reverend Plummet. I don't deal with the ungodly. I came here as a messenger of God to warn you of his wrath, to hear your confession of, how would you like a new church? The flow of evangelism ceased abruptly. Huh? Idly, Nora Gale stirred her coffee. How would you like a new church? A big grand church that would put all the others in town to shame, even the new First Baptist. She paused to sip her coffee. "I can see I've left you speechless, which in itself is a blessing." Again, she smiled like a cat that had just licked clean a saucer of cream. "As soon as Purcell Downs is completed, I'm going to be very rich and very respectable. It would be to your benefit, preacher, to accept my generous donations, which would be sizable and given on a regular basis. Then, when Texas Monthly or 60 Minutes comes out here to interview me as one of the state's richest businesswomen, they can also report what a generous and benevolent person I am. And in return for this fancy church, I'll build you," she said, leaning forward again. "I would expect you to keep your loud mouth shut about racetrack gambling. There are plenty other sins to keep you occupied. If you run out of sermon material, I'll be more than glad to provide you a list of sins because I've committed them all, sugar." He was gaping like a fish washed ashore. "The madam definitely had his attention, and you wouldn't be pulling any more stunts like you did at the Minton Ranch a week or so back." "Yes," she said, holding up her heavily jeweled hand to stem his denials. "I know you did it. You caused a valuable horse to get put down, and that really chaps my ass." Her eyes narrowed on him. "If you do anything that's stupid again, I'll pull the pulpit right out from under you, preacher man. I make plans C, and I knock down anybody who stands in the way of them. If you have a problem you want solved, come to me. Leave the revenge getting to somebody who knows how to get it and not get caught." She leaned back in her chair. "Well, you've given me a lot to think about. Not good enough. I want your answer today, right now. Do you want to become a religious big shot with a shiny new church? Or do you want to go to jail? Because you see, if you don't say yes to my offer, I'll call my good buddy Reed Lambert and tell him I've got an eyewitness to that vigilante raid out at the ranch. What's it gonna be, sugar? A pulpit or prison?" Fergus swallowed visibly. He struggled with himself, with his conscience, but not for long. His head gave one swift nod of agreement. "Good. Oh, one other thing," Nora Gale continued in the same lilting voice. Stop treating my sister like a doormat. You were overheard dressing her down in public at the sheriff's office the other night. If I ever get wind of it happening again, I'll personally cut off your pitiful pecker and feed it to the next dog I see, okay? He swallowed hard. I'm sending Wanda Gale up to a spa up in Dallas, where she'll stay and be pampered for 2 weeks, which is little enough vacation from you. How do you expect to attract folks to your new church if your own wife looks like a downtrodden toad? This summer, your kids will go to camp. They're going to have new bicycles and baseball gloves because I'm overturning your rule about no games of any kind and signing them up for Little League next spring. She winked. Their Aunt Nora Gale is going to be the best goddamn thing that ever happened to those kids. Are you getting all this, preacher? Again, Plummet gave a brusque nod. Good. She sat back in her chair, calmly swinging a shapely leg back and forth through the slit of her robe. Now that we've cleared the air, let's talk terms. You'll receive the first donation the day after the licensing is finalized, and one on the first of each month after that. The checks will be drawn on the NGB Incorporated account. I'm going to need the tax deduction, she said with a throaty laugh. Then, dismissing Fergus, she looked at her sister. Wanda Gale, don't wait till I send you to Dallas. Use the money I sent you the other day to buy you and your kids new clothes, and for Chrisake, do something with your hair. It looks like shit. Wanda's eyes misted. Thank you, thank you. Nora Gale reached out to touch her sister's hand, but thought better of it and lit one of her black cigarettes instead. Through a dense cloud of acrid smoke, she replied, You're welcome, sugar. Chapter 44. Junior? He turned away from the bar, where he'd been mixing his second drink in 10 minutes. Good morning, Mother. Would you like a Bloody Mary? Sarah Jo crossed the room and yanked the bottle of vodka from his hand. What's the matter with you? She asked, speaking in a much harsher tone than she usually used with him. Why are you drinking this early? It's not that early, considering what time I got up. You went out? I heard you leave? Where'd you go? I'd like to know that myself, Angus said, coming into the room. I need to talk to you. Let me guess, Junior said with feigned cheerfulness. It's about Judge Wallace. That's right, and my marriage to Stacy. Yes, Angus said reluctantly. I'll bet you're going to tell me why it was so all-fired important that I marry her when I did. It was for your own good. That much you told me 25 years ago. It was a trade-off, wasn't it? You got him to close Selena's murder case in exchange for my marriage to Stacy? Am I getting warm? Apparently, so was Alex. When she confronted the judge with her hypothesis, he killed himself. Looking faint, Sarah Jo covered her mouth. Angus responded with anger. His hands flexed into fists at his sides. It was the best thing to do at the time. I couldn't allow an in-depth investigation to protect my family and my business. I had no choice but to ask the judge that favor. Did Stacy know about it? Not from me. I doubt that Joe ever told her. Thank God for that. Junior dropped into a chair. His head hung dejectedly. Dad? You know as well as I do that Goonie Bud was innocent. I know no such thing. Come on, he was harmless. You knew he didn't kill Selena, but you let him be punished for it. Why didn't you just let things take their natural course in the long run? We'd all have been better off. You know that's not so, Junior. Do I? He raised his head and looked at his parents with hot, intense eyes. You know who Reed has in his bed this morning looking all soft and sexy and satisfied, Alex? He flopped back against the easy chair's cushions and rested his head. With a bitter, humorless laugh, he said, Selena's daughter. Jesus, can you beat that? Alex spent the night with Reed. Angus thundered. Sarah Jo made a sniffing sound of disgust. That doesn't surprise me. Why didn't you keep it from happening, Junior? Angus demanded. Junior, sensing his father's rising temper, shouted, I tried. Evidently not hard enough. It's your bed she's supposed to be in by now, not Reed's. She's a grown woman. She didn't need my permission to go to bed with him, with anybody. Junior pushed himself out of the chair and headed for the bar. Sarah Jo blocked his path. I don't like the girl. She's as trashy as her mother, but if you wanted her for yourself, why did you let Reed Lambert have her? It's more critical than that, Sarah Jo, Angus said tightly. Our future rested on Alex's opinion of us. I was hoping she would become part of the family. As usual, Junior fell down on the job. Don't criticize him, Angus. Why the hell not? He's my son. I'll criticize him if I damn well feel like it. Then, curbing his impatience with her, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Too late now to be bawling over spilled milk. We've got a bigger problem than Junior's love life. I'm afraid we're extremely vulnerable to prosecution. He left the room and slammed out the front door. At the bar, Junior poured himself a straight vodka. Sarah Jo grabbed his arm as he raised the glass to his lips. When are you going to learn that you're as good as Reed? Better. You've disappointed your father again. When are you going to do something to make him proud of you? Junior, my darling, it's time you grew up and seized the initiative for a change. Alex stared at Reed with wordless disbelief. He calmly swept the spilled coffee grounds off the counter with the back of his hand and continued to fill the filtered basket of the coffee maker. Once it was dripping boiling coffee into the glass carafe, he turned to face her. You look like you've swallowed a marble. Isn't that what you expected to hear? Is it true? She asked hoarsely. Did you kill her? He looked away, staring at nothing for several moments, then back into her eyes, penetrating them. No, Alex, I did not kill Selena. If I had wanted to, I would have done it before that night, and with my bare hands I would have felt that it was justifiable homicide. I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of stealing a scalpel. I sure as hell wouldn't have let that unfortunate retarded man take the rap for me. She stepped into the circle of his arms and hugged him tight. I believe you, Reed. Well, that's something, I guess. Holding her close, he moved his hands over her back. She nuzzled his chest. He made a low sound of arousal, but set her away from him. The coffee's ready. Don't push me away, please. I'm not ready to stop hugging. Neither am I, he said, stroking her cheek, but hugging isn't all I want to do, and I have a strong feeling that our conversation isn't going to be conducive to romance. He poured 2 mugs of coffee and carried them to the table. Why do you say that? She sat down across from him. Because you want to know if I know who went into the barn that night? Do you? No, I don't, he said with an emphatic shake of his head. I swear to God I don't, but, you know, it was either Junior or Angus, he shrugged noncommittally. You've never wanted to know which, have you? What difference does it make? She was aghast. It makes a difference to me. It should to you. Why? Knowing won't change a damn thing. It won't bring Selena back. It won't alter your unhappy childhood or mine. Will it make your grandmother love you? No. Reading her horrified expression, he said, Yes, Alex, I know that's why you've appointed yourself Selena's avenger. Merle Graham always had to have a scapegoat. Whenever Selena did something she considered wrong, I usually caught the blame for it. That Lambert kid, she used to call me, always with a sour expression on her face. So it doesn't surprise me that she laid a lifelong guilt trip on you. She wouldn't take the blame for Selena's mistakes upon herself, and she wouldn't admit that Selena, like every other human being ever to grace this earth, did what she damn well pleased when she damn well felt like it, with or without motivation that left you. The only real innocent in this whole goddamn affair to place the blame on, he drew in a deep breath. So, with all that in mind, what good can it possibly do anybody to know who killed her? I've got to know, Reed, she said, close to tears. The murderer was also a thief. He robbed me. My mother would have loved me if she had lived. I know she would have. For Chris' sake, she didn't even want you, Alex, he shouted. No more than my mother wanted me. I didn't go on any quests after her because you're afraid to, she yelled back. Afraid? Afraid of being hurt by what you find out. Not afraid, he said. Indifferent. Well, I'm not. Thank God, I'm not as cold and unfeeling as you. You thought I was hot enough last night, he sneered. Or did you stay a technical virgin this long by going down on all your dates? She flinched as if he'd struck her, hurt beyond belief. She stared at him across the table. His expression was closed and hostile, but her vulnerability defeated him. He muttered a string of swear words and dug into his eye sockets with his thumb and middle finger. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. It's just that you're so goddamn aggravating when it comes to this. He lowered his hand. His green eyes appealed to her. Give it up, Alex. Relent. I can't, won't. She reached for his hand. Reed, we're never going to agree on this, and I don't want to argue with you. Her face turned soft. Not after last night. Some people would think that what went on in there, he said, indicating the living room, would erase the past. Is that why you made it happen, hoping that I'd forgive and forget? He yanked his hand away. You're dead set on pissing me off, aren't you? No, I'm not trying to provoke you. Just please understand why I can't give up when I'm this close. I don't understand. Then just accept it. Help me. How? By pointing a finger at either my mentor or my best friend. Junior didn't sound like a best friend a while ago. That was injured, pride and jealousy talking. He was jealous the night Selena was killed, too. She had injured his pride. She turned down his marriage proposal because she was still in love with you. Could that have driven him to murder her? Think about it, Alex, he said with annoyance. If Junior did blow his top at her, would he have had that scalpel handy to start slashing? And do you honestly think, no matter how enraged he was, that Junior could kill anybody? Then it was Angus. She said softly, I don't know. Angrily, Reed slung himself out of his chair and began to pace. This was a familiar, haunting hypothesis. Angus was against Junior marrying Selena. Angus is more volatile than Junior, she said almost to herself. I've seen him angry. I imagine that when he's crossed, he could be capable of killing, and he certainly took desperate measures to have the case closed before the evidence could come around to him. Where are you going? Reed jerked to attention when she left her chair and headed toward the bedroom. I've got to talk to him. Alex, he went after her. He rattled the knob of the bathroom door, but she'd locked it behind herself. I don't want you to go over there. I've got to. She opened the door, already dressed, and stuck out her hand. Can I borrow your blazer? He stared at her hard. You'll wreck his life. Have you thought of that? Yes. And every time I feel a pang of regret, I remind myself of the lonely, loveless childhood I spent while he was prospering. She closed her eyes and pulled herself together. I don't want to destroy Angus. I'm only doing my job, doing what's right. I actually like him. If circumstances were different, I could grow very fond of him, but the circumstances are what they are, and I can't change them. When a person does something wrong, he's got to be punished. All right? He grabbed her arm and drew her up close. What's the punishment for a prosecutor sleeping with the suspect? You're no longer a suspect? You didn't know that last night. Furious, she wrestled her arm free and ran through the house, grabbing his keys off the end table where she'd seen him drop them the night before. Reed let her go and placed a call to his downtown office. Without preamble, he barked, Get me a car out here on the double. They're all out. Sheriff. All except the Jeep, that'll do. Just get it here. Chapter 45. Stacy Wallace Minton shocked her friends by walking into the living room fully dressed, dry-eyed, and seemingly composed. They had been speaking in hushed tones in deference to her suffering. They had believed that she was getting some much-needed rest in preparation for the ordeal facing her Tupperware and Pyrex dishes filled with salads and casseroles and desserts, had been delivered to the house by a steady stream of concerned acquaintances. Without exception, all had asked, How's she taking it? By all appearances, Stacy was taking her father's death very well. As always, she was impeccably dressed and groomed except for the grayish circles beneath her eyes. She could have been on her way to a club meeting. Stacy, did we wake you? We put a note on the door asking people to knock instead of ringing the bell. I've been awake for a while, she told her friends. What time did Junior leave? Sometime during the night. Would you like something to eat, Lordy? There's enough food in there to feed an army. No, thank you. Nothing right now. Mr. Davis called. He needs to discuss the funeral arrangements with you, but said that could be at your convenience. I'll contact him later this morning. As her friends watched in stupefaction, she went to the hall closet and took out her coat. They exchanged concerned and bewildered glances. Stacy, dear, where are you going? Out. We'll be glad to run errands for you. That's what we're here for. I appreciate the offer, but this is something I've got to do myself. What are we supposed to tell people when they drop by to see you? One asked, anxiously following her to the front door. Stacy turned and calmly replied, "Tell them whatever you like." Angus didn't seem surprised to see Alex when she walked into his den unannounced. He was seated on the leather sofa, massaging the toe that continued to give him pain. "I didn't hear you come in," he said. "I just got in from the stables myself. We've got a 2-year-old gelding with shin bucks, which can't be a damn bit more painful than gout. Lupe told me you were back here. Do you want some breakfast? Coffee?" "No, thank you, Angus." Hospitable to the bitter end, Alex thought. Is this a convenient time for us to talk? He laughed. As convenient a time as any, I reckon, considering what we're going to talk about. She sat down beside him on the sofa. He studied her with shrewd blue eyes. "Did Joe spill his guts before he killed himself?" "He didn't invite me to his office to take a confession, if that's what you mean," she answered. "But I know about your deal with him." "How did you talk Junior into going along with it, Angus?" At that point in time, he said, making no effort to deny her allegations. The boy didn't care about what happened to him. Selena's death hit him so hard he was married to Joe's girl almost before he realized it. Know what? I'm not sure he could have made it those first few months if Stacy hadn't taken such good care of him. I never regretted making that deal with Joe. Who were you protecting? Changing the subject abruptly, he said, "You look a little worse for wear this morning." "Did Reed ride you that hard last night?" Embarrassed, Alex ducked her head. "Junior told you?" "Yes." He pulled on his boot, wincing as he worked the sore toe into it. "Can't say that I'm surprised, disappointed, but not surprised." She lifted her head wide, like mother, like daughter. Reed always had an edge over every other man with Selena. Who knows why? That's just the way it was. Chemistry, I think they call it nowadays. He set his foot on the floor and leaned back against the tufted sofa. "What's between you two?" "It's more than chemistry." "So you love him?" "Yes." He drew a worried expression. "I'll caution you like a daddy would, Alex. Reed's not an easy man to love. He has a tough time showing affection and an even tougher time of accepting it. As old as he is, he's still bitter about his mama up and leaving him when he was a baby. Is that why he found it impossible to forgive Selena for getting involved with Al Gaither and having me?" "I think so." He tried not to let on like it hurt him. Walked around here with a chip on his shoulder as big as Texas. He hid his feelings behind that "I don't give a damn" veneer, but he was crushed just the same. I could tell he didn't hold it against you. You understand? But he could never quite forgive your mother for cheating on him. What about Junior? Junior couldn't forgive her for loving Reed more than she loved him. But neither one of them killed her. She met him eye to eye. It was you, wasn't it? He stood up and moved to the window. He gazed out on all that he had built from nothing and was liable to lose. The ponderous silence in the room lasted for several minutes. Finally, he said, "No, I didn't." Then, turning slowly, he added, "But I wanted to." "Why?" "Your mother played games, Alex. She liked to. When I first met her, she was still a little tomboyish. Things might have gone fine if she'd stayed like that. But she grew older and realized that she had a power over both of those boys, sexual power. She began to use that in her games. Alex's heart began to ache. She scarcely breathed. It was like watching a horror movie and waiting for the monster to finally rear its head. She wanted to see the whole picture, but yet she didn't. It would probably be ugly. I could see it happening. Angus was saying, but there wasn't much I could do about it. She played them against each other. His words echoed what Nora Gale had told her. The temptation was just too strong. The older they got, the worse it got. Angus continued. The solid friendship between the boys was like a shiny apple. Selena ate away at the core of it like a worm. I didn't like her very much. He returned to the sofa and sat down. But I desired her. When Alex was sure her ears hadn't deceived her, she couldn't hold back her gasp. "What?" Angus smiled crookedly. "Remember, this was 25 years and 30 pounds ago. I didn't have this," he said, rubbing his protruding belly, "and I had more hair. If I do say so, I was still considered a lady killer. It's not that I doubt your appeal, Angus, it's just that I had no idea. Neither did anyone else. It was my little secret. Even she didn't know until the night she died. Alex groaned his name. The monster of truth wasn't only ugly, it was hideous. Junior stormed out on his way to drown his sorrows in booze. Selena came into this room. She sat right there where you're sitting now and cried. She told me she didn't know what to do. She loved Reed in a way she'd never love another man. She loved Junior, but not enough to marry him. She didn't know how she was going to raise you alone. Every time she looked at you, she was reminded of the mistake that had changed her future forever. On and on she went, expecting me to sympathize, when all I could see was what a selfish little bitch she was. She'd brought all her hardships on herself. She didn't give a damn how she hurt other people or played with their lives. She only cared about how things affected her. He shook his head with self-derision. That didn't stop me from wanting her. I wanted her more than ever. I think I justified it to myself because I figured she deserved no better than lust from a horny old man like me. He took a deep breath. Anyway, I made my pitch. You told her you desired her? I didn't come right out with it. No, I offered to set her up in a house out of town, someplace close. I told her I'd pay for everything. She wouldn't have to lift a finger, just be accommodating when I could come see her. I expected her to bring you along, of course, and Mrs. Graham, too, though I doubt your grandma would ever have agreed to it. In short, he concluded, I asked her to be my mistress. What did she say? Not a goddamn thing. She just looked at me for several seconds, and then she burst out laughing. His eyes chilled Alex to the bone when he added raspily, and you know how I hate having my ideas laughed at. You filthy son of a bitch! Simultaneously, they turned toward the intrusive voice. Junior, his face contorted with outrage, was standing in the open doorway. He pointed a shaking, accusatory finger at his father. You didn't want me to marry her because you wanted her for yourself. You killed her because she turned down your despicable proposal. You goddamn bastard, you killed her for that. The road seemed bumpier than usual. Maybe she was just hitting all the ruts because her eyes were blurred with tears. Alex fought to keep the blazer on the road to Reed's house. When Junior had launched himself at Angus and begun to beat him with his fists, she had run from the room. She couldn't stand to watch. Her investigation had turned son against father, friend against friend, and she simply couldn't stand any more. She had fled. They'd all been right. They'd tried to warn her, but she had refused to listen. Compelled by guilt, headstrong and fearless, armed to the teeth with an unshakable sense of right and wrong, cheered on by the recklessness of immaturity, she had excavated in forbidden territory and disturbed its sanctity. She had aroused the ire of bad spirits long laid to rest. Against sound counsel, she had kept digging. Now those spirits were protesting, making themselves manifest. She had been brainwashed to believe that Selena was a fragile heroine, tragically struck down in the full bloom of womanhood, a heartbroken young widow with a newborn infant in her arms, looking out on the cruel world with dismay. Instead, she had been manipulative, selfish, and even cruel to the people who had loved her. Merle had made her believe that she had been responsible for her mother's death. With every gesture, word, and deed, whether overt or implied, she had made Alex feel inadequate and at fault. Well, Merle was wrong. Selena was responsible for her slaying. By an act of will, Alex unburdened herself of all guilt and remorse. She was free. It no longer really mattered to her whose hand had wielded that scalpel. It hadn't been because of her. Her first thought was that she must share this sense of freedom with Reed. She parked the blazer in front of his house, got out, and ran across the porch. At the door, she hesitated and knocked softly. After several seconds, she pulled it open and stepped inside. Reed? The house was gloomy and empty. Moving toward the bedroom, she called his name again, but it was obvious that he wasn't there. As she turned, she noticed her handbag lying forgotten on the nightstand. She checked the adjoining bathroom for items she might have left behind, gathered them up, and dropped them into her handbag. As she snapped it closed, she thought she heard the unfamiliar squeak of the screen front door. She paused and listened. Reed? The sound didn't come again. Lost in the sweet reverie of the night before, she touched Reed's things on the nightstand, a pair of sunglasses, a comb that was rarely used, an extra brass belt buckle with the state seal of Texas on it. Heart swelling with love, she turned to go, but was brought up short. The woman standing in the doorway of the bedroom had a knife in her hand. Chapter 46. What the hell is going on here? Reed grabbed Junior's collar and hauled him off Angus, who was sprawled on the floor. Blood was dribbling down his chin from a cut on his lip. Oddly enough, the old man was laughing. Where'd you learn to fight like that, boy? And why haven't you done it more often? He sat up and extended his hand to Reed. Help me up, Reed. After giving Junior a warning glance, let go of his collar and assisted Angus to his feet. One of you want to tell me what the devil that was all about? Reed demanded. When the Jeep arrived, he had driven straight to the ranch house, where an anxious Lupe had greeted him at the door with the news that Mr. Minton and Junior were fighting. Reed had run into the den and found the two men locked in combat, rolling on the floor. Junior had been throwing earnest, but largely ineffective, punches at his father's head. He wanted Selena for himself. Junior declared, his chest heaving with exertion and fury. I overheard him telling Alex he wanted to set Selena up as his mistress. When she said no, he killed her. Angus was calmly dabbing at the blood on his chin with a handkerchief. Do you really believe that, son? Do you think I would sacrifice everything? Your mother, you, this place? For that little chippy? I heard you tell Alex that you wanted her. I did, from the belt down, but I didn't love her. I didn't like the way she came between you and Reed. I sure as hell wouldn't gamble away everything else in my life by killing her. I might have felt like it when she laughed at my offer, but I didn't. His eyes roved over both the younger men. My pride was spared when one of you did it for me. The three men exchanged uneasy glances. The past 25 years had dwindled down to this crucial moment. Until now, none of them had had the courage to pose the question. The truth would have been too painful to bear, so they had let the identity of the murder remain a mystery. Their silence had been tacitly agreed upon. It had protected them from knowing who had ended Selena's life. None had wanted to know. I did not kill that girl, Angus said. As I told Alex, I gave her the keys to one of the cars and told her to drive herself home. The last time I saw her, she was leaving by the front door. I was upset because she turned me down, Junior said. I made the rounds of the beer joints and got shit-faced. I don't remember where I was or who I was with, but I think I would remember slashing Selena to ribbons. When dessert was passed around, I left, Reed told them. I spent the night humping Nora Gale. I got to the stable about 6 that morning. That's when I found her. Angus shook his head in bafflement. Then everything we've told Alex is true? Alex, Reed exclaimed. Didn't you say she was just here? Dad was talking to her when I came in. Where is she now? She was sitting right there, Angus said, pointing at the empty spot on the sofa. I didn't see anything after Junior came sailing toward me and knocked me down. Felt like a goddamn bull falling on me, he said, jovially socking his son beneath the chin. Junior grinned with boyish pleasure. Would you two cut it out and tell me where Alex went? Calm down, Reed. She's got to be around here somewhere. I didn't see her when I came in, he argued stubbornly as he rushed into the hall. It couldn't have been but a couple of minutes in between, Junior said. Why are you so anxious about don't you get it? Reed asked over his shoulder. If none of us killed Selena, whoever did is still out there, and he's just as pissed off at Alex as we've been. Jesus, I didn't think. You're right, Reed. Come on. The three men rushed through the front door. As they were clambering down the steps, Stacy Wallace wheeled into the drive and stepped out of her car. Junior, Angus, Reed, I'm glad I caught you. It's about Alex. Reed drove the Jeep like a bat out of hell. At the crossroads of the highway and the Minton's private road, he caught up with the deputies who had delivered him the Jeep and flagged down the patrol car. Have you seen my Blazer? He shouted to them. Alex Gaither was driving it. Yeah, Reed, we did. She was headed back toward your place. Much obliged to his passengers, he shouted. Hang on, and executed a hairpin turn. What's going on? Stacy asked. The Jeep's top was off, so she was clinging to the roll bar for dear life. In her staid world, nothing this death-defying had ever happened. Trying to detain the Mintons and Reed had been impossible. They had almost motored down in their haste to scramble into the Jeep. She'd been summarily told that if she must speak with them right then, She had to go along. She had climbed into the back seat with Junior while Angus sat in the front seat next to Reed. Alex could be in danger. Junior shouted into Stacy's ear to make himself heard. The cold north wind sucked the words out of his mouth. Danger? It's a long story. I went to her motel. Stacy shouted. The desk clerk told me she might be at the ranch. What's so important? Reed asked over his shoulder. I didn't get everything off my chest last night. She didn't hold the pistol or pull the trigger, but she caused Daddy's suicide. Junior placed his arm around her, drew her close, and kissed her temple. Stacy let it drop. Alex isn't the reason Joe killed himself. It's not just that, Stacy said, distraught. Her investigation has raised questions about, well, we got married so soon after Selena was killed. People thought, you know how suspicious and narrow-minded they can be? They're talking about it again. She gazed up at him imploringly. Junior, why did you marry me? He placed a finger beneath her chin. Because you're a beautiful, dynamic woman. The best damn thing that ever happened to me, Stacy, he said, meaning it. He couldn't love her, but he appreciated her kindness and goodness, and her unflagging love for him. Then, you do love me a little? He smiled down at her and for her sake said, hell, girl, I love you a lot. Her eyes glistened with tears. The radiance with which her face shone made her almost pretty. Thank you, Junior. Angus suddenly leaned forward and pointed toward the horizon. My God, that looks like smoke. Reed grimly supplied and floored the accelerator. Chapter 47, Sarah Joe? Alex cried. What on earth are you doing? Sarah Joe smiled placidly. I followed you here from my house. Why? Alex's eyes were on the knife. It was an ordinary kitchen knife, but it didn't look all that ordinary in Sarah Joe's hand. Always before her hand it looked feminine and frail. Now it looked skeletal and ominous around the handle of the knife. I came to rid my life of another nuisance. Her eyes opened wide, then narrowed, just like I did back in Kentucky. My brother got the colt I wanted. It wasn't fair. I had to get rid of him and that colt, or I could never be happy again. What did you do? I lured him into the stable by telling him the colt had colic. Then, I locked the door and started the fire. Alex swayed in terror. How horrible! Yes, it was actually. You could smell burning horseflesh for miles. The stench hung on for days. Alex raised a trembling hand to her lips. The woman was obviously psychotic, and therefore all the more terrifying. I didn't have to start a fire the night I murdered Selena. Why not? That idiot man, Goonie Bud, had followed her to the ranch. I met him on my way out of the stable. He scared the living daylights out of me. Standing there in the shadows, so quiet, he went in and saw her. He fell down on top of her and started carrying on something awful. I saw him pick up Dr. Collins's knife. She smiled gleefully. That's when I knew I wouldn't have to start a fire and destroy all those lovely horses. You killed my mother, Alex stated tearfully. You killed my mother? She was a trashy girl. Sarah Joe's expression changed drastically, becoming spiteful. I prayed every night that she would marry Reed Lambert. That way, I'd get both of them out of my life. Angus didn't need but one son. The one I gave him, she cried, thumping her chest with her free fist. Why did he have to keep that mongrel around? What did that have to do with Selena? That stupid girl let herself get pregnant. Reed wouldn't have her after that. She clenched her teeth, distorting her delicate features, and I had to watch when Junior stepped in to take Reed's place. He actually wanted to marry her. Imagine a Presley marrying a lowlife with an illegitimate baby. I wasn't going to let my son ruin his life, so you looked for an opportunity to kill her. She dropped it into my lap. Junior left the house that night disconsolate. Then Angus made a complete fool of himself over her. You overheard their conversation? I eavesdropped? And you were jealous? Jealous? She said with a musical little laugh. Good heavens, no. Angus has had other women for almost as long as we've been married. I might not even have minded him having Selena, so long as he set her up out of town and away from Junior. But that silly bitch laughed at him, laughed in my husband's face after he had poured out his heart to her. Her eyes were blinking rapidly now, and her meager breasts were rising and falling with each strenuous breath. Her voice had grown shrill. Alex knew that if she was going to talk herself out of this, she had to tread softly. She was still trying to choose her next words when she caught the first whiff of smoke. Her eyes moved beyond Sarah Jo to the hall. It was filling with smoke. Flames were licking up the walls of the living room beyond Sarah Jo. Alex said in a quavering voice, "I want to talk to you about this, but stay where you are," Sarah Jo commanded sharply, brandishing the knife when Alex took a hesitant step. "You came here and started causing trouble just like her. You favor Reed over my junior. You're breaking his heart. Angus is upset and worried over Joe Wallace's death, which is all your fault. You see, Angus thought one of the boys killed her." She smiled impishly. "I knew he would. I knew that the boys wouldn't ask any questions either. I depended on their loyalty to each other. It was the perfect crime. Angus, thinking he was protecting the boys, made his deal with the judge. I hated that Junior had to get married so young, but I was glad it was to Stacy rather than Selena. The smoke was growing thicker. It was swirling around Sarah Jo, though she seemed unaware of it. "You started asking too many questions," she told Alex, drawing a sad face. "I tried to scare you off with that letter. I made it look like it had come from that crazy Reverend Plummet, but I sent it." She seemed quite pleased with herself. Alex used her complacency to creep forward, moving slowly, one step at a time. "You still didn't take the hint, so I ran you off the road with one of the company pickups. Judge Wallace would probably still be alive, and the deal Angus made with him would still be a secret, if only you had died when your car crashed." She seemed genuinely perturbed, but after today, I won't have to. Alex lunged forward and struck Sarah Jo's wrist. She was stronger than she appeared. She managed to maintain her grip on the knife. Alex grabbed her wrist and hung on, trying to dodge the stabbing motions aimed toward her body. "I won't let you destroy my family." Sarah Jo grunted as she plunged the knife toward Alex's midsection. The two women struggled over control of the knife. They fell to their knees. Alex tried to dodge the downward arcs of the blade, but the smoke was getting too thick for her to see it well. Her eyes filled with tears. She began to choke. Sarah Jo knocked her into the wall. Upon impact, she felt the stitches in her scalp pop open. Somehow, she managed to get to her feet and began dragging Sarah Jo down the hallway where smoke was billowing around them. All the rules of fire escape fled Alex's mind. She tried to hold her breath, but her lungs demanded oxygen for the difficult task of pulling Sarah Jo along with her. They had almost reached the living room before Sarah Jo realized that Alex had gained the upper hand. She renewed her efforts and came back stronger than ever. The knife slashed Alex's ankle and she screamed. Its serrated edge caught her again in the calf, and she staggered back toward the living room. Suddenly, she lost her grip on Sarah Jo. While seconds ago she'd been fighting for her freedom, she now panicked at the thought of losing her attacker in the suffocating black smoke. It was so thick that she couldn't even distinguish an outline of the other woman. "Sarah Jo, where are you?" Alex gagged on a mouthful of smoke. Stretching her arms far out in front of her, she groped for the woman, but touched nothing except the searing air. Then survival instincts took over. She turned, ducked, and plunged through the hallway. In the living room, she dodged burning furniture and ran blindly in the direction of the door. The door was intact, but smoldering. She grabbed the knob. It branded the palm of her hand. Screaming in fear and pain, she barreled through the door and out onto the porch. "Alex?" She stumbled in the direction of Reed's voice and saw through smoke-damaged eyes the wavering image of a Jeep coming to a screeching halt only yards in front of her. "Reed," she croaked, reaching for him. She fell. He leaped from behind the steering wheel and bent over her. "Sarah Jo," she wheezed. With an effort, she raised her hand and pointed toward the house. "My God, Mother!" Junior went over the side of the Jeep and hit the ground at a run. "Junior, come back!" Stacy screamed. "No, God, no. Son, don't." Angus reached for Junior's arm as he sped past. "It's too late." Reed was already on the porch when Junior knocked him aside. Reed fell backward down the steps and onto the ground. He made an unsuccessful grab for Junior's ankle. "Junior, you can't!" he roared. Junior turned and looked down at him. This time, Reed, I'll get the glory. He flashed Reed his most beautiful smile, then ran into the burning house. Copyright this book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are you're used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Copyright 1989 by Sandra Brown, excerpt from Low Pressure Copyright Say 2012 by Sandra Brown Management Limited. Cover design by SOS Design, cover image of Barn by Dave Schaefer. Cover copyright Say 2013 by Hachette Book Group, Inc. All rights reserved in accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the scanning, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this book without the permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the book other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. Grand Central Publishing, Hachette Book Group, 237 Park Avenue, New York, NY 1001, www.hchetbookgroup.com, www.twitter.com, Grand Central Pub, originally published in mass market paperback by Warner Books. First ebook edition, February 2013. Grand Central Publishing is a division of Hachette Book Group, Inc. The Grand Central Publishing name and logo is a trademark of Hachette Book Group, Inc. The publisher is not responsible for websites or their content that are not owned by the publisher. The Hachette Speakers Bureau provides a wide range of authors for speaking events. To find out more, go to www.hatchettespeakersbureau.com or call 866-376-6591. ISBN 978-Day1-4555-4625-D1, Epilogue. I thought you might be here. Reed gave no impression of having heard Alex approach until she spoke to him. He glanced at her over his shoulder, then back at the two fresh graves. For a moment there was an awkward silence, then he said, "I promised Angus I would come out every day to check on things. He's not feeling quite up to it yet." Alex moved nearer. "I stopped by to see him this afternoon. He made a feeble attempt to be the hail fellow well met," she remarked sadly. "He's entitled to grieve. I told him so. I hope he took it to heart. I'm sure he appreciated your visit." "I'm not so sure." Reed came around to face her. She nervously swept back her hair, which the strong wind was blowing across her face. "If I'd never come here, never reopened the case, don't do that to yourself again, Alex," he said fiercely. "None of it was your fault. Nobody guessed the extent of Sarah Jo's insanity. Not even Angus. And he was married to her, Junior." Well, he stopped speaking, his throat working convulsively. "You'll miss him? Miss him?" he repeated with phony nonchalance. The dumb bastard running into a burning house about to collapse. Only a goddamn fool would do something that stupid. "You know why he did it, Reed. He felt he had to." The tears shimmering in his eyes made Alex's throat ache with the need to cry. She stepped forward and laid a hand on his arm. "You loved him, Reed. Is that so hard to admit?" He stared down at the flower-banked grave. "People always talked about how jealous he was of me. Nobody ever guessed how jealous I was of him." "You were jealous of Junior?" He nodded. Of the advantages he had, he gave a dry, derisive laugh. "I stayed mad at him most of the time for squandering those advantages. We love people in spite of what they are, not because of what they are. At least that's the way it should be." She dropped her hand from his arm and, trying to keep her voice light and conversational, said, "Angus told me that he plans to go ahead with the racetrack." "Yeah, he's a stubborn old cuss. Your airfield will prosper. It better. I'll be out of a job by the end of the year," he told her. In response to her puzzled expression, he said, "I resigned. I can't sheriff and make anything out of that airport at the same time. It was time I either tackled it or let it go. I decided to tackle it." "Good. I'm glad for you. Angus says you're considering incorporating with him. We'll see. I'm going to buy another racehorse with double times insurance money. I'm thinking about training it myself. Angus wants to help." She wasn't fooled by his casual treatment of the subject, but she didn't pressure him about it. If she were a gambler, she'd put her money on a future alliance. This time it would be for Angus's benefit more than Reed's. "What about you?" he asked. "When will we be going back to work?" She dug her hands into her coat pockets and drew her shoulders up. "I'm not sure, in light of my injuries. How are they, by the way?" "Everything's healing fine. No pain. Not any longer. Basically, I'm as good as new, but Greg told me not to rush back to work. He knows the strain I've been under." She plowed into the soft earth with the toe of her boot. "I'm not sure I want to go back at all." Sensing his start of surprise, she smiled up at him. "You'll find this amusing, Sheriff. I've recently realized how much empathy I have for the accused. I might try defense law for a change. Public defender? Possibly. Where?" She looked deeply into his eyes. "I haven't decided." Reed began to rearrange the freshly turned earth beneath his boots, too. I read your statement in the newspaper. It was decent of you to close the case for lack of evidence," he said in a low voice. "It really wouldn't serve much purpose to quarrel with the original ruling, would it?" "No, it wouldn't. Especially not now. Probably from the beginning, Reed." He raised his head and gave her an appraising look. "You were right, all of you. This investigation was self-serving. I used it and the people involved to prove my grandmother wrong." She drew a shaky breath. "It's too late for Selena to rectify her mistakes, but I can certainly do something about mine." She inclined her head toward the nearby grave, the older, overgrown one, which now had a single red rose lying at the base of the headstone. "Did you put that there?" Reed looked across the two fresh graves toward Selena's. "I thought Junior would like sharing a flower with her." You know how he felt about the ladies? It was healthy that he could smile when he said it. I didn't realize that this was the Minton family plot until the funeral the other day. Mother would like that, being here with him, and he's where he always wanted to be, near Selena, with nobody between them." Emotion welled up in Alex's throat and eyes. Poor Stacy. She never had a chance with Junior, did she? No woman did. For all his philandering, Junior was a one-woman man. By tacit agreement, they turned and started down the hill toward their cars. "Was it your idea for Stacy to move into the ranch house for a while?" Alex asked as she picked her way across the grass. He seemed reluctant to admit it. An affirmative rolling motion of his shoulders was all he gave her for an answer. "That was a thoughtful suggestion. Reed, she and Angus will be good for each other." The late judge's daughter would never feel kindly toward her. But Alex understood and could forgive her animosity. "Stacy needs somebody to fuss over," Reed said, "and Angus needs that kind of attention right now." Having reached her car, Alex turned to him and asked huskily, "What about you? Who'll fuss over you? I've never needed it." "Oh, yes, you have," she said. "You just never let anybody." She took a step closer to him. "Gonna let me leave town, walk out of your life without making any effort to stop me?" "Yes." She regarded him with love and frustration. "Okay, I'll tell you what, Reed. I'll just go on loving you for as long as I live, and you just go on resisting it." It was spoken as a dare. "See how long you can hold out?" He angled back his head and gauged the determination in her posture, her voice, her eyes. "You're too big for your britches, you know that?" Responding smile was tremulous. "You love me, Reed Lambert. I know you love me." The wind lifted the tawny hair on his head as he nodded slowly. "Yeah, I do. You're a pain in the ass, but I love you." He cursed beneath his breath. "That still doesn't change anything." "Like what?" "Like our ages, I'll get old and die long before you, you know." "Does that matter today, this very minute?" "It sure as hell should. It doesn't." Infuriated by her calm logic, he crammed his fist into his opposite palm. "God, you're persistent." "Yes, I am. When I want something badly enough, when I feel that it's right, I never give up." For several long moments he stared at her, at war with himself. He was being offered love, but he was afraid to accept it. Then, swearing liberally, he grabbed a handful of dark auburn hair and pulled her toward him. He reached inside her coat where she was warm and soft and giving. "You make a damn strong argument, counselor." He growled, backing her into the side of her car. He touched her heart, her belly, then placed a hand on her hip and bowed her body against his. He kissed her with passion and love, and something he'd always had very little of. Hope breathlessly, tearing his lips from hers, he buried his face in the warmth of her neck. In my whole life, I've never had anything that belonged to me first, that wasn't a hand-me-down or a handout. Nothing until you. Alex, say it, read, Be My Woman. Thank you for buying this ebook published by Hachette Digital. To receive special offers, bonus content, and news about our latest ebooks and apps, sign up for our newsletter. Sign up or visit us at HachettebookGroup.com newsletters about the author. Sandra Brown is the author of over 60 New York Times bestsellers, including most recently Low Pressure, Lethal, Rainwater, Tough Customer, Smash Cut, Smokescreen, Play Dirty, Ricochet, Chill Factor, White Hot, Hello Darkness, The Crush, Envy, The Switch, The Alibi, Unspeakable, and Fat Tuesday, all of which jumped onto the New York Times list in the numbers 1 to 5 spots. There are over 80 million copies of Sandra Brown's books in print worldwide, and her work has been translated into 34 languages. In 2008, Brown was named Thriller Master by the International Thriller Writers Association, the organization's top honor. She currently lives in Texas. For more information, you can visit www.sandrabrown.net. Prologue, The Rat Was Dead, but no less horrifying than if it had been alive. Bellamy Price trapped a scream behind her hands and, holding them clamped against her mouth, backed away from the gift box of glossy wrapping paper and satin ribbon. The animal lay on a bed of silver tissue paper, its long pink tail curled against the fat body. When she came up against the wall, she slid down it until her bottom reached the floor. Slumping forward, she removed her hands from her mouth and covered her eyes, but she was too horror-stricken even to cry. Sobs were dry and hoarse. Who would have played such a vicious prank? Who? And why? The events of the day began to replay in her mind like a recording on fast forward. You were terrific. Thank you. Bellamy tried to maintain the rapid pace set by the publicist for the publishing house, who functioned as though her breakfast cereal had been laced with speed. This show is number 1 in its time slot. Her rapid-fire speech kept time with the click of her stilettos. Miles ahead of its competition, we're talking over 5 million viewers. You just got some great national exposure, which was exactly what Bellamy wished to avoid. But she didn't waste her breath on saying so again. For the umpteenth time, neither the publicist nor her agent, Dexter Gray, understood her desire to direct the publicity to her best-selling book, not to herself. Dexter, his hand tightly grasping her elbow, guided her through the Manhattan skyscraper's marble lobby. You were superb, flawless, but warm, human. That single interview probably sold 1,000 copies of Low Pressure, which is what it's all about. He ushered her toward the exit, where a uniformed doorman tipped his hat as Bellamy passed. Your book kept me up nights, Miss Price. She barely had time to thank him before being propelled through the revolving door which emptied her onto the plaza. A shout went up from the crowd that had gathered to catch a glimpse of that morning's interviewees as they entered and exited the television studio. The publicist was exultant. Dexter, help her work the crowd. I'm going to get a photographer over here. We can parlay this into more TV coverage. Dexter, more sensitive to his client's reluctance toward notoriety, stood on tiptoe and spoke directly into Bellamy's ear to make himself heard above the midtown rush hour racket. It wouldn't hurt to take advantage of the situation and sign a few books. Most authors work their entire professional lives and never receive this kind of media attention, she said, finishing for him. Thousands of writers would give their right arm for this. So you've told me repeatedly. It bears repeating. He patted her arm as he steered her toward the eager people straining against the barricades. Smile, your adoring public awaits. Readers who had become instant fans clamored to shake hands with her and have her sign their copies of Low Pressure. Being as gracious as possible, she thanked them and smiled into their cell phone cameras. Her hand was being pumped by an enthusiastic fan when she spotted Rocky Van Durbin out of the corner of her eye. A writer for the daily tabloid newspaper I Spy, Van Durbin was standing slightly apart from the crowd, wearing a self-congratulatory smirk and giving instructions to the photographer accompanying him. It was Van Durbin who had uncovered and then gleefully disclosed that the writer T.J. David, whose first book was generating buzz in book circles as well as in Hollywood, was, in fact, Bellamy Price, an attractive 30-year-old woman. Why this native Texan, blue-eyed, long-legged, and voluptuous, and isn't that how we like them? Would want to hide behind an innocuous pen name, this reporter doesn't know. But in spite of the author's coy secrecy, Low Pressure has soared to the top of the bestseller charts, and now, apparently, Ms. Price has come out of hiding and gotten into the spirit of the thing. She's eschewed her spurs and hat, abandoned the Lone Star State, and is now residing in a penthouse apartment overlooking Central Park on the Upper West Side, basking in the glow of her sudden celebrity. Most of that was a lie, having only filaments of truth that kept it from being libelous. Bellamy did have blue eyes, but she was of average height, not noticeably tall, as his description suggested. By no one's standards could she be considered voluptuous. She did have a cowboy hat, but it hadn't been on her head for years. She'd never owned a pair of spurs, nor had she ever known anyone who did. She hadn't abandoned her home state in the sense Van Durbin had implied, but she had relocated to New York several years ago, long before the publication of her book. She did live on the Upper West Side, across from the park, but not in a penthouse. But the most egregious inaccuracy was Van Durbin's claim that she was enjoying her celebrity, which she considered more a harsh glare than a glow. That glare had intensified when Van Durbin wrote a follow-up front-page article that contained another startling revelation. Although published as a novel, Low Pressure was actually a fictionalized account of a true story, her family's tragic true story, with the velocity of a rocket. That disclosure had thrust her into another dimension of fame. She abhorred it. She hadn't written Low Pressure to become rich and famous. Writing it had been therapeutic. Admittedly, she'd hoped it would be published, widely read, and well received by readers and critics, but she had published it under a non-gender specific pseudonym in order to avoid the spotlight in which she now found herself. Low Pressure had been eagerly anticipated even before it went on sale. Believing strongly in its potential, the publishing house had put money behind its publication, placing transit ads in major cities and print ads in magazines, newspapers, and on the internet. Social media outlets had been abuzz for months in advance of its on-sale date. Every review had been a rave. T.J. David was being compared to the best crime writers, fiction and nonfiction. Bellamy had enjoyed the book's success from behind the protective pseudonym, but once Rocky Van Durbin had let the genie out of the bottle, there was no putting it back. She figured her publisher and Dexter, and anyone else who stood to profit from sales, were secretly overjoyed that her identity and the backstory of her book had been exposed. Now they had not only a book to promote, but also an individual whom they had deemed a publicist's dream. They described her as attractive, well-educated, well-spoken, not so young as to be giddy, not so old as to be boring. An heiress turned best-selling author. She had a lot of hooks to draw upon, the chief one being that she had desired anonymity. Her attempt to hide behind a pen name had, instead, made her all the more intriguing. Rocky Van Durbin was relishing the media frenzy surrounding her, which he had helped create, and, never satisfied, continued to feed the public's voracious curiosity with daily tidbits about her, most of which were either blatantly untrue, speculative, or grossly exaggerated. As she continued to sign autographs and pose for photographs with fans, she pretended not to have noticed him, but to no avail. He rudely elbowed his way through the crowd toward her. Noticing his approach, Dexter cautioned her in a whisper, "Don't let him get to you. People are watching. He'd love nothing better than to goad you into saying something he could print out of context." When the so-called journalist came face to face with her, making it impossible for her to ignore him, he smiled, revealing 2 rows of crooked yellow teeth, which she imagined him filing in order to achieve that carnivorous grin. Looking her up and down, he asked, "Have you lost weight, Miss Price? I can't help but notice that you're looking thinner. A few weeks ago, she'd been voluptuous. Tomorrow, she would be suffering from an eating disorder. Without even acknowledging his sly question, Bellamy engaged in conversation with a woman wearing an Ohio State sweatshirt and a Statue of Liberty spiked crown made of green rubber foam. "My book club is reading your book now," the woman told her as they posed together for a snapshot taken by her equally enthusiastic husband. "I appreciate that very much. The rest of them won't believe I met you." Bellamy thanked her again and moved along. Undaunted, Van Durbin kept pace, furiously scribbling in a small spiral notebook. Then, stepping between her and the next person waiting for her attention, he asked, "Who do you see playing the lead roles in the movie, Miss Price?" "I don't see anyone. I'm not in the movie business, but you will be before long. Everybody knows producers are lined up to throw money at you for the option on Low Pressure. It's rumored that several A-list actors and actresses are campaigning for the parts. The casting couches have never had turnover this brisk." She shot him a look of pure disgust. "No opinion on the subject." "None," she said, stressing the word in such a way as to discourage any more questions. Just then a man wedged himself between two young women and thrust a copy of her book at her. Bellamy recognized him immediately. "Well, hello again. Jerry?" he said, smiling broadly. Jerry? Yes. He had an open, friendly face and thinning hair. He'd come to several book signings, and she'd spotted him in the audience when she lectured at a bookstore on the NYU campus. "Thank you for coming out this morning. I never pass up an occasion to see you." She signed her name on the title page, which he held open for her. "How many copies does this make that you've bought, Jerry?" He laughed. "I'm buying birthday and Christmas presents." She suspected he was also starstruck. "Well, I and my publisher thank you." She moved on, and while Jerry fell back into the crush, Van Durbin boldly nudged people out of his way so he could stay even with her. He persisted with the question about a possible movie based on her book. "Come on, Miss Price, give my readers a hint of who you see playing the key characters. Who would you cast as your family members?" He winked and leaned in, asking in a low voice, "Who do you see playing the killer?" She gave him a sharp look. He grinned and said to the photographer, "I hope you captured that." The rest of the day was no less hectic. She and Dexter had attended a meeting at the publishing house to discuss the timing of the release of the trade paperback edition of Low Pressure. After a lengthy exchange of opinions, it was decided that the book was selling so well in the hardcover and ebook formats that an alternate edition wouldn't be practical for at least another 6 months. They'd gone from that meeting to a luncheon appointment with a movie producer. After they dined on lobster salad and chilled asparagus in the privacy of his hotel suite, he'd made an earnest pitch about the film he wanted to make, guaranteeing that if they sold him the rights, he would do justice to the book. As they'd left the meeting, Dexter joked, "Wouldn't your friend Van Durbin love to know about that meeting?" "He's no friend. T.J. David's true identity was supposed to be a carefully guarded secret. Who did Van Durbin bribe to get my name?" "A publishing house intern and assistant to someone in the contracts department. It could have been anybody. Someone in your agency?" He patted her hand. "We'll probably never know. What does it matter now who it was?" She sighed with resignation. "It doesn't. The damage has been done." He laughed, damage being a matter of opinion. Dexter had dropped her off at her apartment building with a warning. "Tomorrow's going to be another whirlwind day. Get some rest tonight. I'll be here at 7 a.m. to pick you up." She'd waved him off with a promise that she wouldn't be late, then entered the lobby of her building. The concierge had called to her from behind his desk. "A package for you was delivered just a little while ago." It had looked innocent enough when she'd set it on her dining table along with a stack of mail. The box had been sealed with clear packing tape. She'd noted that the label was printed with her name and address, but not the sender's information. That was curious. But she didn't think too much of it as she split the tape, folded back the flaps, and lifted out the gift-wrapped box inside. She never could have prepared herself for the hideous surprise it contained. Now, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, she lowered her hands from her eyes and looked at the box with tissue paper blossoming out the top of it. That festive touch was so incongruous with the contents, it had to have been planned that way as part of the joke. No, This wasn't funny, it was malicious, but she couldn't think of anyone whom she had offended, nor of anyone who would hold her in such contempt. Would Rocky Van Durbin, even having Sleazy as a middle name, do something so low down and dirty as to send her a dead rat? Slowly, she worked her way up the wall, sliding her spine along it for support as she unsteadily came to her feet. Standing, she was able to see the rat nestled in the shiny paper. She tried desensitizing herself so she could look at it. She tried to objectify the corpse, but because each of its features was so grotesque, they seemed extraordinarily detailed. She swallowed bile, chafed the goosebumps on her arms, and by force of will pulled herself together. It was only a dead rodent, after all. Rats were a common sight in the subway stations. Seeing one scuttling along the tracks had never caused her to have this kind of violent reaction. She would replace the lid on the box and carry it to the garbage chute at the end of the hall. Then she'd be rid of it. She could forget about it and go on about her business, having refused to let the prankster get the best of her. Steeling herself, she took a step forward and another until she was almost upon it. And then the rat's tail flicked. Bellamy Liston Price was just 12 years old when her sister was murdered on a stormy Memorial Day. 18 years later, she writes a novel about the horrific experience, and a new nightmare begins. Please see the next page for a preview of Low Pressure.